Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, damn it, Graham. Lucasade.
I'm not even going
There
to try
we
the
go,
high pitch
folks. How
parts.
are things? And welcome back to part 2 of the show. We hope that video that Mike pulled together with Paul has you pumped up for the second 8 hours of the show. Mike is just stepping away. I don't think he took a break during the first 8 hours of the show, so I think he's just stepping away to get some lunch and get something to eat, bit of coffee. And how are we all feeling after 8 hours?
Now, he would basically, whenever Lauren and I were on, he would basically say something, ask us a question, and then do his 40-yard dash down the stairs, and then come back just quick.
You know what? I can't believe that we're nearly 8 hours into this already. It's flown. It's 3:30 in the afternoon over here already. It's insane, and just from the last few guests we've had on, it's going to get crazier because it's literally, I think it's until about 10, 11 o'clock. We're just jam packed now with maybe 11 big guests out. So it's insane.
Yeah. So just to give everyone a rundown through the next few hours. So in terms of guests, we've Rob Phillips with us in the next 15 minutes. Ari Temkin is joining us at. We've Brad Sham joining us in a couple of minutes. Then we have Brian Broadus, Mike Fisher, West Coast, and Kevin Turner. And then at 5 o'clock, we've somebody coming on. I don't think it's a big deal, guys, is it?
Just someone else called Jones, just
I mean, I think it might be someone Rich is related to.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
That would be the biggest troll ever if we said we got Stephen Jones and it was just like my cousin called Steve. Can you imagine? Oh, that would be the most savage thing of all time. That's not what's happening.
So yes,
I think I was looking at some of the comments across the social media sites. Like it's literally, we knew like people were going to join us, but it's just like literally it's crazy to think like we've just had a Hall of Famer on that's.
I still haven't come to terms with it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in this sort of really ethereal state where just like stuff's happening and you're just like, yeah, it's happening. You just react, but it hasn't actually sunk in. And at some point later today or tonight, I'm just going to be like, holy, like, I don't know. It's
we had obviously
mental.
Neil Reynolds on this morning, and we've had Kyle on. Like, we see these people on the TV all the time doing this stuff, and it's like these people are giving us 20 minutes of his time. It's insane to think. Yeah, I think we mentioned it before. That we're essentially we're just a fan group in the UK. You know what I mean? There's thousands of us around the UK, and they want to come on and give everybody an insight of what they think, what they potentially know might happen. And it's insane, isn't it?
It's crazy. And he didn't choke to death in the break. He's perfectly fine.
So what happened is, as we transitioned, everything went fine. And just as we loaded up back into the studio, as we switched, my computer said,
No.
yeah, you don't have a camera or a microphone. And I was like, what?
I very much do.
Yeah, I'll do the usual thing when these things happen. I'll switch it off and back on.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, that always works. So, very quick one, guys, before we move on to the drive home show. So some of you who are in work in the UK are on your way home from work. So this is the part of the show where we will help you get home. Competition time. Whoop! Go to our social media. It is on there. Make sure, very simply, to win yourself some free UK Cowboys gear as well as other Cowboys gear. You just go on there. You have a look. The rules are very simple.
Right.
You just do what is on there. We'll post everything. You get everything for free. All in aid of NHS charities. All that we ask, you don't have to. There is no pressure involved whatsoever. But if you want to and you can, stick a couple of quid in the pot for us in the charity event that we are hosting.
Please do.
Yes, please do.
If you're a regular watcher of the show, you know the deal with free stuff. It's easy. We make it so easy. You just go, you just look, you do the thing, you maybe get free stuff. It's so nice. It's so nice.
Stuff,
after
man.
the 2020 season, after the 2020 season, if you guys need a new lucky ball, if you've burst yours, if you've thrown it out, now's the time. Now's the time, baby. Let's do this.
Lucky ball.
The one question I want to ask, I'll go retweet for this stuff, but is any of the prizes chocolate pudding?
No.
I'm not retweeting that.
I hear there's a big delivery due down Rich's way very shortly.
So I'm going to hop off for a minute.
Get a big spoon.
Strange thing is, I actually do have a delivery today. We're getting a new dishwasher coming today. So if they rock up with no dishwasher or it's just filled with chocolate pudding, I'm genuinely going to rage.
So, guys, just so you know, we have been now on the air. We are exactly 1/3 of the way through. 8 hours this has been going for. Everyone looking okay? Looking all right? Coming up on the show in the drive home, we have schedule. We are looking at the Cowboys schedule coming up. Something we was going to do in the lunch break during the lunch show. Slightly overridden on time, but hey, that's all right. It's always better to have too much than too little, as they say. So we're going to look at the Cowboys schedule next. But coming up, we will get your guys at home as well. Your pizza party player. You're just talking briefly earlier with Cal Yeomans on that. What that is basically the play. Any round. It could be any round you want. That one player that if the Cowboys draft them, you're hosting a pizza party. So we've got that. The Godfather himself has been out, got us some interesting draft facts. So he's going to chuck us some draft facts. tied in with that is the our top 50 list, our top 50 players. Gonna look at them. You guys at home as well. Tied in with the top 50 list is Battle of the Boards. So we've all got different boards, different top 50s. So we're going to do that. We've got the Cowboys Experience Group. Make sure you're around for that. And we have, if there's ever a moment you want to join the show between any part, this is the one for you. This is when all the guests come in. And we will just go through some of them because some of it is absolutely insane. So coming up, we got Brad Sham joining us, the voice of Cowboys. Brian Broadus is joining us with Mike Fisher, West Coast Cowboys. He's going to be joining us, KT, Kevin Turner. Then at 5 o'clock, UK time, VP Stephen Jones joining the show. Make sure you are there and you're absolutely getting involved in that one. That was going to be insane. Right after that, we have Ari Temkin, Derek Eagleton, Rob Phillips, Mickey Spagnola, Dave Hellman, RJ, Flag Runner Cruz, Heckma Harrison, Cammy Griffin, and Brandon Lambert. But before we get there, let us welcome in the first guest of the Drive Home Show. We have the man and the legend that is the voice of Dallas Cowboys, Mr. Brad Sham. How are we doing, sir?
We are doing excellent. Thank you for the lovely introduction. It may be a little early in the day for us, for you to be drinking so much, but thank you very much.
But we're all very pepped up, Brad, on coffee right now. But how are we feeling today, sir?
Let's go with coffee, Mike. Let's stay with that.
All right. Now we have literally every guest we got on. So we just got off with Cal Yeomans and Drew Pearson, asking them both the same question. You are the GM at number 10. Who is Brad Sham taking?
Who are the first 9?
That is the right answer.
Yeah.
That is the right answer, Mike, and you were not pressed for that.
He's always coming back. He's always coming back.
How can I tell you who I'm taking if I don't know who's available?
Okay, hold on now. Hold on. So available to you. Okay, let's do this. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Penny Sewell, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Zach Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Micah Parsons going to Denver. And we'll say, okay, and Mac Jones is gone.
So I have not heard the name of either of the top 2 cornerbacks or of Rashawn Slater. Am I correct?
Correct, sir.
Correct.
So I believe if that were to play out tonight, then it would just depend on how big of a gap they had between whichever of the cornerbacks they ranked highest and Slater. If there's 1 or 2 players difference, then I think what I believe the correct thing to do, and further based on my conversations with them, Mike, I believe what they would do is select for need. If you have a difference of 6 players in your rankings, then they're going to look at it again and say, are we sure? But you've taken Chase off the board. You've taken Waddle off the board. Obviously Pitts and Sewell. So I will take Horn, and I will take Horn because my guess, and it can only be a guess, is that they have Slater, Horn, and Surtain ranked fairly closely together, and that they would be comfortable with any of the 3. And so if you are now having to make a choice between them, you really can't go wrong because any of them should be able to help you quickly and for a long period of time. I've heard Surtain described as a safe choice, which can have two meanings. I did an appearance for a corporate group with Stephen Jones and Will McClay yesterday, and I asked them both for their definition of safe.
Yeah.
And because for me, in a draft context, safe is not a positive word. Safe means, yeah, okay, I won't get hurt with that. But what I'm trying to do is better than not get hurt. I'm trying to do something that will be extremely positive. That always involves some risk. That's not how they define safe. Safe to both of them, Stephen Jones and Will McClay, safe to both of them meant that not only can he play, but he's not going to embarrass you. He's not going to be a negative in any way. So he's a safe choice, not an overly conservative pick. I would take Horn just because my gut feeling is that he is more of a playmaker than Surtain. I may be unduly influenced by having seen too much of Surtain in studying for the Cotton Bowl broadcast that I did on national radio over here, and I watched a lot of the Florida-Alabama game, and Kyle Pitts, who admittedly is an unusual talent, but he made Surtain look average. Now, I don't think Surtain's average. I think he's better than that. But I do note that in his interview with the Cowboys, which they released on Twitter, Pitts, when asked who the toughest cover he had all year was, he said Horn. And I think that Horn might be a little bit more dynamic playmaker. Remember that Mike McCarthy, when he was an assistant in New Orleans, coached Horn's father for 10 years. And so I think that he feels like he knows the young man. And I don't think either one's a poor choice, but based on what you've said, I would take Horn.
And funnily enough, literally, you are not the first who has said that today from everybody who's come on. So it seems to be a very popular choice. And since it's coming from inside the star, because that's where you're working, we're taking that now as kosher, that is the real deal, and that's who they're taking.
Yeah,
so thanks for that, Brad.
Which, of course, means that they will pass both of them and take Rashawn Slater. That's what that
Yeah.
Yeah. Or they pass.
I don't think they'll do that. I think to do that, and I don't know how their board looks. They keep that very closely guarded, as they should.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, but I did ask them that question about what's a big enough gap between the way you rank players for you to go away from need, and they both said it's kind of a feel, but it's got to be like 6 or 7 players, and I don't think there's that big a gap between Slater and those two corners.
Okay. One of the things when you're talking about the corners, one of the things that has popped up is Caleb Farley with the back issues and the injuries. In terms of if you've managed to speak to Will McClay, how does he go about determining how far down he goes? Or is it purely that we've watched the tape, the medicals aren't an issue, this is how we view Caleb Farley's situation?
The problem is that the medicals are an issue, and not just in terms of him having had this back surgery a few weeks ago. All of the doctors seem to indicate they think Farley will be ready to compete by the time training camp comes around. But Jerry Jones at the pre-draft press briefing on Tuesday made very clear that if there was one area of the pre-draft preparation with which he was a little uncomfortable, it was the medical research, because this year they had even less direct access to, there was no combine. And so you remember last year, the lockdown over here happened after the combine. And so there was no combine, and they're relying more on phone calls and third-hand, not just them, every team in the league, phone calls, third-hand conversations. So I don't think they are completely comfortable with the medicals, and I do think that will affect the draft status of some players, and Farley might turn out to be the best of the three, but I think that he will drop because of that.
Okay. Any of you guys got a question for Brad?
I was actually going to ask exactly what just popped up there. Do you view this as potentially similar to the situation with Jalen Smith a couple of years ago?
In terms of Farley?
Yes.
It sounds to me like he won't drop as far as Jalen did. This injury, Richard, is not as devastating as Jalen's was at Notre Dame. That was a whole, not only a knee reconstruction, but there were nerves involved. And there was serious doubt about whether he would ever play football again. And I could find you some medical people right now who will tell you that he is not what he was before that injury, that he's done a great job of coming as far back as is probably humanly possible, but he's not what he was before that injury. Farley's not that. Farley's a micro issue that they think they've solved. Now, it could be congenital, but no one will ever know that. But it doesn't sound like Farley falls into that category.
Awesome.
All right. Anybody else?
Question on the offensive line, Brad. Do you think the Cowboys need to address offensive tackle, or are you quite happy with Smith and Collins as it stands?
I don't think it's either or, Graham. I really don't. I think that I believe them when they say that they expect Smith and Collins both to be back. I think that they're further ahead of where they were last year with the backups because the two kids who played, Brandon Knight, they had seen a little bit the year before, but the two kids who played, Knight and Steele, they didn't know anything about. He was a college free agent, and they didn't have any on-field work with him in the offseason. And it's not like anybody was going to forget Tyron Smith because of either one of them, but they're better than they were last year at this time just by virtue of having played. So their backup situation might be a little bit better off than it was, but that doesn't mean they won't address it. Now, if they were to take Slater, I think they view Slater as a guard. I think that he could probably play tackle, but I think they view his best position as a guard. I've heard, I hesitate to even say this out loud, but I've heard it said that he reminds people of Zach Martin. And so that's a mouthful, but I think they view him as a guard. I do expect that at some point in the process, they will take an offensive tackle. Now, that doesn't mean it'll be up high. It might be on Saturday. It most probably would be on Saturday. But with the offensive line, you can get 10-year starters in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. So you just have to rely on your scouting and your coaching, but I'd be very surprised if they didn't address offensive tackle at some point with a young player.
Who's one of the players, Brad, in the draft that you look at and think, man, I would love to see him in a Cowboys uniform?
Oh, Jamie,
regardless of round.
Yeah, there's not enough time. I mean, I will tell you that, and I am a kind of a lone voice on this, but I happen to love Micah Parsons. I saw him. Penn State played in the Cotton Bowl 2 years ago. I did that game. I did a lot of studying. He was only a sophomore. He did not play last year. He was a COVID opt-out. And there have been some rumors of some immaturity on his part and questions about his locker room demeanor. I would point out he was a sophomore 2 years ago, and I don't believe there are very many of us who would like ultimately to be judged by our behavior at the age of 19 or 20. Some of us hopefully grow out of it a little bit. I just know that as a football player, He is a total game changer to me. I just think the guy he's an all over the field player. And I think that Jalen Smith, I am interested. I am extremely interested to see Jalen Smith operate in a different system than he played last year. I understand that he led the team in tackles. He was among the league leaders in tackles. And I know that a number of those tackles were 8 yards upfield. And so if you look on the stat sheet, a tackle's a tackle. But I saw too many times when he just did not seem to understand the scheme. He was in the wrong place. He ran the wrong way. And that may not have been his fault because they replaced the defensive coordinator. So clearly there were coaching issues. I'm not 100% convinced that they have a 10-year all-star championship winning starter there. He's a gifted athlete and he's a good player. I'm not sure that I would go to the bank on him being the guy who's going to help lead my defense to a championship. Leighton Vander Esch obviously has some physical issues. Keep in mind, I mean, you have none of those. You have no leadership questions with Vander Esch. You have no desire questions. You simply have availability questions. And keep in mind, they have to decide by Tuesday whether to invoke his fifth-year option. The fact that they haven't done it yet is telling to me. So when you ask me for a player, I mean, besides the ones who everybody talks about, I did ask both Will and Steven yesterday in that appearance I did with them about the linebacker position, and they both think, and I think there's a great deal of wisdom to it, that playing linebacker in the NFL harder than it's ever been because the defenses change so much, and the offenses are changing faster to make the defenses change. So you don't need three. When I started doing this job, you knew what a middle linebacker looked like. You knew what a weak side linebacker looked like. You knew what a strong side linebacker looked like. And when I started doing this job, they didn't come off the field. There were no nickel defenses. Then it evolved, and you had to have a guy who could be a hybrid, who could cover tight ends. The whole thing's changed. And so the role of a linebacker is different. It's harder to find a guy who you can say that's a 10-year starter. I just think that Parsons, and the reason, Jamie, that I said Parsons in answer to your question is from what I've seen on tape, he is just a potentially game-changing football player, and you find a place to put players like that. I would love to see him in a Cowboy uniform.
All righty. You got a question here, Jay? Graham, sorry?
Another big question we have, Brad. What to do with Michael Gallup? Now, we understand he's coming into the final year of his contract, and there's a few wide receivers up for grabs.
Yeah, well, one of the interesting questions for me, Graham, is if depending how the thing falls tonight, I think Pitts might be the best player in the draft. So I don't think he's getting to 10. They need too much help on defense. So I don't think I would trade away resources to move up to get him. But Pitts may be the best player in the draft. So let's say he's going to be gone. I think it's safe to say 3 and maybe 4 quarterbacks will be gone. If it's 4, we're up to a total of 5 players. Sewell is probably going to be gone. He's an unusual physical talent. So now we're at 6. And now you've got 3 exceptional wide. You got more real good wide receivers than 3, but you have Chase and you have Waddle and you have Devontae Smith. Now, Devontae Smith, who I have a Heisman Trophy vote, and I voted for him. I thought he was clearly the best player in college football. If Waddle had been healthy all year, he wouldn't have been the best football player on his own team. But that, as Don Meredith, God rest his soul, used to say, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. So that's the way it went. Smith would scare me that high. I wouldn't be afraid to have him on my team. I would be afraid to use a top 10 pick on him because he weighs 166 pounds. He's smaller than Jamie, for crying out loud. So, and the guys who are running after him are not, and they're not trying to be nice to him. So that would scare me. Now the dilemma becomes, Graham, if what do you do if for some unexpected reason, like last year, what do you do if Chase or Waddle falls to you at 10? I don't think there's any way that Chase will. And I don't think either one will, but what do you do? And then we are at the point where you are looking at your board and you're ranking just as they did last year. They had CeeDee Lamb as the 6th best player, and you're at 17. That's not a decision. Now, suppose they have Waddle as the 3rd best player in the draft. I've seen some top 100 lists, regardless of team, not mock drafts, who have him in the top 5. Now you have to look at those contracts. Now you have to look not only at what you think it's going to cost to keep Gallup and whether you think that is something that you want to spend on him. You also have to look at Amari Cooper's contract and his age and his injury history and his road production, which last year was completely different than it had been, and there were no fans on the road last year. So I think you then have to look at all those things, and believe me, they have. And so I think that right now their intention is to not be taking a wide receiver and to go forward with Gallup and Cooper. Regardless of whether they take a wide receiver in the first round tonight, whether Gallup and Cooper are both on this team in 2023, that's problematic for contractual reasons. And of course, there's 2 full seasons to go between now and then, so anything could happen. But I think that the answer to the question you're asking about Gallup and his contract is, if Waddle falls in your lap, can you really pass him up? If you have him, again, I'm making all this up. They may be close, like before with Slater in the corner. Yeah. But if you got Waddle 4th and the other 3 guys you got like 9th, they're going to have a long conversation about whether they want to pass him up, try to trade one of those guys, get a corner later on. They'd have that conversation. I think all of that happens. You don't want to necessarily have made that decision in advance. But you are prepared to make it on the fly. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Totally. Okay, going through some of the questions, because you mentioned about Micah Parsons. And there's an agreement here. They are drafting a linebacker at some point in this draft. They really have to. So if not at 10...
If we know that already, why are we spending all this time? I mean, we don't know what they're going to do.
This is true. But if they weren't to take Parsons at 10, or a linebacker at 10, where would you foresee them taking a linebacker?
Well, it depends. I mean, I think the better way to ask it for me, Mike, is what linebackers do they like? That you might have a guy, the kid Bolton from Missouri is not real big, but he's an exceptional football player. He's the kind of guy. Don't forget, they drafted Anthony Hitchens in the 4th round. Yeah. And Hitchens, they just don't value linebackers that much. And so they made a decision not to pay Hitchens. And I think Hitchens has proven in Kansas City what kind of a player they had. And Damian Wilson, who they drafted the next year in the 4th round, was a very productive player in Kansas City. So where would they take one? It depends who's there. The guy's going to have to be a special team player for sure. Joe Thomas left for Houston. They have not yet, and I don't know that they will, re-sign Justin March. We were talking in Thomas's case about a guy who really can play a couple of different positions, and for Thomas and March both excel on special teams. Linebackers have to be able to play special teams. So there's a number of them. The kid at Tulsa probably will be gone before they have a chance to get him in the 2nd round. But there are a number of good Friday and Saturday picks at linebacker, and if they somehow wound up with Bolton tomorrow, which I don't think they'll be that fortunate, but I think he would be tremendous. I'd love to have him.
You need to stop that. You need to stop that Missouri bias. Is what you need to do.
It's not bias, as you well know. And if we're going to talk about need,
that Missouri bias will get you in trouble. But in this case,
yes.
Listen to Brad Sham.
All right,
listen to Brad Sham.
Now, Mr. Broadus, I have two things for you, Mr. Broadus. One, will you agree that I am not incorrect about Bolton as a football player? Will you agree with that?
Brad, you are one of the better scouts I've ever worked with. And
now, Brian, here's the second thing. Has your barber gone into lockdown?
I'll tell you what. This is. I'm very much getting ready when I fail doing this draft this year.
Yeah.
All this draft coverage blows up. For the 4th of July, I'm going as Ben Franklin. I'm going to dress up in costume.
We're about to cast you in a remake of Back to the Future.
Yeah, all my British friends here, they want a part of this Ben Franklin right here, don't they? Yeah.
How are we doing, though, Brian?
I'm part of the Continental Congress right now, is what I'm doing.
Well, I think the last time you were on the show, I think we ended up knighting you, if I remember rightly.
I am, sir. I'm a sir now, Brad. You give me respect.
I wish I'd known. I wish I'd known. Your lordship. I wish I'd known.
My lordship. My right honorable friend. I am a right honorable friend.
So we've asked Brad this question already, Brian. We asked him, and Brad has given us the answer. We're asking everybody who comes on the show. We've spoken to Drew Pearson and Cal Yeomans, who have said their piece. You are GM for the day. You are our pick number 10. Who are you taking?
Okay. Do I get to kind of? Are you going to give me something ahead of me? I don't mean to be difficult here.
I said who went 1 through 9.
I can do that for you.
Okay, if you tell me that, that's because what's going to happen to me is I am going to pick Horn for me personally. I mean, I would pick Horn, okay? Ooh. I think the Cowboys would pick Horn. There's so many spots ahead of me, and I was on the phone this morning with teams. I've had enough of teams. I've had enough of all my crusty friends that work in this league. If you guys are listening, I've had enough of you, okay? Because everybody is driving me nuts right now. Like I can go out and walk right now, take 10 minutes with somebody, take another 10 minutes with somebody, and I will be totally confused. But I just think there's so much going on in front of the Cowboys right now because this is not a traditional draft. This is not one of those drafts where it's like, oh, there's a defensive tackle. Oh, there's a defensive end. Oh, hey, 5 quarterbacks are on the board right now. What are we going to do? You know? And so all of a sudden, you know, if you look at everybody's board and everybody's got offensive players, like if they've got 19 players, 11 of them, 12 of them are offensive guys that are your best players. The rest are defensive guys. I'm at the mercy of what's about to happen in front of me. I really am. I was talking to guys in Atlanta. They're talking about Pitts. They're talking about a quarterback. They're talking about guys behind them are saying at Cincinnati, hey, wait, we really like this offensive tackle. The media's blowing it out of proportion. They got us taking Chase. I don't know. We should probably take Penny Sewell, don't you think? And I'm like, well, yeah, I watched your quarterback and Chase win a national championship a couple of years ago, so that might be a good combination.
LSU bias.
Yeah, that is LSU bias. The right honorable gentleman is correct by that. Yes, I acknowledge that. So, but that's what I'm saying, though, is we're trying to focus on this. And this is the beauty of this draft right now because there's so much uncertainty. And I'm not trying to ride the fence or send you some other way. I'm just saying that the guys around the league in those war rooms are having problems with the same thing that we're talking about right now. They're trying to figure out when Pitts is going to go. They're trying to figure out, well, is San Francisco really bluffing? There's no way they take Mac Jones, right?
No, there's no chance.
Right? No, that's what I'm saying. People are saying that to me. My buddies who work in the league are all going, man, Broadus, they're not taking Mac Jones. Are they? Are they?
Do you buy the hot rumor of the day that the Eagles are trying to jump Dallas for a cornerback?
Brad and guys, it's for Waddle. They're going for Waddle.
They want Waddle.
They want Waddle. There's three areas here, and here we are. We're Dallas Cowboys, but we're talking draft. We're having fun. We're talking the draft. Okay, Eagles. 3 things. Waddle is a guy that they really, really like in their room. That's one guy. If they could also take a corner. If Waddle were to be gone, they could take a corner. But they look at the corner as not having to trade up. They're thinking, well, maybe we can get a corner. But they also like, I'll tell you the third one, Kwity Paye, defensive end. If they sit at 12, and Waddle's off the board and both those corners are off the board, don't be surprised that at 12 they pick. Now, how he made the trade back in Philly, thinking that the Giants were going to not sign a wide or not going to take a wide receiver. The Eagles are worried about the Giants taking a receiver now, but my Giants sources are telling me they're looking at receiver and they're looking at defensive end, and they're trying to figure out the medical on Ojulari. They're trying to figure out the medical on Phillips, the defensive end from Miami, the concussions and all that. If the concussions bother them, I go back to Troy Polamalu, who way back in the day had concussion problems coming out of USC, but still he went in the draft and was a very, very productive player there. So, there's to pick somebody at Dallas, I'm going to say yes. It could be either one of those cornerbacks, and I'm at the mercy of who, but I'm okay with either one. If I lose those guys, my next plan is, okay, what's going to happen to me with Slater? I think Sewell goes to Cincinnati. I think all that stuff with Chase, I'm not buying that right now. But I think that I'm going to have a chance if I get wiped out there that Slater and then Parsons would be in that right now for them. Now, if they take Parsons, that tells you something about what they think about Van Der Esch and maybe getting that 5th-year option done. Keep an eye on that.
Sir Brian, were you listening to me on local radio this morning?
Brad, I was on the phone with all these idiot friends of mine. They're all idiots, Brad.
I know.
They're all idiots.
They said to me, "What if the corners aren't there and Slater?" And I said, "Hey, I'm a lone voice in the wilderness, but I love Micah Parsons." And then I had to listen to R.J. Choppy go on and on about all the tackles that Jalen Smith had, and I said, "Yes." And how many of them were 8 yards upfield?
Yeah, see, that's the problem is. Real quick, guys. I'm sorry, I'm taking this over.
No. You go, Brian. That's what you're here for.
And I've got a long day, and I'm going to, by the end of it, I'm going to be just gone. But the thing about it is, I think that to me, the thing with the Parsons thing is, in the linebacker, I had guys over there, and Brad is even more connected than me. So if Brad is telling you stuff, trust Brad. Really trust Brad. But I'm just saying this, though. I was talking about linebacker. I'm like, well, what about linebacker? What about linebacker? And they're like, no, think about linebacker. Now, Brad is absolutely right about Bolden in the 2nd round. That is a definite right there. So they're hunting linebacker. And we had on Tom Dimitroff yesterday on our show on 105.3, and he was talking about Dan Quinn and how important it is for Dan Quinn to have linebackers that can run and make plays. Bolton can run and make plays. Don't let the height and don't let the 4.59 fool you. That kid will make plays. He will be running, and you're like, there's no way he's getting there. There's no way he's getting there. Oh, he's there.
He got
he's
there.
You're watching.
They need a safety. There. They need a safety real bad, but I don't think there. Brian, do you agree with this? I don't think there's a safety at 44 who would be as good a football player as
I think Bolton. I think I would take Bolton over Holland. Keep an eye on Holland, the safety from Oregon. And I'll tell you another guy that people, and it might not get there, but again, it's Molden from Washington, the Huskies. Yep. Now, what's so sad is I scouted his dad in 1996. I've scouted most of these dads that these kids have.
And now you're scouting your kids.
Yeah. So it might be time for me to go on and boil crawfish and let you guys handle all this stuff because, but the thing about Molden is that they like is that Dan Quinn took Kazee when he was coming out of San Diego State. He was a corner, 5'10", 5'11" corner, and made him a safety. Could be the same thing with Elijah Molden from Washington. Keep an eye on that too.
Yeah. So when it comes to Nick Bolton, then the athletic testing in terms of his product does not scare you at all. Then.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, to me, the one thing that these scouts have told me is that not going to these schools this year, that they sat down and they watched every single play of every single of game, and that's the thing about it is they get a little. Oh, we're going to watch Fisher crash a car here today.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see the airbag come right into your face, Mike. But that's I think the scouts are in that situation right now where they've looked at so much tape that they're saying, no, I'm not going to worry about a 5'9" guy. I'm not going to worry about, and there are a lot of those guys, Samuel, Bolton, Molden. There's all these guys. We saw it last year with the kid that Tampa took, Winfield, that went, a shorter safety. In my lifetime, I would have never believed a 5'9" quarterback would have gone first overall. I saw it in my lifetime. Kyler, I would have never believed that in my life. It's a different era. If guys can play, they can play. That's where we're at right now.
Mike, when you talk about those measurables, I would say to you, have you ever heard of Dat Wim?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm an Aggies fan. Of course I have.
Okay.
Yeah. Parcells hated Dat Win. Hated him. Hated Dat Win. He's like, I can't play with
until he coached him.
Until he coached him. Him and Dexter Coakley. I'll never forget Bill walking in that room and just MFing us about those players. Like, how can you take these guys? And I'm like, have you seen either one of these kids really play? And he's like, oh, well, they're all too small. They're too small. They're just too small. They had about like 5,000 tackles between them that next year. So Bill changed his attitude about those guys as well.
Yeah. Okay. Now we got Fish on the line as well. It's almost like a regular 105 going on here. But we've already asked our two very special guests this question, Mike. So we thought we'll ask you as well. At pick number 10, Mike Fisher is the GM. Which player is he taking?
I am taking Patrick Surtain, and I think Patrick Surtain. They'll be ecstatic is the word that somebody used this morning. But I'm also told that they're leaning towards J.C. Horn. So, and I bet you Brian Broaddus agrees with this. At 10, and you deserved it. You earned 10. You earned the right to have an almost can't miss opportunity because you went 6 and 10. I think it's Horn, then Surtain, and I don't think either way the Cowboys can lose there.
Okay. I mean, the argument does seem to be at the moment between Surtain and Horn. And something I mentioned, we had Drew Pearson on earlier, that there is as well with Horn, the Joe Horn connection with Mike McCarthy. So I wanted to ask all of you, is that because he was his offensive coordinator some time back, does that have any weight for the draft?
It's a factor. It's not overwhelming. But as I told you guys earlier, I mean, I think McCarthy feels like he has a little bit of knowledge of the young man because he was around him and he coached his dad for so long. I don't think it's the deciding factor, but it's something to throw into the mixing bowl.
Yeah, okay. I think an interesting connection too, guys, is that if you look at Dan Quinn, his best friend and a guy he coached with at the Dolphins was Will Muschamp, who was the head coach in South Carolina. They will know every single inch about this kid. Trust me, they will know everything about him. And, there's stuff that we were talking about on 105.3 is, there was a split with the coaches and the scouts and one wanted this and that. I was told this. There are some scouts and coaches that like Surtain. There are some scouts and coaches that like Horn. This is not a down the middle. Will McClay is going to have to. Jerry Jones is going to have to make a call. They're lining up on both sides to try, and somebody from the Horn side is going to present, and somebody from the Surtain side is going to present. And likely, whichever one's there available, I think they'll be comfortable taking either one of those guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms, though, because go on. Sorry, Mike Fisher, you go.
Yeah, regarding the relationship with Horn, and obviously it's legitimate. McCarthy worked with his dad, and Brian said Quinn is friends with his college coach. But they have relationships with people at Alabama, too, the Cowboys do. Deep ones, including Nixon. They have relationships with Miami people who know Patrick Surtain. For instance, not that Jimmy Johnson and Michael Irvin get to make the call, but Jimmy Johnson is a Surtain guy, and Michael Irvin has already told the Joneses that he's a Surtain guy. So to me, picking at 10, and again, Brian lived this, so he knows it. It's not good enough that you're friends with the guy's dad. You better know all of them. You better know the other cornerbacks. You better know Farley. You better know right down the line. You better know all. You better know Pitts. You better know all of them. And so I don't want McCarthy's relationship with somebody's dad to be the point, but I think it's an interesting thing to throw into the gumbo.
All right. One of the things I want to ask all three of you is there was some rumblings about how much love there is from Jerry Jones on Kyle Pitts. Do you foresee, if anything, him trading up to go get Kyle?
I don't. I see Brad shaking his head, and I agree with Brad there. I think that, I had some guys in the league tell me that actually, that they don't feel he's going to slide. They just don't see. And this is teams sitting there at 6, 7, 8, 9. They just don't see the slide. And so I'll tell you this, though, if he is on the clock when they pick at 10, it will be the fastest you ever see somebody hand in a card. I have the record of when we took in 19, we took a Trey Thomas when I was in Philadelphia. We had a full 15 minutes. We handed in the card in 3 minutes, in 2 minutes. I just waited for 2 calls and said, let's hand in the card. This is our guy. Let's go. This will be the fastest handing in of a card you'll ever see in the history of the NFL draft if he's there. But I don't see them trading up for this at all. I really, really don't.
No,
okay.
As I told you guys, I think that he might be, regardless of position, he might be the best football player in the draft.
True.
So
yeah,
I can't see him getting anywhere near there. And yes, they'll take him if he does.
I had a guy real quick, guys. I had a coach tell me this about, and a scout said the same thing about Pitts. In this league in today's action, he scores points. He scores touchdowns. He gets you those points. And they compared him to we are all enamored. The pressure that the running, throwing quarterbacks put on defense is what this guy is capable of doing. When they talk about nightmare matchups and stuff like that, I had a coach say, listen, this kid, if you love the running, throwing quarterback and how much they cause problems, this kid is the running, throwing quarterback's version of that. And I think that's the absolute truth. The fact, and what makes him so difficult is it's the body type. It's how big he is, and it's how long he is. Because when you try and play through him, you can't get through him. When you get through him, you're slapping his wrists, and he's catching the ball in his hands. That's why, those targets, he's right at 90% target to catch. Because when you're playing through him, you can't get through him, and when you do get through him, you're slapping wrists. You're not hitting the ball. And that makes a big, big difference when you're playing defense.
Brian, I was listening to NFL satellite radio yesterday. I heard a guy say he didn't understand why there's not more talk about the 49ers taking Pitts at 3.
Yeah, it's interesting because of what they have with Kittle. That to me, heck, if they want to go with both those guys, man, they got an interesting group of receivers too. With what they play with, but I know this. I put out my top 51 and my top. I rate 190 players. He's my number 2 player on the board. I put Lawrence at 1 and I put him at 2. And I said this on the radio. In all my years of scouting, he's one of the top 5 best players I've ever scouted. When I watch him down after down after down, there's really no holes to his game. There's really no holes to his game.
In terms of trading down in the first, then, because it's all about day one right now. In terms of trading, how far would you be willing the Cowboys to trade down?
Wow. I learned in my system when I was in Green Bay, Ron Wolf always told us, he's like, listen, we ain't trading away from a great player. Or if there's a player that we really, really like on that board, don't put yourself in harm's way for a draft pick. Don't do that. But they have to have a pocket of guys on that board that they really, really believe in. I mean, okay, if you go back, could you get Vera Tucker, the guard tackle from USC, if you want to address that? I don't get the vibe that they're super, super high on Newsome, that route. I mean, that's the kind of thing. And if people say, well, what about Barmore? And then I start to hear about, well, you have to hold Barmore's hand. You have to take him here. You have to take him there. You have to get him to class. You have to get him to meetings. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh, God, I don't want to go through that. I don't want to have to babysit somebody. So to me, they've got plenty of picks in the second, third, fourth. They got those extra compensatory picks. Or I just wait and move those. I would wait and just kind of say, let me just move around the draft with those. Take your player at 10 and then move on from there. I think that's really the best way to operate.
Okay. Mike, if you just think about where they are, who could possibly go ahead of them between the two corners, Slater and Parsons, the odds of one of those guys not being there at 10 are, I think, pretty long. So why would you trade back for a lesser player just to get an extra third-round pick? It probably wouldn't even be a third. I mean, I think it would be not good business.
I'm totally with you. I don't like the idea of trading down.
Yeah. I just think to me, sitting there at 10, we talked about that, I think the right player for them is going to be there. And just take that player, start your draft off that way, the first night. If you could take those two other, you could take 44 and 75 and get back into the 20s on the bottom end of the first. Start doing that. Start making those calls. Get on the horn. See if somebody, Tennessee, one of those teams want to bail out of there. If you could take 44 and 75, you could take 10, say you get 26, and go and do that. I'm all for that if that's how you want to handle this. But that's the opportunity. Instead of going down that way, I would try and come back up the other way is what I would do.
And by the way, Mike, the reason to think about doing that is the fifth-year option on a first-round pick. If you've got a guy that you think is worth taking in the low 20s or high 20s, depending on your point of view, and you really kind of like him, then go ahead and give him two of those twos and get a guy that you can have an extra year of.
Yeah. We welcome into the show as well fellow content creator from California, West Coast Cowboy. We've already got a comment that has come in. They want Brian to tell West Coast about what you said about Pitts. So the Pitts conversation is just not going away.
How you doing, fellas? Can everybody hear me well? How you guys doing?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, Thank you very much. So, are we a non-Pitts fan or are we a Pitts fan?
I have nothing against Pitts. My issue is against the tight end coming into the NFL as a whole. And I feel like if Pitts is going to come in, if he's going to come in and be everything that everyone's hyping him up to be, then he's going to be almost like a Jackie Robinson of tight ends. Because for the most parts, Evan Ingram from the Giants, he's been your top tight end that's come in a rookie. And he had 740 yards, and then touchdown wise, I think he had 7 touchdowns. Just coming off the top of my head, and I feel like if that is the peak of what I'm looking for a rookie tight end, I feel like I already have that right now on my team. Now I'm 100%. I feel like right now in a balance, it's like you have one pick. I love the fact that you guys said get back into the second and get back into the first round. If that is a mindset that we're going to try to get back into the first round and put a first round pick on this defense, then you can sell me on Pitts. But if I'm going to say the only first round pick that I'm going to have is going to be put onto the first round, in my opinion, I feel like you're overcooking mom's recipe. You know what I'm saying? I feel like. Go ahead, sir.
Put away your stat sheet. Start watching the game.
I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game. But one thing I saw about Kyle Pitts is, Dan Mullen and Billy Gonzalez, their history is they get guys with touchdowns. Like Billy Gonzalez was a guy I was actually advocating to be the offensive coordinator here in Dallas. Why? Because I know what he's done. From Mississippi State to Florida, like they always have guys that have a ridiculous amount of touchdowns. So that really didn't surprise me. And if you look at Florida's game was basically going through Pitts and the other wide receiver. His name slips my mind right now. Tony. Yeah, the offense I felt like the offense was really predicated on that. And in my opinion, if Pitts comes to Dallas, he's not gonna get that because we don't really require that from our tight ends. Now, if you're telling me that Kellen Moore is going to change his opinion on the tight end position and how he wants to use it in his offense, then I'm all for it. But I think Pitts would be better suited for like a Indianapolis. I think he'd be okay in like a Green Bay. I think he'd be okay in a Tampa Bay. But I feel like with a team like the Dallas Cowboys, we want to stretch the field. And we want to do that via the wide receiver position. So my only issue with Pitts is this: if Pitts is there at 10 and like a Chase is there or a Waddle's there, how do you convince yourself to pass on those two guys or even a Devontae Smith? If those guys are there, and if you're looking for a weapon, those guys are the bazookas of weapons. How can you pass on a bazooka for a sniper? You know what I'm saying? And that's my issue with Pitts. Like if we're gonna do weapon, I feel they're better weapons. Like if you say West Coast, we are taking a offensive player, then you got to take one of them wide receivers or you got to get that Heisman Trophy. Imagine having a Heisman Trophy winner on this offense. And guys, let me remind you, the offense already has five first round players on it already, not including Dak Prescott, not including Lael Collins, who all play at a first round quality. So you already have 7 technically first round picks on your offense already. Guess how many first round picks you have on your defense? You have 1. And
I'll interrupt you there. I'll interrupt you. They've spent premium picks on defensive players. They've spent first and second round picks on guys that they've just not have. They've had better success drafting offensive players than they have defensive players.
Who in the last 5 years though?
Taco Charles.
Oh my God,
Taco Charlton.
Yeah, I mean
that's insane. They used a first round pick on Leighton Vander Esch. They used a second round pick on Jalen Smith. They used a second round pick on Cheeto Awuzie. They've used picks. They used a second round pick on Randy Gregory. They've used first and second round picks on defense. Yes, you can't tell me that they haven't tried to select defensive players. You can't tell me that they've used all the premium picks on offense. That's not factual. That's not factual at all. But they have just done a poor job. And let me tell you this real quick. It might be you have a team, you follow a team that doesn't have a traditional general manager. Okay. You follow a team that their general manager doesn't go on the road on Tuesday after a game and meets the team that next weekend watching players. So what happens is you get a coach influenced draft. And then if your coaches are poor evaluators, now maybe you've had a better job of the offensive coaches evaluating for you and your defensive coach is not. But Jerry is going to side with those coaches a lot of times. And the scouts will tell you they're okay with that. And they'll tell you why they're okay with that is because if the scouts picked all the players, the coaches would be pissed off and they wouldn't play any of their guys. Then it would be a lot worse for them. Okay, so the scouts are okay. If you want to take this guy, if you want to take this guy, if you want to take this guy, they're okay with that. But just make sure you play him. But they've done a really poor job of drafting and evaluating defensive players. That's the reason why they're in the situation right now. That's the reason why you don't want to take Pitts, because you're terrified that the defense is going to suck again this year. And I'm not talking down to you here. I'm just telling you the facts. There's a reason why you take Pitts and you go to battle. And I'll tell you why, because to me, and before you came on, I had a coach tell me this. If you're in love with and I'll repeat myself, if you're in love with the weapon of the quarterback that can run and throw and the pressure that they put on defenses, if that's the way we're going, then you should be absolutely in love with Kyle Pitts, because he is going to stress a defense out badly, is what he's going to do. And you know what? You want to do everything in your power to add those types of players to your offense. I'm all for that. I understand what you're saying about Chase, and I get what you're saying about Waddle. I understand all that. But I'm just telling you, this cat's different. There's not players in the league, currently in the league, that cover cats like this. That's a problem. That's why you take a guy like Pitts, because he is going to cause you a lot of problems.
Okay, can I just say something real quick? I feel like our definition of premium is like kind of miscued. You know what I'm saying? I look at Lamborghinis and I think they're premium, because like if you're looking at a top 10 pick, there is a difference between picks 1 through 17 and picks, because once you get past like 18, they're almost betting on a second. You're almost taking a second round guy. You know what I'm saying?
There are second round. There's no question. The history will tell you your board will go from 18 to 21. Travis Frederick was taken at pick 30, 31, whatever that was. That was a second round grade on their board. Exactly. So you're right. That part of it you're right about.
Exactly. So that's why when I look at this, I feel like, and I'm not actually terrified that the defense is going to look bad, because I do believe that Dan Quinn will have an effect, because at the end of the day, I feel like this. Jerry Jones looks at this defense and he says, what's the cheapest and fastest way we can get back to what we were at least in 2019? And that is to just go back to what we did in 2019. See if we can just do that better. So I actually think that the defense should, and you actually saw some improvement in the defense. I just think that right now, but like I said, hey, if you can, I love the idea about getting the 2 first-round picks. I mean, I love that idea. If we're able to do that, then you can definitely get me on getting a pitch or getting a wide receiver.
What are you going to do if they take Slater over Parsons? Because the corners are gone. How are you going to feel about that?
If we're at 10?
Yeah.
And they take the tackle over the linebacker?
Yeah.
Tackle who might be a guard.
Who may be a guard.
Yeah, the tackle's likely to play guard.
My hat actually says run the damn ball. So I am always for anything that is going to help us run the damn ball better. So it's like I'm a super contradictorious. Like I'm like, let's go this, go this.
So I see now. Okay, I didn't see your hat. So what you're telling me is you don't see Pitts doesn't help you run the ball. So that's why you would not take him, but you would take the guard over him, right?
No, I think the guard helps me on 2 folds. Dak Prescott's going to make $77 million next year, so regardless, or around that number. So if I put a guard who's better than Connor Williams in there, I feel like that helps me on 2-fold. Why? Because now I'm able to control the ball. I'm able to control better. Because you got to remember, if your defense isn't on the field, they can't give up plays. I think one thing that the Dallas Cowboys didn't do real good last year is we didn't manage the ball. We didn't manage the clock well. The most important thing financially that we have to do in 2021 is make sure that Dak plays 17 games. So anything that guarantees me that he stands up all 17 games, I'm for. So Slater actually solidifies that, and it helps me run the.
Hold on, West Coast. Dak only played the number of games that he played last year, not because there was anything wrong with the offensive line, but because he was running down the field.
Exactly, but that's still going to be a factor this year. I still got to count that and take that in consideration, because
this is the first time. This is the first time he's ever been injured. If you look at his, it's 16 games. It's 16 games. It's 16 games. That's the first time he's ever been hurt.
I believe, and that's what I'm saying. I still believe that he's going to be. I just feel that Slater would help me on 2 folds. And remember, I'm compromising right now. I'm compromising. You know what I'm saying? So I would be okay with that, because I feel like Slater would help my overall team. If you ask me who would help my overall team more, a linebacker right now or a guy who can play outstanding guard, I think the guard helps you, because the guard is going to help your offense more. And if your offense is on the field more than your defense, then guess what? You have more chances to score and less chances to defend.
Have you ever seen Micah Parsons play football?
Yes, I've seen him play. I've seen, but Jerry Jones also said this though. He also said anybody that didn't play last year was compromised. So maybe Jerry was just talking, but with Jerry Jones, a guy who owns a boat.
I think, yeah. I think the problem with Jerry and the compromise statement is because Jerry, again, I say he's not a traditional general manager. So he wants to see the most current version of a player. In his mind, he does not want to look up there and say, is this 2019 tape we're watching, or is this 2020 tape we're watching? He wants to see the most current product of this team. Again, not a traditional general manager, but that's the way they're set up. So I think that his compromise situation is more for him mentally saying,
yeah. Can I ask you a quick question? In this draft, there's been, and this is just from my experience, in this draft, there are a lot of like 1As and 1Bs. Like when you have players that are very, very close, what type of things do you guys use that are maybe non-football or that teams use, Jerry Jones uses to kind of separate these guys? Because at some point, like Surtain and Horn are both really good corners, right? But at some point, you'll hear someone talk as if like Surtain's not a good corner. Like he is, but we just had to we had to find something to separate these guys. I want to know what is what is something that we could really use other than like character, because we don't know these guys.
Well, they know their history. They know their history. You have your board, and their philosophy is if they're not more than 6 rankings apart on their board, if they're real close, then you can look at need. But you will look at medical history, and you will look at character. You will look at how much they want to play football and how they are in the locker room and what kind of teammate they are. And if they're all even on all of those things, then you can go by need.
I'll say one thing too, and Brad. I'll finish real quick with Brad if I could on that.
Sorry, Brian.
No problem. What Jerry will, and I'll finish with this. What Jerry will look for is Jerry wants somebody to tell him who this player reminds him of.
Yeah.
Jerry wants, if you in that draft room as a scout, and we all hate this as scouts, because I'll give you an example. To me, when I watched that Smith kid from Alabama play, hey KT, when you watch that kid from Alabama Smith play, he reminds me of Marvin Harrison. So if I was in that draft room with Jerry Jones and I'm talking about Devonta Smith, I am telling him, Jerry, this player reminds me of Marvin Harrison. Then Jerry all of a sudden goes, I got this guy. I understand him. Jerry, he you have to take him in a way, and sometimes that's going to be the difference in that room. Because Jerry, when they start putting the tags up there, Jerry's got a visual of this guy is this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. And when he knows all those things, that's when he finds a better way to draft.
Boys, I'm going to have to jump off. Everybody have fun. Have a great day. Thanks for having me. Brian, get a haircut. KT, great to see you, man.
me or Brad is Brad.
Brad Shan in the house? Wow.
Thank you, Brad.
Yeah.
So a quick
I'd just like to
challenge
say
for
that
Brian.
Brian Broadus is looking more like my late grandfather, more and more by the day.
I'm telling you guys, House of Commons, here I come, right? The right honorable gentleman from court.
I've got a quick challenge
I'm
for
going to stand
Brian.
up one day in that chamber. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to be in the back. I'm going to be in the very back. I'm going to have my program rolled up, and I'm going to be yelling at everybody there. Yeah.
Brian, you said that Jerry likes comparisons to past NFL players. Is there a possible comparison for Pitts? Would you suggest anybody that's roughly like Kyle Pitts, or is he a generational talent?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was thinking physically how he looks, just physically how he looks to me moving, and I think he's a little bit more smoother than this guy. He's Plaxico Burress to me. That ability, that long body, the route runner, the ability to extend. Burress had that ability. You get him down in the red zone, and when he went up, he was so much taller and longer than everybody else. Now, I've watched Pitts, and I know KT has, and he could comment about this too. When you watch Pitts, all these cornerbacks that we're talking about in the first round, he's running routes on, and he's like the Joseph kid from Kentucky. He like takes him, he nods him outside. Joseph goes flying out there, and he goes up the field, 70-yard touchdown. And you're like going, geez, it's amazing. That's but physically he looks like Plaxico Burress to me. Again, I know that's very old school, very old thinking, but just with his ability to reach and that length and that stuff, he's not like what you would say with Megatron there and those guys. I think that those are thicker kind of guys, but more of a slender, longer type of a player. That's who I would kind of compare him to as far as catching the football and extending for the football.
He's fun because he wins down the field. No, go ahead.
So no, go on, buddy. It's all right.
I'll be real quick. I just like he's fun because he wins down the field, and like you go look at some of these other guys, and they're great players. But all these wide receivers are winning at the line of scrimmage, getting a lot of screens. I mean, all of his routes are down the field, and he's winning from different positions, slot, in line. So occasionally, they'd put him in the backfield every once in a while. You know, like he's winning split out as a wide receiver. Like he's winning from all over the formation and down the field. And it's just like that is a special thing.
I was going to play devil's advocate a little bit, and I think from the comments that you and Brian have just made, might have already answered it. But if Pitts falls to 10 tonight and the Cowboys pass on him, would you both be really annoyed, or would you be saying, yeah, you know, that they went more for a need rather than this special talent? I know that's playing devil's advocate a little bit, but
no, Jamie, I love you. Jamie, I love you. I really do. Because you're Jamie, you're a stir it up guy. You're a stir it up guy. I like that. Yeah,
someone has to be right.
I would be pissed. I would be pissed. I would. And I think, I know KT's doing his show. I'm doing my show. And I think KT would text me and I would text him and it would be, can you believe they effing did that? You know, that would be one of those. That would be one of those draft day moments that we would all remember. But I don't think – two things. I don't think he gets to them at 10, and I don't think they would pass on him if he got to 10. But to answer your question, yes, I would be pissed.
If they pass on Kyle Pitts, I'm not going to say I'm going to do it, but someone's going to go pull the fire alarm button at the Star. I'm done.
KT's at the Star. KT's the one guy that's going to be at the Star tonight, and I can see KT taking off the headset and going right into the war room and getting Jerry like in a headlock and just start pounding on his head.
It's over. I'll just go home for the night. If we're not taking it to 10, then we're taking this seriously. If we're not going to take it seriously, then I don't need to be here. I'll just go home. That'll drive a man to drinking right there.
Yeah, I'm joining KT with doing that because if we pass on him, I'm going to be pissed because I like Pitts. I think this offense would be even more dangerous than what it originally is already.
Wait, hold on a minute. Are we still talking about Kyle Pitts here? Come on.
Paul, again, come back on. Kyle Pitts is your favorite.
That's it.
Let's talk about it.
Hey, you're the guys that all signed up for 24 hours of Kyle Pitts talk. I mean, that's hey, when I got the email from you guys, it's like, Broadus, we want you on for an hour of Kyle Pitts talk. Okay, that's what we want you on. Yeah.
I mean, so can we please start talking about some defense, please?
Paul, would you like to talk about Trevor Lawrence now? Your other favorite topic.
Do not do that, please.
You know, one guy that really intrigues me is, and say KT, Brian, I don't know if you guys have got a thing on this, but Golston from Iowa, he really intrigues me. Do you think that'd be a smart pickup, obviously later on in the draft?
You got that one, KT?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take this one for me. I mean, Golston, the thing about defensive end is second round. There's a bunch of guys there. Joe Tryon, if you want to talk about him, Basham, Peyton, Turner. And then I feel like there's a drop-off before you get to that next level. And to me, that next level, kind of that third tier, I have Chauncey Golston kind of near the top of that. I don't know where you have him graded, Broadus, but I do want this team to draft a defensive end at some point in this draft. And I like Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma, some of those names, but you start talking about Chauncey Golston. I mean, I think that's a guy who had some good production in Iowa, and I think he's quick. I mean, I think he gets off the line of scrimmage really quickly. I think he can slide inside and play some tackle on third down if you want to get a little quicker. Maybe you want to use Jalen and bump him down, use him as a rusher like they talked about doing last year and didn't do very much. But I think he's a well-rounded player. And, I think there's some things athletically they're going to, limit him a little bit. But, that's a guy early day 3. What are we picking, 115? Oh, yeah, Chauncey Golston. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think KT just nailed this kid. I mean, I really, really do. I think the thing that with Golston, that first step is just so impressive with him. But I kind of felt like that there was times where he wouldn't really take advantage of that. And, if you got the first step, you got to be able to gain the ground. You got to be able to gain the direction. You've got to be able to make that happen because you got to work underneath that blocker. And there's a lot of rushes where he's really, really good at that. And then others, you feel like that he kind of gets tied up. So I think the thing about him is, and we talk about Tank Lawrence, you're looking for guys that could be those complete ends. Can they rush the passer? Can they play the run? And when you watch the ball go to the outside on him, he's not going to let you get the edge on him. So I think with Golston, though, you're talking about a guy that has some complete game to him. I just wish that he would take a little bit better advantage of that first step. And I think KT's got him absolutely right on where he needs to be picked.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have a sort of secondary. It doesn't seem to have a sort of secondary move. If his first sort of pass rush move is absorbed by the offensive line, he doesn't seem to have a backup move.
Yeah. No, that's a good eye. No, you're absolutely right about that. That's, we always talk about that, and it's very good eyes on your part there because you want to have that ability. You want to have that counter move. If they're going to take that one move away, and that's the one thing that Randy Gregory can do. If you take Randy's hands away, then he's going to figure out a way to move his body to kind of get through and then work his hands back. So, I think that if you get stuck on one move and they stop you in your rush, that's the one thing that a tackle wants to do. If they could stop you in that rush and make you have to reset, they've got you. Ball's gone. So you're absolutely right about that. It's a very good eye on your part.
So I've got another quick one for Brian and KT. The coveted safety position for the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Have you got any insights for us in safety?
I mean, I like Richie Grant. And I think if they want a pure free safety, I like Richie Grant. How much do they like Merrick from TCU? I think that's the question we're all trying to figure out. Because the thing about Merrick is a good matchup player. He is a solid player. He played about half of his snaps from the slot. So if you want him to go match up with a good slot guy, he's to me a little quicker in coverage than he is. When we talk about turning and running and covering all the range of the speed, decent tackler. I mean, I like Merrick. Now, to me, Merrick is not a first-round player. But, going late first round, I can see that. So if you were to trade back or trade back in, I wouldn't have a problem with them taking Merrick. Everything you hear about him, that he is a great kid, like all the leadership and locker room stuff off the charts. All that stuff's really good. I like Richie Grant more than him. I can't get over Richie Grant's exciting plays. And Merrick's a better, tackler than Richie Grant and things like that. But Richie Grant as your center fielder, that's a lot of fun to me.
Yeah, KT's once again is dead on about these guys. And with Merrick, I think Merrick is that trade back. How far, we were talking about that earlier in our broadcast here, where if you traded back into, say you went to the football team at 19 or you went past the football team at 19 and, and got in there, I think that's more they probably would see Merrick. I know for a fact they love the player. Now, the next question you have to ask yourself is, okay, if they're not trading back, they're not going to take him at 10. I think a guy you need to keep an eye on is Jevin Holland from Oregon. I think that, to me, and this is a kid that when he opted out, and so that kind of goes against the Jerry, okay, I didn't get to see in 2020 play football. But this guy's like a true free safety in the way he plays. This guy's a ball hawker in the secondary. He knows how to position himself in order to play the ball. He reads, he reacts. He really comes forward when it comes to making the tackle. He's a good tackler. He gets his guy on the ground. I know for a fact, and talking to my buddies at Atlanta, what about Dan Quinn? Dan Quinn does value the safety. He really does value the safety. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys, we've seen so many drafts, and KT and I have lived this, where 3 safeties are on the board, and we're like, take a safety, and then they take Tristan Hill. And then you're like, then KT looks at me and goes, Brian, we can't help them. We just can't help them, and that's, but I think with Dan Quinn, I think the commitment, I wouldn't be surprised at 44 if we do see a safety come off the board for them at that spot.
Okay.
That'll be a long time coming.
Yeah. Well, coming up next on the show, we have Vice President of Cowboy Operations, Stephen Jones, joining us. So Brian brought us, and KT with us as well. But yes, we have the main man himself. How are we doing, Mr. Jones, sir?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing great, sir. We're doing great.
Yeah, surviving.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can imagine, when we knew you were coming on, the nerves went through the roof. But luckily, we've got 2 professionals with us, KT and Brian Broder. So hopefully they can alleviate some of those nerves for us. But yeah, big day for you, Stephen. So we just wanted to get, I know it's not long that you've got, as we say, very busy day for you. So we're just going to ask a couple of questions and let you get on with your day. But the one thing I wanted to know, and then I'll let everybody else weigh in, is on draft day for Stephen Jones and the Jones family, what is the mood like? Is it nerves? Is there apprehension? Or is it just another day in the office and pure focus?
I think it's pretty calm. It's not another day in the office, but it's kind of the calm before the storm, if you will. And I think everybody got a good night's rest last night. And a lot of people over the years, and I think this is part of the group, like to get a workout in this morning and, just get yourself set, knowing that the draft's not going to start till later on this evening. And then get situated out there a little afternoon and kind of roll up your sleeves and kind of start getting your mind right to go to work.
Okay. I'll let Paul take the next question this way. You got a question for Stephen there, Paul?
I do indeed. Hello, Stephen. Nice to see you again. I do have to make an apology towards you. Firstly, back in 2018, I was the man in the kilt screaming your name, asking for a photograph. So I was that guy. So my apologies.
Well, that's all good. I hope I figured out how to get to you.
No, you did. We did end up getting a picture together, so we're all good. So my question is when is the Dallas Cowboys coming back to the UK? That's my big question.
Well, to me, it's probably going to be sooner than later. We just, as part of the 17-game schedule, we passed a rule in the NFL where, at least once every 8 years, every team has to make an appearance there. The only issues have been in the past, we've been the visiting team because there's been such big investments in these stadiums back here at home that it's tough to give up home games. We've had the Jacksonville Jaguars obviously have been a mainstay over there. We got to go over there and play against them several years ago, but at least once every 8 years, we'll be making that trip.
Yeah, just to kind of add on top of that, Stephen, it's just when you mentioned the Jags there, that didn't feel like an away game. Actually, the whole Cowboys Nation completely took over that game. So, and that's why I'm kind of saying it's like we're desperate for you guys to come back sooner than later. So we miss yous.
Well, we appreciate your kind words, and we felt the same way. It was overwhelming to think there were that many Cowboy fans there in the UK, and we certainly enjoyed the trip. Our players enjoyed it. Obviously, our family enjoyed it. What great hospitality, and it was really a great experience to play a regular season game overseas.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you.
What did you think of Wembley Stadium? I know it's nothing in comparison to AT&T, but what did you make of the stadium?
Well, it's certainly special. It was our second time over there. Obviously, it had been renovated and was, it had a lot of improvements made to it. And, it's a special place to play. Obviously, it's predominantly a soccer stadium, but we thought it was just outstanding. And, so impressed with what's going on over in the UK in terms of the stadiums they're building. And but we certainly loved Wembley, and it was great to get back over there.
Brian, you've got a question for Stephen Jones there.
Yeah, so I mean, Stephen, at this stage, I know you've gone through 3 or 4 rounds of the of mock drafts with yourselves and the scouting team and everything like that. Do you envisage a scenario tonight where a trade comes out of nowhere that you're not expecting, or is that something you have covered off in your scenarios thus far?
Well, we've certainly gone through it. We've got, when you're sitting there at 10, I've said a couple times this week, it's very painstaking, very gut-wrenching to earn the 10th pick in the draft. And I hope we're not back here having Dak signed up long-term. I hope we're not back here in this top 10 for many, many years, but we certainly want to take advantage of it. And, we'd like to come away at the end of the day with a top 10 type player, because those are the players with the fewest holes. But at the same time, we've got to take into mind if there's a trade there where someone's offering you something that you can't refuse, you got to be prepared to evaluate that. We've certainly gone through that, what a normal trade would look like, and then, what a premium trade would look like if someone was really reaching to get up into the top 10 picks.
Yeah. Okay. Graham?
Yeah.
Hi, Stephen. It must be incredibly exciting to have the offense back to full power. How excited are you to have Dak under center for the next 4 years and to have this whole thing locked up?
Well, it's just outstanding. Obviously, we got a taste, and it wasn't a good one, of what it's like to not have Dak, to not have your starting tackles and Lyle and Tyron, to not have your other all-pro guard and Zach Martin. Zeke got a good taste of it. We got a good taste of it, and you certainly aren't the type of offense you want to be when you're missing those type of players. So, obviously, we feel so good about the health of all the guys who missed time last year. And, feel really good that our offense can certainly, be one of the top ones in this league with the personnel we currently have on the roster.
All right. Rich?
Hi, Mr. Jones. Just a bit of a quick one. Yeah. There's a good surname you got there.
Your Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor. With regards to, obviously, Sean Lee has just retired. So in the same year that you are looking to address and build up your defense, you've lost, obviously, leadership, integrity, a lot of those intangibles that you'd look for, ideally in a first-round pick. Does that come into play even more so and bear more weight now tonight given the situation, given that Sean's just left, more than it normally would at any other time?
Well, Sean Lee's on, top 5, one hand of the special, unique leaders that have come and players that have put on a Cowboys uniform. He's, just had rare leadership qualities. He certainly, I mentioned yesterday during his retirement announcement that, a lot of really great players have a little selfish streak in him. Sean, was able to, achieve greatness, but he was also the opposite of that. He wanted to bring young linebackers along. He was always, when he did have his injury issues, he was the first one in my office wanting to address the cap situation and how he could help us because he just felt so bad not being available at certain times that he wanted to do something about it. And so that is a void, and it's something we'll be looking for. I do think we have obviously players on our current roster that are ready to step up and lead. And whether it's a Leighton Vander Esch, a Jalen Smith, a DeMarcus Lawrence, all those guys, it's time for them to step up. But certainly when you get a top 10 pick, you want that player to check all the boxes with leadership, football character. You want those boxes to be elite. And certainly we feel like we have a chance to do that here today in the first round.
How have you found the whole scouting process this year? Obviously, it's been different with the no combine, limited interaction at the pro days, all that sort of stuff. How have you found that? And also, what are the family are planning on doing on September 11th when Arkansas face Texas?
That's a great question. It's been different for 2 years now. I mean, obviously last year we got a lot more information because most of the players had played. They had their, they put their work on tape. We were able to get it. We were able to go to the schools. The only thing different last year is we had to do all the meetings virtual and we had to do the draft virtually. But I thought Will McClay did an outstanding job of organizing everybody, and I thought it was seamless. I thought we covered all the players well. I thought we knew the players well. This year is a little more unique in that we all get to be in the room together this year. Well, at least there's some restrictions. We're limited to 10. But at the same time, the difficult thing has been, the lack in many cases of players who had to opt out because of personal situations. The Pac-10 and Big Ten canceled their season, then called it back on. And a lot of these top players had already had agents and were committed somewhere else. So, we've had some challenges this year that were different than last year. We're certainly ready for things to get back to normal, where scouts can get back on the road. We can get all the information, the players play their full seasons. All of those things would be nice to get back. But at the same time, we've certainly got to work with the information we have. I think our scouting department, led by Will McClay, has done a great job.
Absolutely.
As far as your second question, that Arkansas-Texas will be a fun one. It's always been a great rivalry. And, of course, most of our family, up until my sister and my kids, they all went to Texas. So Charlotte's got a son who actually plays at Texas. I've got a son who plays quarterback at Arkansas. I don't know if they'll be starting in those games, but it's certainly going to be a lot of fun in the Jones suite. We have the family suite in Fayetteville, and it'll be a great rivalry. I know the stadium will be packed, which will be great after a year of having, limited capacities there at college games as well. I think it'll be rocking and rolling, and it'll be a great football game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And we got a question, which was one of my questions I was going to ask you. But do you have a draft day ritual, or are you not superstitious at all?
Not really. I mean, like I said, the biggest thing I like to do is get a good, and I just finished it, a good workout in. It just kind of calms the nerves, and then you kind of, while you're working out, you're watching little media, a little of the different mock drafts and things that are going on, and seeing if there's any active news. But it's pretty quiet in the mornings before the draft. Things start to pick up a little bit in the afternoons, and then of course when the draft gets going, you want to have your A game ready, and we certainly feel like we're prepared. We feel like we've got our board in great shape. Jerry, myself, Will, Coach McCarthy, we're meeting late yesterday afternoon, and really feel like the hay's in the barn. We feel like we're ready. We feel like we've addressed a lot of different scenarios that come our way. And as I said, we're just looking to really improve our roster and get several great football players in this draft.
Yeah. Trying to go through some of the questions from some of the viewers. We'll just put this one up. Which player in the last 10 years whilst you've been at the Cowboys has been the biggest surprise to you, or has surprised you the most?
Well, you'd have to start with Dak. I mean, anytime you put the quarterback in the fourth round, I don't think if anybody thought he was going to be the Cowboys' Dak Prescott that he is today, he'd have been going up at the top of the draft in the first round. So, it's one of our better picks that we've ever made. Certainly, you've got to have good fortune, but he's just got rare leadership ability. He's got a rare hit factor. He's rare when it comes to winning, and we're just so fortunate to have him. But I think, obviously when we picked him in the fourth round, we were looking at several other quarterbacks at the time, and fortunately they were taken in front of our time to pick them, and we ended up with Dak. So definitely the biggest surprise probably in the last 5-6 years.
And I know this is a big question that got asked quite a bit that we needed to ask you. In terms of Dak Prescott's health, how fit and ready would you say Dak is, and in terms of his recovery?
Well, he's just doing a tremendous job. Of course, he's the Pied Piper out there. All our players are wanting to be there to support him, work with him. He's challenging everybody on our team to work as hard as he's working. That's what he brings to the table. And he's ahead of schedule. There's no question in my mind he's going to be 110% when training camp rolls around and ready to lead this team.
All right. Guys, got any questions for Stephen Jones?
Well, it's not necessarily a question. It's more of a... Oh, sorry, Jamie, you go first. You've not actually asked the question yet, sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course, Jamie, the Godfather.
On you go, Jamie.
Go ahead, buddy. It's all right.
Oh, on you go. It's all right.
Yeah, come on.
No, I was just going to ask, just so we can get maybe a feeling of what happens in the war room. And I want to go back to last year, and obviously it was made public by you guys in the draft interviews that CeeDee Lamb was so high on our board, and obviously he luckily for us he fell. So what's the feeling in the war room when someone that's so high on the board is there? Is it like everyone's running on ecstatic, or do you kind of take a breath, sit back, and still kind of look at the other options that are on the board, or do you all just say no? Let's just get the picking and celebrate.
No, we were, as you do with anything, you make sure that there's no one calling and there's not anything, and knowing that CeeDee Lamb's sitting there, that there very well could be calls, and we did get calls, but it would have had to been something really special to get us to come off our pick. We were obviously not unlike this year. We were focused more on the defensive side of the ball, so we went over the defensive player that we would normally take, but at the end of the day, it was a pretty short digestion that it was, CeeDee Lamb that we needed to take there. He was just a unique football player that had fallen into our lap, and feel like we made a great decision. And CD had a really good year last year, and I think he's only going to get better with each year. He's one of those guys that brings the leadership to the table. He's got the it factor. He's a baller. It was pretty easy, and no, we didn't take the full allotment of time to turn him in either. We turned it in, and a lot of smiles. Unfortunately, we weren't all in the room together. We were all spread out and had to do a little virtual celebration.
Go on, Paul. I know you had a question because we won't keep you much longer, Stephen. I know you're a busy man, but we'll do a couple more questions and let you go, sir.
Well, good news. It's not really necessarily a question. It's more of an idea. It's like, you ever thought about adding an extra brand to the Cowboys, not just America's team, but the world's team, to some like T-shirt designs and stuff like that? That would definitely sell with the UK fans.
I think I missed it. What was that?
So not just America's team, but the world's team. You could use that as a brand.
I like it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Something we need to consider. One of the things Jerry's the best at with our organization is we're never satisfied with where we are. So we're always looking for great new ideas, ways to improve our brand, ways to improve the way we go about our business. And his famous saying is, you're never staying the same. You're either going backwards or you're moving forward, and always willing to look at new ideas.
Well, has anybody got anything more for Stephen before we let a very busy man go on the busiest day of the year? Anybody got anything else? No?
I don't think so, man. Like
Well, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate all your work you do, bringing obviously our content, what the Cowboys are all about, to the UK, and we certainly look forward to heading your way sometime soon.
Yeah, we'll be waiting with a bottle of scotch for you, Stephen. So whenever you're ready, we'll keep that cork.
I'll sort that out. I'll sort that out for sure.
But obviously, from not just everybody in UK Cowboys, all the Cowboy Nation, we wish you all the luck for today and have a very exciting and fulfilled day. And hopefully, we'll get to speak to you again, sir.
Hey, I enjoyed it. Look forward to seeing you soon. Take care.
Thanks, Stephen.
Excellent. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks,
Bye now.
Wow.
So
we're just going to sit around for a minute. We're just going to sit around for a minute.
I think we need a good 10 minutes just to process what's just happened here. So, yeah. What the hell? You just.
So the last, if you haven't been involved, the last 2 hours where it was Brian Broadus, Mike Fisher, Brad Sham, West Coast, followed by Stephen Jones, that has to be the craziest chunk. And Katie, crazy, and it does not end there. It does not end. There are more guests we have lined up. Let's just go through some of them, and
Sorry, Mike,
I'm going to hand you over. Of course.
When you said has anybody got one more question? I bit on. I had to bite my tongue. So what are you doing at 10?
I know.
You really want to ask them that question, but you don't want to kind of come around and like just put them on the spotlight, because
yeah,
you know. But other than that, man, that's what a class act, man. What a class act.
Yeah, that was
just very nice guy.
Just so people are aware, they were asking us questions about who he would pick. We were not allowed to ask him questions on the draft. One of the stipulations.
I kind of forgot that.
Yeah. So it's not that we were ignoring you with your comments. We just couldn't ask him draft related questions in that respects. So just so you're aware. But coming up on the show next, we have Rob Phillips from Cowboys Media, Ari Temkin from 105 The Fan, the boss man himself, Derek Eagleton, Mickey Spagnova, Dave Hellman,
Mike,
RJ. Go on.
Just before you say that, we also have Nick Eatman coming on at 7 o'clock.
Nick Eatman, yes. He has.
I confirmed that in the last hour, so that's also happening.
Freaking awesome.
We got Heckma Harrison, Cammy Griffin with Cowboys Y'all as well. Jay or Jordan Tucker, I can't wait to speak to him. Taylor Stern is back on. Jeff Reinbold, and then one you definitely won't want to miss, which is later on tonight. Barry Griffiths from Cowboys Experiences coming on with a number of Cowboys players, so look out for that. But thank you as well, guys, for all your comments so far. As well, we need to add about the charity that we are doing at the moment, tied in with the show. All on our page as well. Charity event. Sorry, I'm trying to get my words out here. Charity event for Just Giving for the NHS. So just go ahead. Anything you can do, $1, a quid, a yen, a euro, whatever you want. Just put that in there in the pot for us. But also as well, competitions. Go onto our social media. We are doing giveaways, and the giveaways are totally free. All you got to do is just get involved. There you are. It is as simple as that.
Just to add on top, it's like so far that we have raised £245 so far. So thank you to everyone has donated so far. So all the money is going towards the doctors, nurses, and medical staff that helps within this terrible time during the pandemic. So all the money is going towards them for the NHS charities. So guys, if you can donate, fantastic. It's all going towards the doctors and nurses, and that's so great. Thank you.
So I have to go do a hop, a skip, and a jump. So Brian is taking over the hosting duties for the moment because I have to go do my primary job, which is be a father. So I'm going to go take care of the little one for the minute while the wife goes to work. Funnily enough, for the NHS. I will be back a bit later.
I'll be back at 15 as well. I need to go get a shower.
So, guys, you've got everything you need, and these guys are going to take care of you in the next couple of hours while I go do a couple of bits and pieces. Stay on the air. Look out for the guests, competitions, giveaways, and I'll see you all again soon. But these guys are going to keep things going. See you all in a bit.
And I'll be back as soon as possible.
How long have we been on so far now?
Well, this is now an hour and 50 on top of the 8 hours. We're coming up on 10 hours.
Just shy of 10.
That's crazy. Gentlemen, I need to run as well. Apologies, because I got to drive down to Portsmouth. I'm just going to be staring blankly ahead, just like, I just spoke to Stephen Jones. What the heck? That's mad. Crazy. Right, peace, gents. You have the helm. Enjoy.
We will chat to you later tonight, Rich. Get there safe.
Like just on that point, I have made it clear as day to Claire what a big deal it is to talk to Sir Stephen Jones. She knows full well how excited I was for 5 o'clock. Oh, I need a minute.
Well, I'd drop in and out there beforehand. I was trying to get in touch with Shelby, Stephen's assistant. I've been talking to Shelby for the last 10 days, trying to get this organised and set up. And I was half contemplating. I couldn't get anything back from Shelby, and I was going, Jesus, is he going to come on? Is he not going to come on? And I had to drop out of the studio just in case he did. And, like, it was so great to get that, to get 15, 20 minutes with the gentleman to give us the time. As you say, what a class act, spoke to us, respected our opinions. It's amazing.
Just to kind of, so just like to jump up back at that, just to kind of go back, because we obviously had Brad BB, we had Brad Sham, and I think I put it in the group while we're off air. I just love how, like, Brad is just like such a proper gent. Like, literally, when he's answering your question, he'll refer to you and kind of not just kind of skip on you. It's like you sat in pub with you. It was really fun. It's just like, but when they came on and just like started roasting each other, that was
you feel like you know them personally. They're that down to earth and like they engage and like call you by name and just like they refer, like take their point. They take your points on, and it's really good to talk to all the Cowboys content makers. It's absolutely brilliant. But to go back to Stephen Jones for a minute, I was just Stephen. It came to my question. I was hi Stephen.
Yeah, I didn't realise Mike was going to come to me, and I was like, oh shit, I don't have my question lined up. What am I going to say? And like I knew it was going to ask him something about trades, and it was totally not what I planned to ask. Yeah. So, the joys of live TV.
Literally, like the panic, like literally, because obviously we can see, can't we, that when people are in the waiting room, and do you know what I mean? It's been let's say 4 months in the coming, and God knows how many sleepless nights, Brian, you had trying to deal getting him on and all the technical stuff. And like it was like you stand. I was like, mate, no. I was like, you started, and then literally like, all right, I'm going to drop out and I'll watch the feed. And I was like sat there thinking, this is just not real. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, we're dropping out games. And it's like Jesus, like what? It's just like then it was just this sheer panic. It was just crazy. It was like that 20 minutes or so just wasn't a real 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it was so surreal.
Yeah, and I'm glad I got the important question in about Texas and Arkansas.
Yeah.
I loved it how Brian even threw up the sneaky little horns as well.
Yeah.
Because guys, I've got to literally. shoot off, I'll be about 20 minutes. I've got to run an errand, so I'll be 20 minutes and I'll be back.
Okay.
Cool.
So Jamie's leaving it in the hands of the Celtic
good.
boys.
Yeah. Right. Peace out, boys. See you in about 20 minutes or so.
Cool. Take it easy. So, gentlemen, what a come down. And I mean, the thing is, we've Rob Phillips on with us in 5 minutes' time. You know, and like Rob is going to have a pretty unique take on things. Nick Aitman, who up to this morning, I literally woke up to a message from Nick to say, "Hey guys, do you still want me?" And he came on straight away and was like, "Yeah, absolutely." You know, so like these guys are giving up their time freely to talk to us. Like we're just, you know, we're just blown away by the support that we're getting from these people, and can't thank them enough. But I think we do have some content that we're going to cover over the next couple of hours. So I think we've kind of covered the pizza party player. We're going to talk about draft facts from The Godfather. So that will be once Jamie gets back on. We have a top 50. Tell us what your top 50 is and if you agree with the team's rankings. So we're going to give you a rough estimate or an idea of who's inside our top 50s. Take it from there. We're going to talk about a battle of the boards, and hopefully we'll also have Barry Griffiths on air with us again at some stage. Barry is in touch with us on a regular basis, just trying to organize things. So we don't have a set time with Barry when he'll be on, but as soon as we know, we'll let you all know that you can get back on and logged in with us. Gentlemen, does anyone want to say anything?
Oh God!
No, just we'll just dip into what's rolling on NFL Network.
Yeah,
seeing stuff like it's just on in the background. Just seeing stuff like are the Patriots considering moving up from 15? Could the Eagles address cornerback? You know what do we think? What do we think for the Eagles? Because we've I don't think we've really covered the NFC East just yet. I mean, what do you guys think with them being so far behind us? I mean, the Eagles could address secondary, they could address tackle. From what I know, that they haven't ruled out quarterback as far as I'm aware, and they could also do with some need on in the wide receiver core. What do we guys think?
The way I'm looking at it, and I was doing up rosters over the last few days. They need wide receivers. Their starting receivers are Jalen Reagor, Greg Ward, and Travis Fulgham. Their starting corners are Darius Slay and Avonte Maddox. They could get by with the two of those. They can't get by with the receivers they have. So I think this talk that they might want to jump up for JC Horn, I think it's smoke and mirrors to try and get us to do something. That's my take on it. But Lauren, I don't know what you think.
No, I certainly think that the wide receivers, the need for them, to be honest, you know, they've got an okay offensive line. You know, they've got guys that are serviceable, nothing else. You need somebody to be catching the ball, though. You don't want when your fans are saying that, you know, they're catching babies coming out of buildings, burning buildings better than Nelson Aguilar and all that. You need to be picking up a good pass catcher.
And with that, we'll introduce Rob Phillips has joined us there down in the bottom left-hand corner. How are things, Rob?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good. Thanks.
We're all in recovery mode at the minute after our 15-20 minute chat with Stephen.
Did he tell you who you were picking at 10? I didn't get to listen to it. Did he drop any hints?
He said Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. Okay. That would be a twist. That's awesome that he came on with you guys. How many guests do you guys have booked? I was just curious. I meant to ask you, Brian, before I jumped on.
We have between 40 and 50, to be honest with you, Rob. Like between the guys, yourselves and the Dallas Cowboys media team, the guys in 105.3, the Fan, a lot of the content providers around Dallas and Texas, and some of the content providers in the US as well. We have some of our fan groups here in the UK joining us, and then Barry Griffiths, who looks after Cowboys experiences, has been organising a few players. So we drew Pearson on at 3 o'clock our time, so about 2.5 hours ago for 15 minutes, which was phenomenal.
God bless you guys. And by the time that they pick, it's going to be what, 2 o'clock in the morning over there? Something like that.
Probably 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe a bit later.
You guys are the best.
Hence, we've got the Lucas.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm happy to be on. Happy to be on. We're counting down the hours here. I feel like we've talked about this for a year now, and it's definitely been a few months. But I'm ready to see what they do here at 10.
So jumping straight into it, Rob, what is your own thoughts on 10? I mean, almost universally, everyone is saying JC Horn. Is that your own feeling, or?
Well, Horn or Surtain, and you know, I could see why there's been kind of a shift towards Horn in maybe the last week or two, just because of, you know, maybe he plays more of a style that could be more conducive to takeaways and building on what they did defensively late last season. He does have that family connection to Mike McCarthy, having his dad coached by McCarthy 20 years ago with the Saints. So there's that. I like Surtain. If I had to pick between the two, I might go with Surtain just because I'm a little biased. I've watched every Alabama game. I watched them beat up on everybody else, and I've seen him for a couple years now, and I just think he kind of reminds me of like a Terrence Newman type prospect when he came out 20 years ago for the Cowboys. I just think he's going to play in the NFL a long time and be probably a Pro Bowl guy eventually. You know, and I think at this point in the draft process, we're finding reasons to nitpick certain guys or nitpick the logical solution. And to me, it's cornerback based on how good those two prospects are. But I think he's getting nitpicked a little bit because maybe he's not a great athlete, something like that. But I just think he's going to play a long time in the NFL, and I wonder if he's even going to be there at 10. Maybe Horn's not there at 10 either, and if they're thinking cornerback, they're going to have to shift. So it's interesting. You know, we're hearing that chatter in the reports already this morning. Hey, Philly might be willing to move up, stuff like that. So it's going to get interesting.
Just on the moving up and down, Rob. Say the Cowboys were to try and accept a trade, maybe to the late teens. Give us a few names where you would expect to see in the late teens where the Cowboys could perhaps get better value whilst taking on maybe a second or a third round pick.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. You know, Jerry said the other day, you know, I'm laying awake at night thinking about my phone ringing. You know, he's always up for a trade if it makes sense, right? I would be hesitant to trade too far down just because typically when the Cowboys and other teams go through this process, usually you've got grades on maybe 20 first-round grades on maybe 20 prospects, maybe less than that. So to me, I'm more inclined to sit and pick at 10 just because it's so rare to be in this spot. And I think you've got an opportunity to hopefully draft somebody that's going to be a walk-in starter, Pro Bowl type player that can help transform your defense. That's at least the way I would look at it. If they did trade down, you know, you could look at certain names like, you know, the Notre Dame safety / linebacker. I think he's a really talented guy. Barmore out of Alabama. To me, they've taken some steps on the defensive line to shore up that interior, shore up that run defense. But to me, that's still a huge question mark. You know, if they could find a Barmore or a run stuffing type interior presence in this draft, it would be great. The problem is it's kind of a lean position this year. So those are the names that might stand out to me.
Yeah, Barmore is definitely what you would call it. It can definitely take up two offensive linemen to open up the gaps for someone else to make pass to the quarterback or get the running back just for the pass rush. So it's definitely something that we need for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, there's some questions there still. You know, I think they liked what Neville Gallimore did last year. Tristan Hill.
Gallimore's my boy. I tell you, man.
he's going to be. I think he's going to be good. And they signed a couple guys, but until they show they can stop the run, I mean that's the biggest problem I think they've got. I know I'm talking secondary. I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth. I think I'm thinking more corner just because they didn't address it in free agency. They really didn't do it. But I think the problem is defensive line, pass rush. Those are needs too. It's just not it just doesn't seem to be an elite class for either one.
Yeah, like interestingly, in that talk, Graham, as you said, of the trade down scenario, I saw earlier in the week that someone said Kwity Paye as a potential trade down target. What would your thoughts be on that? That's for you, Rob.
For me.
That's for me. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking him.
Yeah.
What are you asking him?
Sorry about that. He's got a lot of talent. I don't want to make the Taco comparison just because they both played at Michigan and all that. I think, his numbers, he doesn't have high sack totals, but he's got a lot of natural ability. So in a trade down situation, that's something I might look at because I do think, Brian, that defensive end might be sneakily the biggest need they've got defensively. That's why, to me, like at 10, I don't really care what position they take as long as they take a defensive player. I'm happy.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for saying that. I've been saying this all along. All along, I've been saying this. I was like, anyone in defense, please.
Yeah, I mean, and I think I get it. Kyle Pitts might be a Hall of Famer. He's probably going to go well before 10. We'll see. Offensive line, you could probably talk me into. I just think the further and further away we get from early January, we kind of forget, man, defensively is the reason why. I mean, they lost Dak to the season, but defensively, they've got to find some more playmakers. And I still think they could stand to upgrade or add competition at any of the top 3 levels. Kwity Paye would help shore that up because, look, Randy Gregory's probably your starter at the other defensive end spot opposite Tank. He's had problems staying on the field. Everything we've heard, look, he's in great position in his life, and they added Basham, in free agency, but you can never have enough pass rushers, even if you've got a Randy Gregory for 16 games and 40 snaps a game. So I think it's something you look at, but you might have to do it early because I just don't know how many great pass rushers they've got in this draft, maybe beyond the first 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that, we've obviously let go of Alden Smith as well, so we've actually kind of we have brought people in, but we've also lost people. So it's you're kind of saying that the same goes with O-line as well. You can never have enough of them. It's always good to have more than usual. And they're the most the pretty much are, which I'd like to define as the battering rams of football, because they're the first they're the 2 lines of defense and offense. So it's just smash mouth right in your face. So they're more prone to injuries and stuff like that. It doesn't matter what side of the ball, if you're offense or defense. But you're right, Rob. It's like you can never have more than enough of them.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So again, another one for Rob. What are the chances of the Cowboys taking the coveted safety that we've been crying out for years?
Oh, the age-old question, right? I mean, it's almost become like a joke. Stephen Jones kind of laughs about it when he brings up safety in interviews.
We were afraid to ask him that.
What did you say? Did you guys ask him about safety?
No, we didn't. We didn't want to push the button. Essentially, we just kept it. we kept it nice and light-hearted and have a good laugh with him, which was great. So, nothing but a class act. So he was class act.
Yeah, he's great, and he's not going to give anything away. I think safety is a possibility in this draft. I don't know how early. I think. Look, Dan Quinn comes in and he's had good safety play where he's been. He's had great safety play where he's been. I think they recognize that's a need. Maybe that's a shift in their philosophy, even though I think to a certain extent it's a little misleading. They've tried to get Earl Thomas here. Now, I think that ship's probably sailed at this point. They didn't add him when they could last year, but they've tried to get top shelf safeties at times. It has, but overall hasn't been a huge priority. Maybe that's shifting because they signed 3 safeties in free agency and a couple guys that have played for Dan Quinn. In that scheme, it's important to have a really quality free safety back there. I'm not sure where. Second round, there are some prospects that might get your attention. Holland out of Oregon. I kind of like Gillespie out of Missouri, maybe in the middle rounds, but it's a possibility, and I think even though they signed KZ and he's a guy that can go get the football, he's coming off a major injury. So I wouldn't say, they're set at safety by any means.
It's definitely not set in stone by any means, but like you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Expanding on that safety talk, Rob, like someone here has brought in the comments like Richie Grant. Like, are you taking a free safety rather than a strong safety in this draft? Because you've the likes of Richie Grant, Javon Holland, you've Morig. There seems to be a lot of free safeties available.
Yeah, I would probably look more at the freeze type safety, a guy with some range that can help you in that cover three, if that's in fact what they show more of under Dan Quinn. I think Donovan Wilson, it's interesting. Xavier Woods was their free safety in a sense, but he was more of a box player last year. Donovan Wilson was back coverage some. Yep. To me, Donovan Wilson is a perfect box safety, a strong safety, a big hitter, a guy that plays around the line of scrimmage and make things happen. I would look to add another type free safety type, kind of like KZ, who's rangy, who can go get the football and help protect your back end. So I agree with you, Brian. That's what I'd be looking for.
Yeah. Brilliant. As we say, we need a replacement for the guy over my shoulder.
Yeah, the GOAT, right? Couple GOAT jerseys back there, 50 and 38.
Yeah, 50 and 38.
If there's one thing we need to do for our Brian here is actually get him to meet the GOAT. That we need to do that for him. that needs to happen. Some point in his life, he needs to meet the GOAT.
We can set that up. I don't know if he's still in the Dallas area, but Brian, we could fly you down one day and try to get something.
No, to be fair, Barry from Cowboys Experience dropped me a message just when we started the second show and literally goes, "You Jeff Heath fan?" And I'm there like, that jersey's game worn. I'll sort something out for you. Because he knows Jeff's wife, Elaine. It's Elaine, isn't it? It's Jeff's wife.
Yes. Yeah.
But you kind of segue there in relation to number 50. Linebackers is obviously going to be a need in this draft. Where or is there a sweet spot for that?
To me, there's a sweet spot as early as round 2. The LSU linebacker, Jabril Cox, I'm not sure where he's going to go. Missouri linebacker, Bolden, I believe. Like there's some guys that you look at and say they got really high production that could be plugged into this defense and try to help out. Now to a certain extent, they address that position if Keanu Neal's going to play weak side linebacker, but he's 215 pounds. How many snaps is he going to take at the linebacker position? I know he's been a box safety in the past, but that's another position, like Paul was saying. To me, you can't have enough linebackers because Sean Lee did his retirement press conference a couple days ago, talked about all the injuries he's had. It's such a high impact position, not to mention, special teams is usually linebackers really help you in that area. It wouldn't surprise me if they definitely draft a linebacker, maybe 2 linebackers with 10 picks or however many picks they end up with. We'll see. I kind of like Derek Barnes too out of Purdue in the middle rounds. I think he's a guy that is tough, physical, high production in a major conference. But that's another need too. Depth at that position.
Yeah.
So another one on linebacker. Does what happened over the weekend depend on Leighton Vander Esch's 5th-year option? Like if they feel good about linebacker, does that perhaps influence Tuesday's decision?
Stephen Jones was kind of asked that question, Graham, and he basically said whether we pick it up or not, it doesn't necessarily mean anything regarding what we think about him long term. They're tied up against the salary cap this year, and he's going to cost, on the 5th-year option would be over $9 million. So we'll see what they do there. Even if they don't pick him up 5th year, I don't know if that necessarily means he won't be back. But it does add a less layer of protection, right? Where you've got Vander Esch on a 1-year deal left. Jalen Smith, kind of year to year, there's speculation about whether he'd be back for cap reasons and such. So your linebacker position could look very different a year from now, to your point. So that's something that you've got to consider. And Neal's on a 1-year deal too, I believe. So it's something to consider, but I do think they like Leighton's talent still a lot. But they need to see, hey, how he does this season. Can he stay healthy? Can he stay productive for him?
See, that's the thing about Leighton. Like, I think he is just a natural linebacker. Like, it just gets his head down and just makes the tackle. And he's always seems like when he's 100%, some of the plays he makes is just like, how the hell did he actually? He might, like, I think. I'm trying to remember what game it was. I think it was against Atlanta where he managed to wrap up an offensive tackle and the running back and bring both of them down on the sideline. Like, that is just pure determination to get after the ball.
Yeah.
And you can't teach that. That is just drilled to the mind. And it's just kind of it's just mental. But when it comes to, like, I just want to kind of go back to, like, what we were talking about, like, Sean Lee and retiring and Van Der Esch, and that is like the depth of the draft and going for the picks and that. I thought it's one thing from last season. I just feel so we just didn't had enough people to kind of come in, fill in the spots, and we were just trying to do like compromises. We had to bring like Francis Bernard in from the practice squad in. Like he was even though he was a big standout during training camp and that, but just kind of going forward, I think what you're saying is like 2 linebackers in the draft for 10 picks. I think that's definitely something we need to consider.
Yeah, not to mention they lost Joe Thomas in free agency, who did a nice job.
That's right. Yeah, I totally forgot all about that.
Yeah, they should have, looked at. I'm sure they did look at re-signing him and didn't. So depth is a major issue there, in my opinion, too. I agree with you.
Yeah.
What's your take on Michael Gallup, the contract situation?
To me, Dave Hellman and I kick this stuff around, and it's like, you've got a surplus at that position. But to me, I would worry about Gallup's contract when it's time to worry about it, because you can make the same argument about offensive line. People that want to go get an offensive lineman at 10 and protect Dak's investment, protect him. I just signed Dak Prescott to $160 million. I want to surround him with all the best receivers I can for this season and try to go win now and see how it goes. I think what's interesting is, Amari Cooper, they to this point have not touched his contract and restructured it to create more cap space, which means as early as next offseason, if you wanted to part ways to save money, you could do that and not have a huge cap hit. Now, to me, he's such a highly productive player. I don't really look at that, but it's something that's, people talk about, and it's like, well, how does that impact Gallup? Well, if you had to make a decision between the two, you're preserving that option. I know they really like him, and I know they're trying to win now. So while it's interesting, the idea of maybe picking up an extra draft pick in a trade, I would keep him and keep Dak happy for this year.
So, taken, as you say, you brought up the O-line. Obviously, they're going to pick up O-line somewhere across this weekend. Where, again, would you say is the sweet spot? Because we kind of talked about this earlier, that there's a possibility they might pick one of the 2 centers if they were available at 44.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. And there was a question in the press conference about how you view Biotish. Is he your starter going forward? And Mike McCarthy talked kind of in general terms about how you can never have enough offensive linemen, and they'll probably take one. And I think they like Tyler a lot. I don't know if that's, to me, that might be a little early to be going for an interior offensive lineman. Because they've got Connor McGovern who can play center, even though Joe Looney has not been re-signed. To me, if I were looking at an offensive line position, and we've got our mock drafts coming out on DallasCowboys.com pretty soon, like I'm looking at offensive tackle, and maybe a guy that can kick inside to guard. And there's some names as early in the first round, second round, but you might be able to find an offensive tackle as that potentially could develop into a starter as late as the 3rd, 4th round. It seems like it's a pretty deep position. So the sweet spot, maybe as early as the 2nd round. But and while there are questions, Connor Williams on his final year of his deal, I'm looking at tackle at least long term. Like, okay, Lyle and Tyron good for this year, but hey, let's get ourselves some insurance in case we got another problem like we did last year.
Mm-hmm. One of the big discussions we've had during the off season so far is the health of Tyron Smith. Yeah. And if you're going to have to play in December without Tyron Smith, is it time to address offensive tackle? And it's been mixed, shall we say. What would you say about the health of Tyron Smith for the entire season?
Everything they've told us is that they think he's going to be better than ever. That he's got, they're solving these neck issues that he's had. To your point, Graham, he's missed 3 games or so. You can kind of count on that for the past few years, and then it turned into 14 last year. That's why your eyebrows kind of raise and say he's been in the league a long time. You hope he's going to be able to give you 13, 14 starts, and maybe you just need a solid swing tackle for a couple games. But yeah, I mean, I think the fact that they not only are saying that he's going to be healthy, they restructured his deal again, and creating more potential dead money down the road shows, I think they really do feel good about his prognosis, and they got a great medical staff here, obviously. But I do think it's time to start looking for, some competition at that backup tackle spot. And they did sign a veteran, but just in case, because when Dak went down, it wasn't just Dak going down. It's having a backup quarterback with 2 totally unproven tackles, and it just totally changed how you could play offense last year. So they've got to start looking at that, and they very well might in this draft. Not sure how soon or how early.
I think that kind of proves not just necessarily for Dallas, but kind of proved that with Kansas City in the Super Bowl when they lost it. Like that just comes to show when you don't have a starting tackle, it just seems to go over the place. Mahomes was trying to overcompensate, and you saw what Tampa did to him. So it's definitely a position we definitely need to address either now or some point soon.
Even the great Pat Mahomes is doing like Matrix type moves in the Super Bowl, trying to dodge pass rushers, and he wasn't Pat Mahomes, And so even the great quarterbacks, it's a huge thing. And to your point, Paul, I mean, the Chiefs made a huge effort to upgrade that this spring to make sure that he's good. So, depth, something the Cowboys need to look at.
Okay, a question straight out of left field. Mac Jones isn't going number 3, is he?
We had that exact debate in the office yesterday. Like, really? I mean, and he's a great college player, but Alabama quarterbacks are really hard to evaluate because their teams are so good. They have everything around them. Hey, it's in the eye of the beholder. And if the 49ers think he's perfect for their system, then, all power to them. But, if we're just talking quarterbacks in this draft, I think Justin Fields is a better prospect. That's just me.
I totally agree. One of the problems I've always had with the 49ers moving up to 3 is they've basically accepted third choice. Like, they've given up all that draft capital to then go and say to the Jags and the Jets, we'll take who's left. We'll take the best of who's left. And it's never quite sat well with me how much they've given up to go and get a QB that might not be there.
And here's the thing, Graham. I'm totally surprised about the trade in general, despite what they did years before. They let the Bears trade up one place for David to go to Trubisky, and they got all those draft picks, which was smart which was genius, absolute genius, just for one spot. But now they do this. I mean, what the hell just happened?
We had that exact discussion in the office, like, if they're moving all the way up for this, they got to know who they're picking, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not telling anybody. They've got to know. But it's interesting, if you're moving up just to say we'll take who's left, so why is that good that you just know that whoever you get's going to be a great player? I mean,
so one of the crazy hot takes I mentioned on a previous show was, it's like, what if Trevor Lawrence falls down to 3? Is that what they're banking on? Like, it's the only reason I could really think, like, because he would be a really good fit for San Fran, better than like Matt Jones, I think, personally. But I'm just like, is that what they're really doing? They really think Jacksonville might go for Fields and number 2 might be someone else? Like, I don't know. We just don't know.
It's a ton to give up, right? And But hey, people think Mac Jones might be the next Tom Brady. So hey, maybe he will be. I don't know. That seems like a lot to ask for a young guy, but you never know, I guess, right?
But if that's the case, then I am the next. I don't know. I can't even think of anybody. Oh God, I'm the next Larry Allen then.
So to change up the question again, Rob, sorry, Lauren, on you go.
No, I was going to say there's a lot of strange things that always happen with the draft. I mean, guys like Laramie Tunsil, I mean, Miami should be creating a statue for him because not only did they drop to them, but I mean, they've now got all this draft capital from trading them to Houston. You know, when Bill O'Brien was on his 3 bottles of whiskey or whatever it was that made them do those trades.
Yeah, bravo. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's such draft capital is so precious, you know, and so you got to really know if you're moving up, it's worth it. I mean, if you're dipping into next year's draft or whatever, that's why Jerry kind of indicated, you know, not completely that they, you know, you're more likely to move down than move up in this draft. And you hear reports this morning that maybe the Saints are going to try to move all the way up from the back of the back of the first round. It's like, you better know that it's a guy you really want. I mean, the Cowboys moved up for Mo Claiborne 9 years ago and it didn't work out for him. So I think they're in a pretty good position to just sit and wait and see what happens at 10, you know, and you know, maybe somebody jumps in front of them. We'll see, but they got a great chance to have the top defensive player on their board just sitting right there at 10.
One of the just talking about starting again with the Saints. One of the questions we had this morning, Rob, was would you rather start a brand new franchise? Would you rather start the franchise with Penny Sewell or Trevor Lawrence?
Wow, that's a great question. I would always take the quarterback, but if you're taking the quarterback, you better find him a left tackle pretty quickly, you know?
Yeah.
Look at Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. I mean, he's got all the talent in the world. I think he's going to have a great career, but they let him just get beat up for 13 games last year, and look what happened to him. So the quarterback, it's the most important position by far, but like the Mahomes thing in the Super Bowl, if there's nobody's protecting you, you can look very average in a hurry.
Exactly. Yeah.
Trying to think of an hot take here.
So, Paul, you kind of mentioned it there a couple of minutes ago. Sorry, I was just trying to organize something else at the same time. Yeah. Well, here's a scenario and a hot take, Rob, and talk us through it, because I think there's a possibility Justin Fields is the first pick tonight. He's working in Urban Meyer's system.
Wow.
He knows Urban Meyer's system. He plays Urban Meyer's system. Why would they take Trevor Lawrence ahead of him? But the one problem that creates is Trevor Lawrence ends up with the 49ers, and the 49ers are pretty close to being ready to go.
Oh, that's Paul's dream scenario, right?
No, it's not a dream scenario. I've been saying this all along.
That would be quite a twist, man. I don't know if y'all saw Draft Day, but that was what it reminded me of. It's the number one question pick, and then he falls. I would imagine the Jaguars are putting up Lawrence jerseys, and it's a done deal. Just because, I mean, all the draft prognosticators say he's this generational quarterback talent. Remains to be seen. What they put around him. I'd be shocked at that personally, but I do think, Brian, I think Justin Fields has all I needed to see from Justin Fields was when he played Clemson in the playoff and had a broken rib or whatever that was, and just still went out and dominated. That's all I needed to see. I think he's going to be a really good player.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you make of teams drafting quarterbacks high, Rob? Do you think for instance, somebody like the Jets who maybe don't have the skill position talent required for a young QB, would you rather put the pieces in place and then take your quarterback, or would you rather start again with Zach Wilson and reset the board basically?
That's a great question. I think if you find a quarterback prospect that you just fall in love with, I think you take him first, and then if you're not comfortable with the pieces around him, because we've seen young quarterbacks get ruined based on, the lack of talent or protection in front of them. I'm thinking of David Carr in Houston back in the day. We got sacked like 80 times his rookie year. I think in that situation, you sit him down for a year maybe, and you have a bridge quarterback, and you try to your point, Graham, try to build up things around him to make sure he's got the right system in place. I would never pass up a quarterback that I think is special for that reason. But again, you got to make sure once he's in the game, he's in a position to succeed. And the problem is, these teams that are drafting really high, they don't have a lot of pieces to fit. They got a lot of needs too elsewhere besides the quarterback position. So it's never really a great place. Sometimes if a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers falls like he did in 2004, it's a blessing in disguise. You're making less money on your rookie contract, but you actually in a situation where you might have some success.
And I mean, I think with the Jets,
just always
or Dak Prescott.
Yeah, Dak
worked out okay for Dak. Yeah.
As we do these weekly shows, I often reference the Jets for quarterback, and goodness, it would take so long to go down the list of first round talent that they've taken. It seems almost as if the Jets had the same conversation, 4 years ago when they've moved on from that QB. Did he have any better talent than Zach Wilson's going to have? I just think the Jets are going round and round in circles.
No, you're right. Sam Darnold looked pretty happy to get out of there just because
they
didn't put him. Maybe he didn't feel like he was in the best spot to be successful. Carolina might be a better spot. So your point's well taken because quarterback can't do it all on its own. They're all on its own. There's no question about that.
Just want to welcome Ari Temkin to the show. How we doing, man?
What's going on? What up, Rob? How are you, buddy?
Ari, how you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good. Just trying to count this down. Let's get this going,
Yeah, no kidding. Paul, love the Texas flag behind you. Hell yeah. Oh, look at that. Texas forever, baby.
Man, I didn't see that.
The only thing that's missing right now is actually me being in Texas, moving there full time. That's the only thing that's not happening. But I still need to wait for the US government to allow me to fly back over. But we'll see what happens.
We'll put in a good word for you. If you had Steven on already, ask him. Jerry might be able to pull some strings for you.
I really want to ask him if he was offering any jobs. I really wanted to ask him.
Don't be taking Rob's job.
With Paul, it's nothing to do with COVID. He's just questionable.
Bye. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, God.
Great stuff.
I love you, Paul.
So, Ari, how are things anyway? And how is your draft prep been going?
Great. I in addition to the work I do for the Dallas Cowboys radio network and 105 to the Fan, I host a talk show on Sirius XM's Big 12 radio and ESPNU radio. So I'm a big part of Sirius XM's college coverage. So, it's the perfect coming together of, the college football and the NFL, where watching these guys, certainly mostly from a Big 12 lens, but, doing a lot of work for ESPNU as well. Getting to see these guys at the college game and starting to see where they're gonna go and who gets drafted.
Very good. So we've kind of put everyone on the spot and said, what do you think is the pick going to be at 12? We've almost had a unanimous shout from everybody for JC Horn, but if the pick is Patrick Surtain, they're not going to be disappointed. Are you in the same camp, or is there someone else you want?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, it's been widely reported now that the Cowboys at 10 are probably zeroing in on Surtain or JC Horn at 10, which, I think you could do a lot worse than that. Me personally, I hope if any of the four offensive players that I like, which would be Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater, the offensive tackle from Northwestern, Kyle Pitts, or Jalen Waddle, if any of those four on the board at 10, that's where I would go.
Oh, you're going to set Paul off again.
In a good way or a bad way?
Paul absolutely loves Kyle Pitts. He's getting his Kyle Pitts tattoo tomorrow.
I just don't think he's going to be available. I would say of the two guys I just named that are most likely to be available, I guess it would be Slater and Waddle. And, I just think the Cowboys have they have a luxury where they could draft an offensive player where they have some redundancy because they have 10 picks, and I don't think they're going to end up taking 10 players. So, I mean, you can package, you could package a 3rd round pick and try to move up in the 2nd round. You could package later pick, try to move up in the later rounds. So I think the Cowboys are in good position there to be able to still, I think what happens is if one of those 4 is available at 10, you take them and then wait for one of your guys that you liked on defense, whether it be a corner or at safety, to maybe fall like you had last year where you didn't think Trayvon Diggs was going to be available in the 2nd round. And so now you can move up into the high parts of the 2nd round. I mean, there's some rumors that Trayvon Merrick, the safety out of TCU, a guy that I know well and covered with Big 12 Radio, there's some rumors that he might slip out of the 1st round. I think that's ridiculous. I mean, he is a 1st round talent. He's been really, depending on how much stock you put into Pro Football Focus rankings, he's been this, number 1 safety in college football 2 straight years. I mean, he's a stud, just has everything you want, can run, size, great ball skills. I mean, I'd love to see him fall and have the Cowboys try to run up and grab him in the 2nd round. So, I did a top 10 mock and I don't see any of those 4 being available. But if they are, I'd take them. And look, I would go JC Horn at 10 if you have your pick of Surtain or Horn. I'm curious for Rob's thoughts on this, and I love the draft coverage they're doing at DallasCowboys.com. It's been great stuff with the podcast and such. But I just think they're both very similar. I just think there are times where Surtain reminds me a little bit of Cheeto Uzie, where it's like he's there in position and the ball kind of overruns him, where it's like, why don't you make a play on the ball? It seemed to happen with Surtain. Whereas with Horn, he's just physical. I mean, he's a lockdown, put you on an island. It's almost like at South Carolina, he needed to do more, whereas we didn't see as much from Surtain because they have so many good players around the field where they can play zone, and he played well in zone. But with JC Horn, you watch him and he just locks guys up, just takes guys completely out of games. So that's why I like Horn. But I mean, again, I don't think you can go wrong at 10 with any of those guys we just talked about.
Yeah, thanks, Ari. I got to hop off in a second, guys, but that's a great question because I think it is probably kind of a coin flip between both guys. I think both guys have certain strengths that are maybe a little bit different. And to your point, I think Horn maybe more of a ball hawk, a guy that can go take the ball away. And maybe that's more what they're looking for. That's what they've made them sort of more successful down the stretch last year defensively. I kind of tend to lean towards Surtain, maybe just because I said this earlier, Ari. I watched him a lot more, and I'm a fan of that program and guys that come out of that program, and I think his floor is so high. In the top 10, I don't think he's going to be a bust. I think he's going to be a guy that plays a long time. But look, maybe there's more Pro Bowl potential in a guy like JC Horn, a guy that can really make more things happen on the field. So that's part of the give and take and what they have to weigh there. If both guys are there, maybe they won't be.
No, and I agree with you completely. I mean, the pedigree of Alabama players, the smarts, the intelligence, what it takes to play. There's so much competition there with so many good players that, there's a 5-star kid that played there for 4 years. He was the number 1 linebacker in the nation when he came out. Ben Davis, his name. He just transferred to Texas because he didn't see the field much, and so it's like that's what they have. They've got a bunch of talented guys where it's like if you're not smart enough, if you're not making plays, you're not going to see the field. And so that's an incredible competition level that they have there. And you're right. I mean, it speaks to the program. I mean, Diggs it's hard to play immediately as a corner. I think that's the toughest position to transition to from college to the NFL, other than quarterback. And I mean, Diggs, I think, did it as well as you could have, considering how bad of a spot he was in. I mean, to basically be the team's number 1 corner here as a rookie, that's such a tough spot. So, I mean, for him I think Diggs played so well considering the circumstances last year. And, that's a big part of the Alabama program. So I agree. I mean, you can't go wrong here. That's the luxury the Cowboys have. They really have a lot of, and especially because of the way this thing's going to shake out, we're going to get 4 quarterbacks in the top 10, at least, maybe 5.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get because you don't need a quarterback, you're going to get, because quarterback is a premium in the draft, guys. These guys are going to be overdrafted, but it makes sense for quarterback needy teams But that just means teams that don't need quarterbacks end up with really talented players on their board at 10.
Yeah, take Daniel Jones, for example.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry, I put a dig in at the Giants there, but it's true.
No, I mean, because of the cost-controlled nature of draft picks, it used to be 10, 15 years ago, you took a quarterback, you had to pay him to be the highest-paid quarterback in the league as a rookie. Now you have a luxury where now you have him on a cost-controlled deal for 5 years. So it increases the value of drafting guys. That's why, I mean, it makes sense. If you need a quarterback, take him in the first round.
Absolutely. Fellas, I got to jump. I really appreciate the time. God bless you for this wall-to-wall coverage. Ari, good to talk to you, man.
You too, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. Take care, dude. Thanks again, man.
Take care, guys.
Rob Phillips, everyone.
So a quick question for Ari. Ari, what do you what kind of damage do you think, if any, have the players who withdrew from this season, if you like, the players that held out due to the COVID-19 situation? Do you think their stock has fallen any, or do you think it's been maintained by not playing during a difficult season?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a different set of circumstances. We've seen guys, sit out bowl games before and wondered would that hurt their draft stock. I think this is a little bit different. I mean, every team is going to evaluate this differently. Every player that did this will be evaluated differently. I mean, I don't think it's going to hurt Rashawn Slater and Penny Sewell's draft stock. I think they're still going to be top 10, top 15 picks. Jamar Chase, same story. He's, so yeah, I think in some cases it hurts. I think it hurts Jamie Newman a lot, the quarterback who transferred from Wake Forest to Georgia, because there were some question marks about him, and he played last year. Maybe he would have answered those questions. So I think, kind of there's some unknowns there with some of these guys. But I mean, if you're top end talent, you're top end talent, and you probably did yourself a favor by sitting out the year because you certainly weren't going to hurt your draft stock. So, I mean, I think it will hurt some guys, but on the whole, the guys that, were projected to be top picks are going to be there. And Slater's an interesting case because I don't know, it seems like his draft status stock moved up without playing. So, it's a different story for everybody, but it's also different without having the combine, so I think that's a big piece to this too.
Yeah, that's one thing that everyone's been kind of talking about. Is it changes. I think what Jerry was saying in one interview before, it's like not having the combine and kind of having to rely on last year's footage. It really does change in your perspective on what they're going to be doing in the draft more than anything. But I was going to ask you a question. We were just kind of having this wee hot take with Rob earlier in regards to the quarterback situation. It's a controversial topic. It's like regards to the first 3 picks. I said this a while ago. This could actually potentially happen, and Brian's kind of mentioned it as well. It's like, what if Justin Fields goes number 1 and it completely messes everything up?
No way.
You don't think so?
You're saying if the Jaguars took Justin Fields?
Well, when you think about it, based on who the coach is, and he's been with Ohio State and stuff like that.
No way.
Nah.
It's gonna be Trevor Lawrence. The surprise, Paul, I think that would be if the 49ers end up taking him. Because I think he's the second best quarterback of this draft. He may even be the best quarterback of this draft. I just think Lawrence you just can't pass up on Trevor Lawrence. You just can't. Can't.
Absolutely.
So you take Trevor Lawrence 1. I would probably take Justin Fields 2. It's funny because I really liked Zach Wilson, but I think he got a little bit he's become overrated to a certain degree. Because I remember watching him and thinking and I hate to throw this out there, but you see some Patrick Mahomes tendencies there where he's throwing off platform. He's throwing on angles. He's just very shifty and savvy in how he can move and throw. I just think you look at his junior year numbers, you look at the numbers last 2 years. His numbers weren't that good a year ago. His numbers were unbelievable last year. So it's like, I don't know how to gauge that. It's such a significant jump from one year to the next. Whereas Justin Fields, there was so much consistency there. So, it seems like the Niners are completely out on him, but it just is baffling to me why you'd take Mac Jones or Trey Lance and not Justin Fields.
Yeah, because I was just about to ask you about that, because regards to the whole trade scenario with the 49ers. From the years before, when they traded down one place to gain so many picks from the Bears for the whole Trubisky situation, which was genius from San Francisco's part.
Right.
But going to this scenario, it's like they must have their idea who they actually are picking. Obviously, moving up to third, but it just seems like it's a bit of a reach if it is going to be Matt Jones, or is it? We just really don't know what San Francisco are really going to be doing here more than anything. It's like,
I mean, the smoke around, and the smoke around Trey Lance and Mac Jones, that's what it seems to be. So, I mean, I think, I mocked them in the top 10 at taking, I just did a top 10 mock draft on my show this morning, and I had them taking Trey Lance. Because I just cannot see Mac Jones being the pick there,
Chris he plays for Alabama and that, and it's just hard to really like.
I think when you look at the modern quarterback, Trey Lance is very much a project, but my God, he's got great size. He's just got all the pieces.
He's got the stature of what
right, great arm. He's accurate. I mean, the biggest knock on him is he just doesn't have that much experience. He played in. He started like 19 games and 16 of those came last year, So I think there's just not a lot to go off of. And it was the same thing on Trubisky. A lot of these guys in this draft this year at quarterback are very inexperienced when it comes to starts, which makes it very interesting. But by the way, shout out to Barry Griffith, who I saw in the house commenting there from Cowboys experience. But I mean, what's interesting to me about the whole dynamic of this top five is I think there's going to be a quarterback needy team that's reactive to what the 49ers do at 3. So if the 49ers take Lance and some team loves Mac Jones, then I think they make a call into Atlanta and they trade with Atlanta. Like Atlanta's in a really good spot here because they could take Justin Fields, who's a hometown kid, and you don't want to be drafting in the top 5 very often. And when you do, you probably should take a quarterback because most of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL are top 5 picks. The exceptions here are Dak Prescott and Tony Romo. The rule are everybody else, first round picks, top 5 picks for the most part. So they could take Fields, or they could, again, a team that loves the guy that the 49ers don't take could offer multiple first round picks in the future to move up. So, I mean, the big surprise for me, guys, would be if Fields ends up being the pick at 3. I would, if I were the 49ers, take Fields at 3. It doesn't seem like that's what they're going to do. And, I don't know that he falls. Justin Fields is not going to fall out of the top 10. I mean, I'd be shocked if he did.
No.
There'd have to be like a bong rip video like there was
for
Laramie Tunsil a couple of years ago. Or something crazy. Which even that's ridiculous for a guy to fall in the draft because of it. Now he's like the best left tackle in football, so go figure, right?
And not just
don't do drugs, kids. You might end up as the best left tackle in football or a 15-time gold medalist in Michael Phelps.
It's funny that you were mentioning that. I can't remember who said it. Was it you, Graham, that Miami should be having a statue of Laramie Tunsil because the fact that they got him so low in the draft in terms of where he should have been projected, and not just that, from the amount of picks and capita they gained from Houston when what was the term you used when Bill O'Brien was on his couple of bottles of whiskey a day?
Yeah, a couple of bottles of whiskey, because that's the only thing you can explain about
more than a couple.
The trades, yeah.
So was it you, Lauren? Sorry, my apologies, mate.
Yep.
And then Irish whiskey, not the good stuff in Kentucky. Sorry, guys.
No.
Irish whiskey.
Scotch, my friend.
Good
Scotch.
Irish whiskey. Harry, I'm sending you Irish whiskey.
My neighbor across the street is from Ireland, and he actually works. He imports and exports alcohol and booze. So I got a lot of good booze from him. But I'll give you the Scotch for sure. For sure, the Scotch. I'm not a Scotch drinker though. I'm a whiskey drinker, so it's got to be Kentucky whiskey for me.
Well, Ari, I will be sending you over a bottle of great Irish whiskey, and we'll talk about the details later. But I'll make sure it gets to you, mate.
I appreciate that. And my neighbor, by the way, his name's Cormac McCarthy, which is like the most Irish name on the planet, right? Cormac McCarthy.
Oh yeah,
It's my boy. He's great. He's awesome.
That figures.
So another question for Ari, with the retirement of Sean Lee, how do you see the Cowboys addressing linebacker? Earlier on in the show, we addressed the possibility of Micah Parsons at 10. What would you say to that?
Not a big fan of him. He's definitely built in the mold of this sort of modern linebacker. They kind of, that's what they want Keanu Neal to do. That's why they signed him, to be sort of that versatile, safety linebacker hybrid. So I think when it comes to Sean Lee, I don't know that you need to explicitly replace him, because he wasn't playing that much. And I mean, quite frankly, I'd love to see them hire him as a coach.
Yes,
because,
that needs to happen. That needs to happen.
Because there was a lot of value there that he was bringing. I mean, I know people bring up the leadership. You can't lead if you're not playing. Nobody listens to you if you're not playing. So when you're playing very few snaps, as Sean Lee was, you're just not, like, your leadership is not really that as important, because it's just hard to lead when you're not a primary player.
He's still technically he's still be coaching, even though he's still a player, because we saw that when he on the All or Nothing TV documentary series on Amazon, when he was not on the field, he would sit down and he would talk to likes of Jalen and stuff like that, go over this Windows Surface, whatever you call it, tablet, going over to certain places. Like, if you can do this, you do that. Like, that's the type of qualities of a captain, like, back then, and if that could easily be transpired going into as a coach, just how he breaks stuff down, even when he's in the when he's
a film junkie.
Yes, exactly. You just put the words right in my mouth there, Ari.
Yeah, he's a film junkie. I mean, look, I think linebacker is certainly a position to address. I do think, if they are able to address sort of the interior of their defensive line, that should help a lot. Because I think, what you have is, a guy like Jalen Smith, he's guessing a lot. And, and that's where he finds himself in trouble, when he doesn't have to guess as much and he knows where to play the ball. And he's got very basic instructions. I think he's at his best. That puts him in the best position. So,
agreed. If he just knew his role exactly, like if he knew what his gap was and stuff like that it'd be fine. And you nailed that as well, because I kind of felt as though he just didn't know exactly what he was doing quite a lot, because there was a lot of transition in our defense under Mike Lone. Like, there was a lot of experimentation. I felt from what I could see, because they were trying to do stuff with the D line, different stances.
Totally, it was a disaster.
It was, and it was a field experiment. It just didn't go well. So hopefully, we've now got that base structure now. We know exactly what we're going to be doing with the linebacker core, the D line, quarterbacks, safeties. It gives Jalen that pure 100% focus. Okay, this is what I need to do. Now I can do this. I don't have to second guess what this person's going to be doing, mixing everything up. So I'm just kind of hoping that is the case now.
No, it will be. And look, you have to put a lot of that not just on Mike Nolan, but on Mike McCarthy.
Yeah,
agreed. Because when he comes in as a coach, part of what the head coach is doing is putting together the schemes offensively, defensively. And it's funny because he didn't change much on offense, which was smart. He probably shouldn't have changed much on defense either, because you knew the situation. The pandemic was raging and had been. You weren't going to be able to get into the facilities. So to try to install all of that and be that hybrid, versatile defense that a lot of people in the offseason were excited about, it sounds great, but you don't have the horses to do it, and you don't have the time in the offseason or the ability to be experienced to get on the same page.
It's funny that you mention that. There's the access towards the facilities. It's like under the COVID rules at the time, it's like, can we actually get access to the particular buildings? There's a time slots, and there's also the testing involved that would take away your training time. And if you were to test positive, you would miss all those weeks off. Like, there's so many factors that can accumulate to that.
Yeah, no question. So look, I think it'll be simple. I also think like they've improved personnel-wise defensively, already through the acquisitions they've made, the signings they've made. I think Brent Urban is a very underrated signing. I grew up in Chicago, so I get to watch. When I'm not watching the Cowboys, or I rarely get to watch any other team because it's a 12-hour pregame and postgame show plus the game. But when I do, I get to watch the Bears. And I mean, he was a very underrated player on the Bears. You know, a guy that didn't play enough snaps that will get a lot more snaps and be a lot more disruptive, especially in the interior. It's hard to gauge stats for those types of players. But yeah, I mean, Urban he's a disruptive player. He's the best signing they've had this offseason so far, which shows you how good he is because Keanu Neal's a good signing too. So the thing is, guys, like their defense doesn't have to be great. It doesn't even have to be good. It just has to be average. It just can't be setting records for worst scoring defense of all time kind of thing.
I tend to agree because it's more so just make sure you've got the fundamentals solid more than anything. Make sure you know the basics of your playbook. Like then after that, then you can start adapting going forward now. Because I just feel as though last season that's the one thing we just did not get the fundamentals nailed down.
Well, it's true. There's a combination of just bad schemes that were weird and not worked out, and also not great personnel. I mean, you know, you weren't great at corner the year before, and you let a really good corner, your best corner, walk. So it's like that's not good.
Yeah.
You know, that's not good. You know, I think they thought they were better defensive end than they were. The injury to Gerald McCoy, I think, you know, put him in a tougher spot. But yeah, I mean, it's let's not put it all on Mike Nolan, because I also think like sometimes the coach and schemes can have too much importance when it comes to success and failures. And I think in this case, like it's definitely personnel and scheme for sure.
I think Andrew Valente is trying to trigger me right now. Yeah, thanks for that, man. Yeah,
Paul did not like the presence of Dontari Poe.
Don't give me that. Let me clarify. Initially, when we did sign him, I thought, good, we've got someone that can actually come in and actually hold up two offensive linemen, perhaps, and open up the gaps. By God, when it came to him going on the football field, that completely turned what 360 on me.
No, it was not the thing is, he had a really short shelf life of being good in the league, you know, where it was like, you have access to film, right, Cowboys? Like you watched and you evaluated him and thought he's still good. Like the other signing too is Clinton Dix, which, you know, people are like, oh, I'm so excited we're getting rid of Jeff Heath. And I'm like, I'm not. I mean, I said this in the offseason. I'm not convinced he's an upgrade from Jeff Heath. And he didn't even make the team. So, I mean, you know, they have not done enough to improve their safety position of corners for quite some time. And they finally have done it this offseason.
I kind of felt as though
we've got the president of the Jeff Heath fan club with us, Ari. He's the unofficial president.
Well, look, I mean, Heath, I think, took a lot of heat. And I mean, he's an average player. But sometimes average is good, you know. I mean, sometimes we underrate average.
Absolutely.
And I mean, Clinton. What's that?
Say Bryce not happy that you can see his face there. He looks like Jackson's cry.
Well, go on ahead, Ari.
No, yeah, I mean, so you know, I just, you know, I think Heath. I mean, Heath, his last year did not have a good year. You know, I would say he was below average pretty consistently.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
But I just, you know, I figured with Clinton Dix that I had seen him play a lot and thought he had got it. Same with Poe. It's like he's already played his best football. So, like, you know, you should know what you're getting at this point.
Yeah, I just kind of felt so with that off season last year. It's like the names were just like, oh. But
right.
Then, like the McCoy signing, like it's a shame that we didn't actually get to see him come on the field. But you kind of made a really good point. It's like every single one of those players are pretty much past the prime stage, or they've had their best football behind them, so to speak. Because I think the only highlight I could really recall of Dontari Poe was actually catching it, or was it throwing a touchdown? Like he actually stood in as a quarterback or something like that for the Kansas City. Like as I think it was him. Like,
yeah, it was in the truth from Kansas City.
Yeah, that's not but in terms of defensive linemen, like I didn't really see much stats on it, but it's just because the name kind of stood out. I was like, oh, that's a name I recognize. I think that's a lot of things with like people that read up and who have we signed in free agency or done typo. Oh, there we go. That's since we've got a D tackle, but we haven't actually kind of broken it down to the nail and grit of the film so to speak, what you were trying to just say there, Ari. And
Right.
and you're right. It's and when you watch him in the Dallas uniform, it's just nothing but sheer of embarrassment. That's what I'll say.
Well, and it, I often argue the Cowboys aren't aggressive enough in free agency, but I think it's a pretty good idea of why you don't play free agency, because you don't. Free agency is a game of paying guys for what they've done for the most part.
Pretty much, yeah.
A guy like Brent Urban, that's why Brent Urban's such a good signing. I think his best football is in front of him. It's rare, though, in free agency to sign a guy whose best football is in front of them. That's where the draft is so important, because you get guys on cost control deals, very cheap. They're going to make up the majority of your salary cap. The largest percentage of your salary cap are going to be guys on those rookie deals. And so you got to get them to outperform the amount of money they're taking up against the cap. It's a math problem.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get guys, because you're overpaying for guys off of rookie deals. You have to consistently get guys that are going to outperform the amount of money, the percentage they're counting against the cap. And that's where the rookies are so important. Guys, I got to run. You guys are awesome for doing this. This is really cool hanging out with you guys. And I love the Texas flag. That's freaking amazing. Texas forever, boys. Enjoy the draft and stay safe out there, guys.
You too, Ari. Thanks again. Thanks a lot. Ari, thanking everyone.
It's just this day's just getting better and better.
It does.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's been what 11 hours we've been live now officially.
It's 11 hours. Yeah, it's just rolled into the 11th hour now at this stage, and it keeps on getting better. And the people that are coming on, as I say, we do have Nick Eatman coming up in an hour, and I think before we do that, we obviously want to pay the bills, because we can see the great man himself, Mr. Barry Griffiths, is watching. And, Barry has sponsored us from day one. He's gotten behind us. He is the man who runs Cowboys Experience. And I'm now going to throw it over to Paul, because Paul is the guy who has used this service more than any of us.
Yeah, so guys, if you're planning going to a Dallas Cowboys game next season, hold a minute, let me get the banner up.
There we go.
Oh, thank you very much. If you're planning going to a Dallas Cowboys game this season, be sure to go and check out Cowboys Experience for the ultimate meet and greet tailgate and game day experience, where you get to meet former Dallas Cowboys players, current Dallas Cowboys players, and former Dallas cheerleaders, alumni. And meet legends like who we just had on the show, Mr. Drew Pearson, number 88. And for likes of myself and Jamie, we can vouch. We've been with Cowboys Experience from the very get-go. Barry and the staff at Cowboys Experience do treat you like absolute royalty, and that is not an understatement. Make sure you're looked well after, well fed, well replenished, that's for sure. And so yes, if you are planning going, be sure to use the discount code UK Cowboys. And guys, what do you get if you use the code?
Free stuff.
You get free stuff. What more do you want? So guys, be sure to go and check it out. Code's always up above. Go and check them out.
Yeah, for sure. Like the guy, Barry and the guys, they're great. They always stay in contact with us, and even if you don't get over for a game, just chat to the guys. The experiences are brilliant. I'm fully intent on using it as soon as practically possible for us.
Just to add some more names, just to throw it out there of the players that I've met before. I've met Michael Gallup, Travis Frederick, Jalen Smith, Rod Smith, his brother, who's no longer with the Cowboys. Cole Beasley, I've met him. Like honestly, guys, go and check them out. Brilliant.
Yeah. So just a few comments there. So Andrew, we can see that you're heading off to work. Thank you. You've been with us from the start of the day. You've been putting in comments. You've been chatting. You have been brilliant, my friend.
Legend.
But Mike has set up an awful lot of segments for him. We haven't even managed to get into the fact that we are already in the late show, which kicked off at 6 o'clock our time. And we do have plenty of things to look at. So before we do manage to get Nick on, let's talk about our first round mock drafts. So all of you guys had to do a first round mock draft with trades and without trades. So I'm going to go around the horn with everybody. Who was your first round pick at 10? This is it with no trades.
Okay, I'm going to be ashamed I've not actually got one. So I am going on the fly right here, ladies and gentlemen.
If you want to pull up, say, PFF there and just let it roll in the background, and I'll roll around the guys and just try and get their logic on what they did.
Yep. So I'll go off the bat. Bear with me until I bring it up.
You're joking.
Where's it gone?
Brian, you're going to laugh. PFF is actually not working right now.
It's crashed.
No wonder. It's probably been smashed to bits today. Right, okay. So,
it's everyone taking up our hot take and getting Justin Fields with the first pick. But Graham, go ahead.
No. Right, okay, so the mock I did was Trevor Lawrence to the Jags. This is us as just the Cowboys, isn't it, Linton? So not our particular mock, just us selecting. So Lawrence first to the Jags, no surprise. Wilson to the Jets. Trey Lance to the 49ers. Kyle Pitts to the Falcons. Penny Sewell to the Bengals. Jamar Chase to the Dolphins. Jalen Waddle to the Lions. Sean Slater to the Panthers. Patrick Surtain went 9 to the Broncos. So I ended up with J.C. Horn, cornerback, South Carolina.
I had very similar as well. In fact, I actually had it the other way around, that the Broncos took Horn and we were left with Surtain.
Okay, so to dip into the second round, with at 33, the Jags took Trayvon Moehrig. Elijah Vera Tucker went 34 to the Jets. I thought that was quite low. Travis Etienne to the Falcons. Zaven Collins to the Dolphins. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah to the Eagles. Terrence Marshall to the Bengals. Kelvin Joseph to the Panthers. Baron Browning to the Broncos. Dylan Raduns. Is that who? Raduns? To the Lions. Eichenberg to the Giants. Thought that was a great value pick. Javonte Williams to the 49ers. And at 44, I took Levi Onwuzurike, lineman from Washington. What do you guys make of that?
Was there anyone else there, or was it a difficult pick for you?
Who could I have had? I could have had Nick Bolton, but I figured to try and stop the run up front as opposed to letting it get to linebacker. In the light of Sean Lee retiring, I might reconsider that. I think to get Nick Bolton at 44 now would be extremely helpful. So to go into the where do we pick next?
So if we want to get Lauren's second round pick, and
all right, okay, yeah.
Like I'm guessing neither of you had difficulty in taking corner in the first round, so I'm just more interested to see what the thought process was in the second.
So in the second, on you go, Lauren.
Yeah, second round for me. I mean, again, 44. You could call it a reach if you want, but he was on my board, so I went for the safe pick, as we've been talking about all day. I went with Richie Grant. He's projected to go somewhere around the late 40s, early 50s anyway, so that was a no-brainer for me, to be honest.
But I just thought with the Onwuzurike, either that or Nick Bolton. I know I've championed offensive tackle, but we haven't brought McCoy back. We hear all this talk about he's coming back. It's not happened yet. We haven't addressed cornerback. That's not happened yet either. So I thought we better start addressing these positions if we're not going to bring folk in free agency. And just to move on to the third pick, I managed to get Richie Grant at 75. I sat and looked. I literally sat and looked at him. I did it on the Draft Network. Sat sat and looked at his, because you can see the names run down the left hand side. I thought, please be there, please be there, please be there. Yes. I don't think by 75 Richie Grant is gone. But I couldn't pass up that opportunity. That was so there I've addressed the interior of the defensive line, cornerback and safety. I mean, I know I've gone for offensive tackle, but I mean, we've heard on the show this afternoon that the Cowboys seem to like where Smith and Collins are, where they are at physically. So you never know. We might get close to a full season out of Smith. Nobody will ever convince me that we'll get 17 games, but
I agree.
Could we get away with 14? Maybe. If they're starting to work out his neck issues and they can keep him healthy and give him his regular days off during training camp, why not? If we can address starters as opposed to when Smith goes down, I think that's the option I took for this draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lauren,
who was available to you at 75?
At 75, I had wait a minute, let me bring it up. 75, I actually went for Jamin Davis. So it's not somebody I expect to drop that far. But that was the first one that was available at that point in time, and there was no way was us. He was ranked 41 according to PFF, and that was the one I was snapping up straight away. At 99, I went for Milton Williams from Louisiana Tech, defensive lineman. Yep. So again, that's sort of I've addressed sort of the sort of. I've at least got somebody in 4 areas of need. And then from that point on, I started to look at what my best player was, whether it be bringing in an offensive lineman. So I'm just trying to work out who I got next.
So at 99, I did go offense, and I went with James Hudson, offensive tackle out of Cincinnati. It's not a name. It's not a name I know particularly well, but it sort of highlighted to me the depth that Mike's been talking about for a long time at offensive tackle. How you can get somebody that can come in and do a job, and if that's where it has to be, so that we can get a better choice of starter on defense, then that's where it's going to have to be.
Yeah.
But it's certainly taking a tackle at 1990 is far better than going undrafted. And the replacements we saw during this season, I'd be far more comfortable with a draft pick as opposed to somebody off the street.
No, it's fair.
I'm just letting my Jeff generator just keep going right now of the picks I'm getting right now. I've got my 10th pick and my 44th pick, and so the 10th pick overall, I was kind of left with JC Horn there, so I just kind of stuck with him. But number 44, you're going to be like, wow, how the hell did he land there? Landon Dickerson, interior lineman at 44.
I don't think that's going to be a big wow if he does land around the 44 mark. He's definitely a top 50 player.
But wait till you see who I've got for the third round now. For number 75, safety from UCF, Richie Grant, third round.
Wow.
Nice.
If I kind of talk to this for a second, right? I get a lot of talk about Richie Grant, and everyone is kind of rating him as their top free safety. There's been talk of Morig. Have any of you got an opinion on Javon Holland from Oregon? Because I think I looked at Broadus's his board last night, and he had Javon Holland, I think, top of his free safeties. I think he had him ahead of both Morig and Richie Grant. And you did mention on the show about Javon Holland.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things when you look at the PFF have actually got Holland listed as a cornerback. So that's maybe why a lot of people are discounting him. But I mean that just goes to show he's giving you the position flex that you maybe need, that you can bring him down as a slot corner or something like that, with the ability to drop back into a cover 3 scheme or whatever. I certainly wouldn't. I quite like the look of him as well. I certainly wouldn't throw my pen at the wall if we'd picked him up.
Yeah. So, Jamie, we're going to throw it over to you now, since the guys have gone through their first couple of rounds. In terms of your first mock draft, without trades, what picks did you make for the Cowboys? And kind of talk us through options, who you had available to you, why you made your pick.
I'll be back in 5 minutes, boys.
I can't. Cool. You know, I'll have to skip who I had available, just for the fact that I literally can't remember, because I did it and I put him straight down. So without trades, so at 44 at 10, I took Patrick Surtain. I just thought, I'm trying to remember from it. So I can remember Slater was there. I was tempted to take JC Horn, but I just think, he's Patrick Surtain is obviously probably more ready to play now, whereas probably JC Horn's probably the better prospects. I went for the one just more so because we've got no real playmakers on that back end. So put him in there.
So you went higher floor as opposed to higher ceiling.
Yeah, just like I say, just more for what we need now. Like normally, I wouldn't mind letting maybe Horn sit a little bit, but so I went on that one, and then in the second round, I wanted to double dip, because I'm liking this on this time. So I was hoping he was there, but because this one was a no trades. Let it roll, and I went with Jabril Cox from LSU, the linebacker. Again, just because it's another big need, and he just seemed like he was probably the best linebacker there at the time. Round 3, I followed Alonso at 75, and I went with Jamin Davis. And on these mocks, he seems to be there a lot, and you see more. You see more of the mocks that is happening at the minute. He's gonna be potentially going in the first round. So getting him in the third was I was pretty shocked to manage to get in there. So I had to pull. I had to pull in there. I'm just trying to bring up. It keeps clicking off. Where is it? 99
in the machine, will you?
Yeah. It's like your machine, isn't it? Oh God, you got me now. I don't know. So I'm just flicking through. So at 99. I don't know if you call it a reach, but I went. We spoke about him earlier on. I went for Golston out of Iowa. Another need pass rush. And when I picked him before, I've always had a really good grade when I've picked him. So I went with him just because we need the pass rush. At 115, it was there, and I'm not even going to attempt to say his name, but the kid from the D lineman from UCLA was there. The guy with a really long name. You know what I mean, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I can't even pronounce his name. That's why I'm not even trying to attempt him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think sure somebody will know. And then, excuse me.
Oh, Diggy Zuba.
Excuse me again. Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Cheers, long. And then at 1:38, I went for Patterson, the running back out of Buffalo.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was just too good to turn down. Running back's not something we need. But I just thought, yeah, why not give it a shot? 179. I took Shai Smith, the wide receiver. I just think, yeah, opens up the possibility if we do trade. What's it, Gallup? And we've got someone in that can fill in, or if one of the guys on the bubble isn't there, then we've got someone that's we can take a good look at. This will please you, Bri. 192. I took Sam Ellinger. We need.
Ooh.
I think we need to pick a quarterback up in the draft.
Yeah.
And it was it, and I couldn't bring myself to pick the Notre Dame kid because it was
Ian
just
Book.
Yeah. Freaking froze.
So just bringing up a comment here, and it's something that might happen, right? This from Asian Cowboy. Caleb Farley or Javon Holland in the second round. What would you guys think of that? Yeah, like I'm not sure if Farley slips that far, but if that's your available players at 44.
If I've taken Horn or Surtain at 10, I'd be comfortable with Farley in the second round. Because any doctor you hear from talking about Farley or reports from doctors is that they're perfectly happy with how the surgery went and he'll be ready to go. So if you could, I mean, Jalen Smith, for being questionable this season, has done well as a second round pick when you look at it. So to get Farley and to get good production out of Farley and have, let's say, limited off the field stuff, not off the field, limited time off. Say he gets he hurts his back in some kind of way, but doesn't require surgery. To get a good amount of time out of Farley, having taken him at 44 is ideal when you think about it. But I would need to have addressed the other cornerback slot opposite Trevon Diggs. I wouldn't leave it to Farley.
Yeah. Like I think Rich Gillette there has put in something there. Farley's there at 44, you'd take him. But I don't think it's a fair comparison to compare him to Jalen Smith, because Jalen was potentially never going to play football again. All reports we have are that Caleb Farley will be able to play football. This back issue is not going to be career threatening. There was a chance Jalen never played football again on that.
I think you can't toy with the back though.
Yeah.
See with the back surgery, especially at corner.
Yeah.
Just in terms of getting a first round talent in the second round because of a medical thing is what I'm really aiming at.
Yeah. So just another question there, which has come in from Jesus Flores. Any of us on the Milton Williams train? So Lauren picked up Milton Williams with his third round compensatory pick there in his mock. So I think it's a name to watch out for. Paul, I don't know if you'd have any opinion on Milton Williams from Louisiana Tech.
Not really. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Just to bring it up. But yeah, I mean, I think going back to the point, Graham, and you mentioned it about the back. I mean, look, we've seen Tyron have neck issues almost his whole career with the Cowboys, and if a back starts going, you don't know how long it's going to hold for. So it's a tough call to make. Yeah, I'd agree with your point.
I just think that his back, having required surgery, it's as good as it's ever going to be. You don't ever get back to, youthful setting. As good as surgery is, it's not. It's only ever going to decline now. That's what's hurting his draft stock, because if you could guarantee Farley for the next 8, 9, 10 years, he's a first round pick. He's quite simply a first round pick. But back, neck, those kind of areas, you can't toy with that. That's what's hurting his stock. But I mean, it's not hurting all that much, because he is going to. No. I mean, he won't fall out of the second round. Absolutely no way. I'd be surprised if he makes it to the bottom of the second round. Somebody day 2 is going to see huge value in a relatively low contract and pull the trigger. Definitely, they will.
I mean, I personally don't see him dropping out of the first, because before this news broke, it was Farley Surtain. And Horn was climbing, but Horn has suddenly leapt over all of them because Farley is falling. So, I mean, if you ended up coming out of this draft with Horn or Surtain and Caleb Farley, I mean, I think we're win-win. I think we're quids in that corner for the next 5-10 years, potentially.
It's definitely an upgrade.
Yeah,
it's definitely an upgrade.
I mean, looking at the roster chart, our starting corners. Sorry, give me one sec. Our starting corners, John Diggs and Anthony Brown. And Anthony Brown is not a 3-down corner.
No. Reminds me of the time we double dipped on Chido and Jordan Lewis.
Yeah,
and
we also picked up Xavier Woods.
We seem to be a decent defense around that time, 2016, 2017. We were a far better defense.
Yeah,
so hopefully lightning strikes twice.
It's very true. But Paul, any more picks in from you, or? Or will we?
Well, while we're waiting on Paul, let's talk about something we haven't. I don't think we've addressed while I've been on. Running back. We haven't said much about running back, and I just want to bring this up because there were certain points during last season where the majority of us will have gone, "Oh, Zeke, not another fumble." That kind of way. There was a certain frustration with Zeke Elliott last season. Are we discounting running back altogether?
I think as a high pick, yes. I think there is a lot of factors that Zeke didn't have a full off season to train himself because obviously he caught COVID. He had to take a couple of weeks out. You've got a new running backs coach in, and he was quoted on the Cowboys Hour when he was on that some of the drills that he's been doing that year were completely different to what he'd been doing with the previous coaching staff. So maybe a little, a few of the drills have basically, he'd taken his eye off the ball, as it were, with some of the other skills that he needed to work on. I think the way, and I mean, obviously, if Rich was on, the way people bounce back from having COVID, even if it's fairly mild, I think it still, affects you for at least a couple of months down the line as well. So, I think we were probably seeing a lot with that, and then, as soon as Dak went down, I think there was an urgency from Zeke that, he effectively was trying to put the team on his shoulders and carry the team. And then that obviously that leads to a bit of desperation. You're always trying to make a play, and that makes you take chances, and that maybe it sort of added to the problems that he had as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree in terms of probably a later round. You maybe pushing at a 4th round pick. Like I say, just more for the fact. Like I say, Zeke, he's still he had Poirier by his standards, he's still there, and I just think if we were going to bring anyone, I'd love to see kind of one of them bigger backs. And we talked about it a couple of months ago on one of the shows, maybe kind of a Bo Scarborough kind of build, one of those bigger kind of backs that can just do a bit like what Zeke does and kind of just pound the rock a little bit and just kind of that way, rather than more of an elusive kind of running back.
Do you want to get into that? Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Nick Aitman from DallasCowboys.com. How are we, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Nick, how are things? How are you getting on?
Good, man. What's the coffee intake like over there? You guys staying awake?
So far, yeah.
So far, so good.
That's awesome. I think it's great what you guys are doing. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Absolutely, it was great.
I'll be honest though, the time has actually flown by. It doesn't feel like we've been doing this for over 11 hours.
11 and a half.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in about 4 or 5 more hours when still.
Yeah.
How many times Tan and Horn and Micah Parsons and.
So you've kind of segued brilliantly into it there, Nick. What is your thoughts on it? I mean, we've had Rob on, we've had Ari Temkin, Broadus, Brad Sham. The universal opinion seems to be that it's going to be Surtain or Horn. Is that your feeling as well?
It is. It is because I think cornerback is just what they want to do. That's what they're going to do. That's what I think that they'll do. But the one that keeps the intriguing thing is obviously a trade, but I would not rule out Micah Parsons in this because of a trade scenario. J.C. Horn to Carolina is picking up steam at number 8, and so that I think if it's Surtain and Horn on the table at 10, I think they take Horn. That's what I believe would happen. But if Horn goes earlier. And then, some of these other receivers, I've seen some mock drafts that show a couple of quarterbacks still on the board at 10. That will probably get that phone ringing Jerry wants and move them down. Surtain still might be there for you. Depends on where you go. But I just wouldn't rule out Micah Parsons. I was told the other day that he has just as high of a grade as any other cornerback. And so, you can't ignore that, especially at a position of need.
Yeah. So I'm going to throw it round to the two guys there. I got you talked out at the minute. I'm starting to flag Nick. So Graham, take it away.
So one of the discussions we've been having, Nick, is the linebacker position, and we're hearing that the off-field stuff with Micah Parsons might not be such a big issue that was originally reported. Like Broadus said, kids do a lot of silly things at 18, 19, 20 years old. So if he can grow out of those things, could he step in day one and help out on a very, very thin linebacker core?
I mean, yes, he certainly could. Let me take both parts of that. First of all, if we all got graded on what we did at 18 and 19 years old, we may not have jobs at all, so that happens. There's a fine line there. You want a guy to be smart, make smart decisions. On the other side, I don't want my linebacker leading the choir either, okay? I mean, if he's got a little something to him, okay, that's fine. I mean, because you need that. Now, he's got to be smart and not make bad decisions off the field. And I think that's been corrected. So I don't think the Cowboys or other teams are really that concerned by the off the field stuff. He's answered those questions. To answer your second part, yes, I think he steps right in and plays at linebacker for you. I look at the linebacker position in 2022. If I'm weighing corner versus linebacker in the need department, in 2022, do I think Trayvon Diggs, Anthony Brown, and Jordan Lewis will be on the team and playing? Yes, I do. I can't give you a lot of answers at linebacker in 2022. Don't know about Jalen Smith. Leighton is tough to figure out year to year. So, I mean, when I look at needs, yeah, I think linebacker is probably even a greater need than corner.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
So, for instance, if we did go, just hypothetically, if we did go Micah Parsons at 10, what would you do with Leighton Vander Esch's fifth-year option on Tuesday?
It's a great question. I've said this before, I'm not giving him an option. I'm not picking up that because if I had my choice, I'm signing him to a long-term deal. I'm signing him to a deal like we had with, like we saw with Sean Lee. I'm just with incentives about staying healthy, and you can make this and this if you keep doing this. We're by your side. We want you to succeed. We know you want to succeed. We'll do this for the long haul if he's willing to do that. And I would think with the injury situation, he might be. Willing to take some chance because he can bet on himself. But even Dak Prescott, who had never missed a game, bet on himself, and it didn't. He got injured as well. So I think there's something and I don't know if this will happen, but I mean, yes, I would pick up the option, but I would be more interested in trying to get a long-term deal with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah.
And the other question, the other running question with Cowboys fans is: do we finally get the coveted free safety? We've always wanted.
Well, I was looking it up the other day. I was thinking, when's the last time they drafted a safety at all, like relatively high? And I think it's Roy Williams, like in the first round. I don't even think there's been a second-round pick since then. So. I turned in a mock draft today, and I had J.C. Horn first, and I had Javon Holland from Oregon in the second round. But I think though they might do that. I think they might go safety higher than they have in the past. I think that they put a little.
I find if they go safety, there will be a big minor celebration. The fact that we actually drafted one for a long time.
Yeah, and this would be a high. Second round pick, 44 is a pretty good, spot there. So it's not like you're taking too much of a risk. I mean, the only third round safety that I really remember is J.J. Wilcox, and he spent most of his college career at running back.
Yeah.
Another question we have is the health of Tyron Smith. Are you of the same opinion that Tyron and Lyle Collins are doing particularly well in the gym at the moment, and they'll be just as good as ever, ready to go in August?
Well, if you're just going off the eye test, Lyle Collins looks like he's going to move to tight end, and I'm not saying he will, but he looks great. Now, last year the knock on him was that he came into camp out of shape, and if you've ever had a hip injury, I would imagine it would limit your ability to work out and stay in shape and all that. So that was probably one of the reasons. I can promise you this. Nobody is going to be talking about Lyle Collins being out of shape when training camp starts or off-season minicamp, all that stuff began. He looks really good from that standpoint. So I think he'll be fine for sure. Tyron, I've seen Tyron a little bit working out, and I think, he'll be good. The thing with Tyron, it's you just have to manage it. He's dealing with neck and back, and those things don't really go away. You have to manage it. So putting all this work on him right now in preseason games is really not that smart of an idea. They want him to stay in shape, be in good shape for the season, without too much wear and tear because they know he can play. They know that when he's out there, he'll give it all he has. You can't give him unnecessary reps right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Agreed.
A lot of the general talk is around Gerald McCoy. We hear a lot in the press that McCoy might be returning to the Cowboys. Do you have any insight on Gerald McCoy returning?
I think it's something that's probably it's out there for the Cowboys. It's out there probably for some other teams as well. I'm sure the Cowboys aren't the only team keeping an eye on him. But this is that point where you don't want to sign Gerald McCoy and then go and have a guy in the second or third round at defensive tackle that you like, and you sign him and then it doesn't matter. I mean, there's a lot of veterans, not just Gerald McCoy. There's just a lot of guys that are sitting there that their teams have told their agent, let's just get through the draft. Let's see what happens. See where we stand. I mean, I'm sure there's some backup quarterbacks that are out there too for the Cowboys that they're thinking, let's just wait and see. Because if we get a guy in the fourth round that they like, and that because the backup quarterback, I'm not trying to switch the question around. I apologize about Gerald McCoy. Yes, I think that they'll keep an eye on it and see what happens in the draft. If they get a guy that they like that'll play that position, then they probably won't go that route. But if it's still a need and it still makes sense, yeah, you go that route. Let me switch to backup quarterback. That's a tricky one because at the moment you don't really have one that's that experienced. So, if the Cowboys, where's the sweet spot to say, all right, we don't want to draft a quarterback too high because we hope he doesn't play. But on the flip side, he might have to be your backup. So we need a guy that's pretty good. And you go back to 2009, Tony Romo, second or third year as a starter, they still drafted Stephen McGee in the fourth round. Didn't really work out at all. And then flipped to when Romo later on in 2016, they drafted Dak Prescott. He had to play right away, fourth round. So the fourth round seems like kind of a spot where you could start looking at quarterback and a guy that you could develop, hopefully as a backup. So I'll give you a name to watch at quarterback.
Ooh, okay.
Don't know if he'll fall that far, but I said I'll give you a name. I'm spacing. I'll give you a college. I think his name is Mills. Stanford.
Davis Mills from Stanford. Yeah.
Keep an eye on him. I know he has impressed the Cowboys just by the way he played. Don't know if he'll fall that far. I don't think day one or day two it makes any sense at all. To do that. I mean, Jerry's pockets are emptied with Dak Prescott right now. So you don't need to be another quarterback. But later on, so it's possible.
That's something we've been discussing during the days, the quarterback situation, and also what other teams are doing at quarterback. Like we constantly talk about the Jets merry-go-round at quarterback and Sam Darnold now in Carolina, and we just seem to do so well at quarterback, getting such tremendous value. We've got Dak in the fourth. Tony Romo was undrafted. It's amazing how one team seems to have such good chemistry at quarterback, and then you've got the Jets spinning wheels, working through Sam Darnold. They're now possibly moving on to Zach Wilson. It seems very, very rough for some teams, and they can't get out of the mud.
Right. No, you're right about that. I mean, it's a crapshoot. It really is, and it's not just about can the guy play. Is it a good situation for him? Does he have the guys around him, a supporting cast? And I think Tony Romo is a great example of that. When Romo was signed in 2003, and if he had to go in and play, he wouldn't have. I don't think he would have done that well. I think he needed that time, and so there's a lot of situations around the league where a guy steps into it, and it doesn't work for whatever the reason. So, there's a lot of guys that are busts, first round busts, and you just wonder, can they, could they have gone to another team or whatever? I mean, I think whoever goes to San Francisco is going to be in an outstanding situation because they got a quarterback guru that coaches them. That team is not the third worst team in the NFL by any means.
Yeah.
They're in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. So I just think it is a huge difference to go number 2 to the Jets and number 3 to San Francisco. Money won't be that much difference as the talent will be if you went and did that.
It's not going to be Mac Jones, surely, is it?
Say that again.
At number 3. It's not going to be Mac Jones at number 3, is it?
I think so. I'm telling you guys.
Really?
I watch SEC football. You know, my team's Arkansas. We get killed by all those SEC teams every year. And I can promise you this: I wouldn't take Mac Jones in the 3rd round. I just don't see it. I don't see what other people see. I think he's a caretaker, bus driver of a great team, and you got to give him credit for that. I mean, you know, I've never been one that criticizes the term bus driver. I don't think that's a bad term at all. You know, as a quarterback, that's what you're supposed to do. Now, there's a difference between driving through a school zone 20 miles an hour and stepping on the gas and going 90. You know, like sometimes you got to take it. Sometimes you got to run over something. But you know, you got to swerve here and there. Bus driver is important, but I just don't think. I don't think he went out and won a lot of games. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Because these teams are paid to study it. But whoever gets picked by San Francisco is going to be in a great spot just because they have so much talent around them.
Yeah, that's the perfect opportunity, I think, for a quarterback to land. I think Trevor Lawrence would have a far better career in San Francisco than he will in Jacksonville. But it's just unfortunate that the Jags are first and second.
Well, that's one of my conspiracy theories, my wild conspiracy theories. That's what's going to happen. Because we were coming up with several hot takes, Nick, where what would be the most craziest draft night would be that Trevor Lawrence falls. It'd be like literally like the movie Draft Day, pretty much, from guaranteed number 1 to fall down.
Somebody asked me the other day about that movie, and then they were talking about what do the Cowboys do? What are the Cowboys doing today? You know, what's going on in the war room? And I was like, you know, I think what they're doing is they're calling around seeing if anybody went to Patrick Surtain's birthday party. You know what I mean? He's got and all that stuff. That movie, like, my mom loves Kevin Costner. She probably loved Waterworld. I mean, anything he's in, loved it. And it's one of those movies that, like, the more you know what goes on, the more it's like, this is terrible, you know. When it's on, like, I'll watch it, you know. But like, it wasn't, you know. But and like the fact that they put on, like, let's look at some tape here on draft day. But I gotta tell you a story. Let me tell you a funny story. You guys have time, right? Hell,
yeah.
Keep talking.
All right. So I've always laughed at the part that they're putting on tape the day of the draft. Like, guys, it's over by this point. You know, nobody's watching tape. But I was told of a story the other day from Larry Allen's draft in '94. So they had a couple of these scouts that are just like all over Larry Allen, you know, and from it's bad tape, Sonoma State, nobody knows this guy. So the draft's going on, and the Cowboys have a high grade on him, 1st round, you know, but nobody knows who he is. And so the draft's going, and nobody's picking him. So they're like, let's put on some more tape and let's watch. So in the draft room, they keep going back to the video room, and they're watching it. And then they're like, are we wrong? What are we missing here? No one else sees it. And so then they called some other guys in, and the 2nd round comes. They're like, look at this tape. Are you sure? Are we right about this? And like, we're right. No, everyone else is wrong. So finally, in the 2nd round, they get to their pick, and it's a compensatory pick, and they said, do it. Let's take it. If we're wrong, we're wrong. And happens to be one of the greatest guards in the history of the NFL. So the part about watching tape on draft day, it happens. It happens a little bit. But I don't know about trading 3 first rounders, getting it back, eating pancakes, whatever. There's something about pancakes, right? I just remember the pancakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch that movie tonight.
Nick, I think you've been reading our group chat, because we literally quote that film on a daily basis for the last week. Yeah. So, it's
So here's the question I have then for y'all.
Oh, okay.
Who do you think is on that piece of paper Jerry Jones has as he's writing in? There's got somebody, right? He's got a name on a piece of paper. And by the way, if you got time for other stories, who's eating? Jamie, what are you eating?
Jamie.
Sorry, Nick. I took the camera off. I apologize, Nick.
Last time I saw you weren't eating. You might have had a pop or three, but yeah, that was good.
Nick, I'm going to answer the paper question, but on Jerry's paper, I think it says Kyle Pitts if we can, because I don't think they're going to mortgage the future to go and get Kyle Pitts.
No,
I think if he gets to 8 or 9, possibly, because they have all this draft capital. I don't see them coming out of this draft with 10 picks. So if they can do a bit of tweaking, maybe a 3rd and 4th to go up to, just something on the cheap. Is that a possibility?
Graham, I'm going to add a wee extra comment. If we do get Kyle Pitts, I'll be eating pancakes into depression.
But will you be doing it on the air, or are you going to sneak off like Jamie? I mean, which one are you?
I'll probably cry away into abyss.
I'm going to disagree with you. Was it Graham?
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree with you on that, because I watched it just like you guys did. I saw every game last year, and you guys, and I'm right here, and I'm traveling. I'm not 6 hours difference here. Dang well every game you guys looked at it and you're like, who's that? Who's 28? Who's when did we sign him? I mean, it was happening all year because there was so much turnover. The depth on this team was so bad that I'm taking 10 players, if not more. I don't want to trade up for anybody. I need players. I need to throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. And if you go back and look at the last few years, every year has a 6th or 7th rounder that stuck. Not all of them, but there's a Donovan Wilson. There's an Anthony Brown. There's there's guys. I mean, Xavier Woods. That was a good pick. He started. He didn't get a second contract here, but that was a good pick. And so I need as many of those guys as I can, because I know they're not all going to hit, but I need 4 or 5 of them to definitely hit and play. And so I just don't see any player that I would want to trade up for, especially one that if Dalton Schultz can get me 65 catches, I'm good there. I'm good there.
See,
I got to figure out the other side of the ball.
See, that's the thing. A lot of people have not talked about this as Blake Jarwin coming back. I felt.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's going to come back and he'll be better than Dalton Schultz because he can get down the field a little bit more. I'm just saying. I had Dalton Schultz maybe getting cut last year, and he gets a guy that probably could have been a Pro Bowler, So that just tells me what's around in that position. That's just a perfect spot for the tight end. Now Kyle Pitts would take it to another level, but I wouldn't trade up for. I really wouldn't. I do think the Cowboys may be trading back.
Yep.
Nick, I've got some errands to run, but it was so good to talk to you. Hope we can do this again soon. Thanks very much for your time.
I got questions for y'all, man. Like I gotta figure out something that is my Swansea soccer team gonna make it to get back into the EPL? Like that's what I'm worried about. It's can we get up and get out of the what's it called? What's the opposite of getting? Is it promoted? We get promoted.
Relegation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the opposite of relegation. I'm trying to get. I mean, I picked like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, I was like, I got to have a soccer team. Everyone else has one. I don't want to get with one of the top ones that everyone does, like Man U, Chelsea, all that. So I picked Swansea. And then they get relegated. And so it's really hard to keep up with them in the Championship League. But now they're kind of back up there again. So I'm really pulling for them to kind of get back up into the EPLs.
See,
I don't know, I don't know who the best team is, but that's the team that I try to root for.
well, see, the thing that's a good narrative though, Nick. Because see, like said, these teams like Swansea stuff like that. If you were to go to more of a championship game, at least you're with diehard fans that support the club, rather than me. Like, no disrespect to Man United fans out there, I do apologise, but it's because it's that world global appeal. Like, are you really a Man United fan, or you're just like a trophy hunter like everybody else type of thing? You know, it's like, so it's like, oh, which NFL team do you support? Oh, I support the Patriots. It's like, oh, is that just because they just won it last year? Is that what it is?
It's
Pretty
like
much.
You guys are probably, I don't even know how old you guys are, but it's barely enough to remember the last Super Bowl. So the fact that you guys are diehard with the Cowboys, that speaks volumes, you know. And I know, and I got to hang out with some of you guys when we were there in 2014, and I've seen, Paul, you've been here.
Yep, multiple occasions. Yep.
So you guys, you know, just absolutely diehard, and I know that feeling. I mean, I have a college team I just mentioned, Arkansas. We haven't won anything since 1994, and yet I'm over here breaking remote controls and mad because we lose a game and don't hit free throws or whatever. Like, it happens.
Oh, here's a question for you then. Have you been talking to Stephen Jones about his son then?
we do talk a little bit about that. When I would interview him, I'd ask about it, you know, how did John Stephen, you know, how's he doing? How did he play and all that? So he's still there. He's probably, this is probably his third or fourth year. So he's getting close to probably graduating. So,
because I know Charlotte's son Paxton, he's now with Texas. And is it him going to his second season now? Is that right?
Yeah, his second season. And they play this year up in Arkansas. So that'll be.
Oh, that's right. I could say Stephen talked about that actually.
Yeah.
So Nick, we just have a quick question for you from Mike, who is off camera at the minute. Yeah. He wants to know, is Texas A&M the best college ever? And both myself and Jamie will say absolutely not.
I'll say no to that. I'll say no to that. And my man Rob Phillips, who is he's a diehard Texas A&M Aggie, you know, and I give him crap for it all the time. No, I will not be able to say Texas A&M is the best college ever. I put them maybe on the opposite end of that.
I think I might be the only person in here within UK Cowboys and everyone we've interviewed has not actually got a college team yet. I'm probably the only one. So I'm open to suggestions, everybody.
Well, you know, you go. I mean, do the Man U route. I can just go with Alabama. You want to do that?
Yeah. So, Rob, Nick, I've just, something has popped up here on my screen, and I want to get your opinion on it. I've heard that the 49ers have had trade talks with the Green Bay Packers for Aaron Rodgers.
What?
Whoa!
What?
Yeah. No, apparently the 49ers have said, or the Packers have said no. But that is what I've just seen breaking on some of the Twitter and some of the apps I'm following.
Whoa! Wow.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense.
Yeah, because he's a 49, like Aaron's a 49ers fan.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense. Then there's been talk about it. Now the question that I would have if they did that, because Green Bay drafted a quarterback, right?
Jordan Love, yeah.
Jordan Love, yeah.
Okay. Because that's where they got to go. I mean, there's nobody sitting at number 3, especially we talked about. I mean, Justin Fields or Mac Jones, or you're not replacing Aaron Rodgers. Even if you got Trevor Lawrence, you're not replacing Aaron Rodgers. So you have to use that pick to somebody that I don't know. I mean, maybe Kyle Pitts makes sense there.
Wow, that is
with the Packers or whatever, but. It's crazy, but that's what I love. That's what we all love about the draft. And, you know, and I don't know where you saw that or whoever, but all it takes is one person to throw something out there.
I tell you what, that's a big spanner. That's for sure. Like to throw it, like it's not so crazy when you think about it.
But I'm glad they did that for y'all because you still got 10 more hours of this thing. So like, you know what? Yeah, I need to talk about as much as anything. You want to do another one? What about like Aaron Donald to Pittsburgh because he played there? I don't know. I'm just throwing. Let's just. No, I know, and I'm not saying that that's not legitimate because it really could be, and it kind of makes sense, like I said. But you know, it's just that time of year where there's a lot of things happen. I remember. I mean, a few years. We'll see. Whenever Calvin Johnson was in the draft, not even sure what year that was. 2010, 2011, and I think they had the number 2 pick, and they called the Cowboys, asking if they would be interested in the number 2 pick. And they said, for what? And they were like, DeMarcus Ware and picks. And they said, nah, no, thank you. We got our pass rusher. We're good. And, you know, in hindsight, and I now I got to figure out what year that was because that makes a lot of.
I'll look it up right now.
Find out when that was because, I mean, he's up for the Hall of Fame though right now. Calvin Johnson is. Yeah. So maybe it was like 2007.
What, do you know what's more annoying about that as well?
Yep, 2007. It was the 2007 NFL draft. Yep.
We obviously had the option to go up to 2 to get him, but then years down the line, when he was dominating the league, we went to Detroit for a wide receiver and took the wrong wide receiver and give up a bunch of picks and left them with Megatron, and we ended up with Roy Williams.
Yeah.
That's the same draft where Jamarcus Russell went number 1 and Joe Thomas went number 3.
Would you say the Raiders made a good call there?
No. Here's a funny story I heard. Like about one of my friends who's a Raiders fan. I know we're supposed to be talking about Cowboys, but it made a funny story that you know the film we were talking about draft day and that it's like that they watched the film. And all that stuff, like read the tape or like $5 and stuff like that. Apparently, they gave blank videotapes to Jamarcus Russell to study. And that he says, "Did you read them?" He said, "Oh yeah, I read them all, pretty much." Oh. It's like there's nothing on it.
Oh Lord!
So apparently, that's a rumor. Apparently.
Well, yeah. Apparently, I mean, and that stuff's happened, you know, and that's when we went back to where we talked about Micah Parsons. Just these kids, you know, and they're kids. I mean, they're, you know, 18, 19. Well, we're talking about 21, 22-year-old. But, you know, it's not so much about immaturity as much, I think, as it is just being invincible. You know, at this point in their lives, everything that they've done has worked out. High school obviously worked out great for them. College has worked out great for them. Here they are. It's hard to tell a 21, 22-year-old, better be careful and don't do this because so far in their life, everything is working for them.
Because here's the big difference. When college and high school, it's all academic. But when it comes to professional football, it's a job. It is your job. And it seems like a lot of these players cannot transition that mindset going over to the professional leagues. Where it's like, okay, this is a job. I need to hold on to it, do what I need to be told. Right? And it's get lost in translation pretty much out there.
Yeah. Well, I think the best ones are the ones that can figure out that, like you said, it is a job. 50%, it is a job. 50%, I'm a high school sophomore or junior living out my life and just having the best time in my life. That's what I think Sean Lee. I see a Sean Lee jersey back there, I think, Brian.
Yeah.
That's what Sean Lee did his entire career. He always remembered, this is my profession, this is my job, I'm going to give everything I had. And he also was that kid that was playing in Pennsylvania and saying, I'm out there, you know, trying to give everything I have. This is the best time of my life. And he never lost sight of that. And there's not a lot of players that are that way. There's a lot of players that don't necessarily love football. They just don't. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, the Cowboys have a guy that played, I'm not going to mention his name, but, you know, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Fame player. Ring of Honor, Hall of Fame player. I don't think he loved football. He was damn good at it, but I don't think he loved it. And there's a big difference there. And you wish they would, you know, if you ever got like a talented player that gave the work ethic like Sean Lee, I mean, be off the charts. And I'll say it, if Jalen Smith prepared like Sean Lee.
Oh, we're talking about a whole different ballgame right here if that's the case.
Different guy. Yeah. So maybe and maybe he'll get there. I mean, maybe he'll get there as well. But there's just a lot of parts, and that's what's so fun about the draft is that it's this nervous energy. It's so everybody's so anxious because you could be drafting a Hall of Fame player, or you could be drafting. I mean, just like that 2007 draft. I mean, first 3 picks. First guy didn't make it at all. Second guy was a Hall of Famer and barely even played, 8 years? And another guy, Joe Thomas, played 8 or 9 years and before he retired. He's a questionable Hall of Famer as well. That's just the difference of 3.
Yeah, pretty much made the Pro Bowl nearly every year, Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
And further down that year, that's the same draft. You've got Adrian Peterson, Patrick Willis, Marshawn Lynch, Darrell Revis, Lawrence Timmons, Reggie Nelson. I'm just throwing names out the bat here. Eric Weddle. I mean, the names goes on. There's so many. Steve Smith in the second round. So there's tons of names that happened in that draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes you think how they evaluate players just for the fact that they got it so wrong with Jamarcus Russell, and then let players like that slip. It's just it's crazy. Yeah, I'm glad I'm going to have to do that.
It kind of segues into a point here, Nick. I'd like to get your take on this. So, what's your favorite draft been since you started working with the Cowboys? I mean, you've been there since the early 90s?
No, not the early 90s, the late 90s.
That's a great question.
Late 90s.
Yeah. Early 90s, I was in junior high, but that's okay. I'm sorry, you kind of were cutting out. Did you say draft memory?
Your favorite draft?
Oh, favorite draft?
Since you've joined. Yeah.
My favorite draft probably is the 2005 draft. I think, because they had 2 first-round picks, and there's just a lot of stories there. No one's ever asked me that question, so that's a good one. I've never answered that one.
The Marcus Ware, the Marcus Ware, and the Marcus Spears.
Yeah, I love a lot of the stuff that was happening there because. And this story's been told several times, but Parcells did not want DeMarcus Ware at 11. He wanted Marcus Spears at 11. And that's the guy he wanted all along. And the scouts were trying to tell him, if you just calm down, we'll get them at 20. Just calm down. But we got to get a pass rusher here at 11. Is it going to be Ware or Merriman? And it didn't happen until the day of the draft that they started hearing a little bit of wind about Merriman. Maybe some off the field issues, maybe some performance enhancing situation that could pop up. And they're like, you know what, Ware's got to be our guy. And so, but they had to calm Parcells down because he wanted Spears, and they got Spears at 20. Then you look more into that draft. I mean, what they did with Chris Canny was amazing. I mean, Chris Canny was a guy that they had in the first round, and he had an eye injury because he got to some kind of fight at a club, and his eye was it's like a detached retina. And Jerry calls up the doctor that did the surgery in the war room and talks to him and feels good about it, and they draft him, and they get him in the 4th round. They get Marion Barber, they get Jay Ratliff in the 7th round. So it was a very good value draft, and the Cowboys wanted to move eventually from 4-3 to 3-4. They thought they needed a year or 2 to do it. But heck, with that draft alone, with Ware and Canny and Spears and Ratliff, they were able to make that move in 1 year. So that's one that stands out to me as a real memorable draft from top to bottom.
Yeah. Just great question, great answer. Brilliant.
Yeah.
A little bit of a sideways step, Nick, kind of maybe on the same lines. Say you always seem to have a really good rapport with a lot of the players when you see out and about. kind of who's probably one of the players that's had probably the biggest impact on the building that you've ever noticed while you've been with the Cowboys?
Biggest impact on the building, like on the in the organization?
Yeah, on that way. So on the organization, yeah.
Ah, man, that's you know, another question I don't think I've ever been asked before. So you guys are doing great. Witten had such a big impact, but I think the guy that has had the biggest impact on everybody here is Dak. And remember, when I got here, Aikman was still here, Dion, Urban, just at the end of Emmett, just at the end of their time. So I've seen a lot of these guys, DeMarcus Ware, Romo. I don't think I've ever met anybody that has the attention of everybody in the organization like Dak. I mean, from the ladies that work in the lunchroom area to the CEOs at the top, all of them. Nobody does what Dak does, and has an impact like Dak. He's really been amazing.
Wow, I'm saying because he does seem like a very down to earth kind of guy. But yeah, to think that he's not been with the team too long as well, that he's had such an influence. It just shows that the future's really bright for the Cowboys at that position as well.
Hey, I'm going to warn you guys. If my battery, I just got a low battery sign, so if it just craps out, then I'm just going to say bye now because I don't want to not say bye. So,
understandable, mate.
I don't know how much time I've got. I've never seen this sign before. So.
Just try to think, before we even finish off there, any guys, you got any more questions at all?
I'll come back if you guys want me to later on. We get closer to the pick.
Oh,
absolutely!
Absolutely.
I'll get this charged up, and I'll send you guys an email. Brian, I'll send you an email, and make sure you don't have a bunch of people in the room. But I'll come back on when the draft starts if that's okay.
That would be fantastic.
100%.
Yeah.
That would be, you're more than welcome, my friend.
All right. Well, you guys stay awake and have fun, and I appreciate it, and I applaud you guys for what you're doing. You guys this is awesome.
Don't worry, we're well prepared.
All right.
Gonna have to buy a coffee company after tomorrow.
If there's anyone who's watching in and has a question for Rob, look, if you want to get it in before Rob's battery does die,
I'll make sure and give it to Rob. I'll make sure and give it to Rob if you have a question.
The funny thing is, when we had Rob on for one of the shows, I kept calling him Nick. And he was there like, I'm Rob.
That's fair.
So I'm always doing it.
Just kind of a comment, like I said, in case it goes, I always forgot to do it when we were in London, Nick, and I think it's just because we had too many beers in the pub. And I need to send my book out to you because I asked you to sign my book and you was like, bring it. And because we were just pissed, I forgot to bring it to the pub, or I left it in the pub and I was like, shit, Nick's gone. And so I'm going to have to send it to you if that's all right, just to get it signed.
I'll get you one. I'll get you one signed. You don't have to send it. I'll send one to you. So.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's been like 6 years. That book's probably all mangled and probably not good. So,
well, funny that you mentioned about 6 years there, since it was 2014. We did ask Stephen that magic question about when the Cowboys are coming back over, and that it's just like, well, hopefully sooner rather than later. So obviously with the whole thing with the NFL with the extra game a season, so hopefully we can get you guys really back over as soon as possible, and we can actually relive 2014 even better and better.
Yeah, I know that there's a photo of me at one of those pubs. I'm holding triplet girls, 3 of them. I don't know how the middle one was not falling down. I had them all. What parent is going to give an inebriated guy, a stranger, 3 twin? They were probably like one probably 1 year old, all in cute cowboy cheerleader outfits. I held them all, took the picture. Somebody was holding my beer. Maybe I was holding that. I don't know. But they're probably like 8 now, 9. So
just thinking about it, and I can remember one of the nights in that first bar when you was doing the shows, and it was Josh Ellis was doing a show back there, and he was like, "Can you guys ring in?" And we were like, and I think we forgot because he was like, "I want to know what the atmosphere is like." And I think there was me, Lauren, there was you, I think there was Dan Turner and a few others, and there was Derek stood there, and I think Shannon might be stood there as well. And you were like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, we need to ring up because Josh Ellis has asked us to ring." So you took the phone off us. You started speaking to him. We'd all had a few beers. I think Shannon spoke to him, and eventually you could just see they just completely cut the call off. They were like, "These guys are too drunk." It was like it was crazy.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to sign off because I really think my computer is dying. I'm going to answer this question here from Steve Parker. Darren Woodson is my all-time Cowboy ever.
Yeah.
And if I was in my office over here, I'm sharing an office with Shannon. He was in the middle of a meeting. That's why I came here. But in our office, we have a picture on the wall that's of Darren Woodson. And so he's by far my favorite player of all time. He's an absolute a great person, was an outstanding player. But like as the cliche goes, he's a better person, and I respect him for everything that he is. And they haven't, guess what? They haven't replaced him at safety since he's been gone. So that's how impactful he was. And stay tuned to this summer. We have a documentary coming out on Darren Woodson. So
we've got a nice wee bit of script there. Awesome.
It'll be a good one. We have a really good lineup. And when I come back with you guys later today, we can talk about that too if we're not knee deep into the draft.
Do me one wee quick favor. Send a wee message to Shannon, will you? Tell him he still cannot drink for anybody.
Yeah. He's a dad now, and
I know.
He can't. You don't drink like you used to. So.
I still can't believe Darren Woodson's not in the Hall of Fame yet. It's an absolute travesty that man is not in the Hall of Fame.
That's a part of the documentary. Hopefully, we can get him there. Hopefully, this will help. Who knows?
Definitely.
All right, Nick. Well, thanks again for swinging by. We'll get you back on later on, dude, and we'll speak to you later on, Drew.
Okay, I'll be on later. See you guys.
I'll talk to you later, Nick. All right. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Appreciate your time.
See you. Okay.
Bye.
I thought I'd turn the cam. I thought I still kept the camera off. So we've now got Suitgate Gate. We've got Pizzagate. We've just actually. Do you know what we could do? We could have one for Brian. We could have Rob Nick Gate.
Yeah. I mean, I called Rob Nick during the segment as well. It's such a cut. But I'm just after seeing another fantasy football alert come in. Update on a former first-round pick. Tim Tebow recently worked out for the Jaguars, and there have been at least some discussions of him signing.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, and now he's a tight end.
Oh, so the position that he refused to move to in the NFL in the first place.
Yeah, there you go.
I love the Tim Tebow story, but he's getting a little bit boring now.
This is getting ridiculous. That is getting ridiculous, man.
Look, as we say, it's draft day. Stuff like this happens, and we've just got to roll with it.
I tell you what, though, Brian, that Aaron Rodgers one was actually like, you know what? That might actually happen.
It was Tom Pelissero from NFL Network that broke that. After you mentioned, I had a quick look. Yeah, he broke it. Apparently, they spoke to him a couple of days ago, and they said no chance. But like I say, live TV in terms of I mean, we've had a bit of a laugh. But even just to what Nick said there, that was not even planned. Where he said he would come back on. Like I say, it's just weird how this stretches it out of it, and it just
Yep. So, so we'll
literally. Go on, Paul.
I was just going to say it's just great having Nick Eatman coming on there, and the fact he's come back on later on during the draft, essentially. So, guys, remember this stream's all going to be raising money towards the NHS charity. So remember, go and check out the donation link. We've posted it a couple of times. It's on our social media. Try and provide some money towards our doctors, nurses, and stuff like that. we're doing this all for them and bringing you these amazing guests from DallasCowboys.com to former players. We just had Stephen Jones on the show, VP. Guys, honestly, and we've got so many more guests coming on later on the show as well. So be sure to go and hit that donation button. Help out for our amazing charity.
We set up. We literally break the £250 barrier as well, which is amazing.
Yeah, £250 was so far. So that's roughly what, just over $300 about.
Like $325.
$325.
Well,
so,
like, I mean, we've had thousands of views. If people could just donate £1,
yeah,
50 pence, whatever, guys, it doesn't matter, right? You've all had someone who has been affected for this last year and a half nearly. Someone you know has been affected by COVID. Someone you know is working in the NHS. I'm not even from the UK, and I know how people have been affected and what the work the NHS are doing. So please get on, donate whatever you can. Don't make me do a Bob Geldof thing and start telling you to send your money. Okay?
No, don't do it like that. Don't do it like
no,
that.
I won't. But
No.
you know, like, look.
Every little helps, everyone. Every little helps.
Every bit it helps. But you know, that was a great segment. Like, literally, I woke up to a message this morning from Nick, and he apologized to me, saying, you know, Jesus, I wasn't ignoring you. I thought we were going to get him for 10 or 15 minutes. What, 45 minutes, and he's going to come back on later.
Brilliant, absolutely, like first class. Like Nick's is just he's a one of a kind. So he is.
Yeah.
Like, and the fact is, he's normally, this is one of his busy days as well. Like doing production, like being in the production in the background, doing a lot more things behind the scenes in terms of the writing, staff writing, everything like that. And yet we managed to get a lot of good time, and he was like asking us the questions, and he wants to come back on and have a good laugh with us. So it just comes to show, like, yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So Nick Eatman, be sure to go and follow him on Facebook as well. Sorry, no Facebook, Twitter, social media.
So Martin, we will put up the link now shortly. I'm just trying to find it here. But yeah, absolutely. Like, look, you know, saying a $5, like, that's brilliant. Anything at all, people. That is what we want.
I will post it right now.
Yeah. You have it there, Paul, have you?
I'm just wondering if in case Twitter might...
it might not be on Twitter, but it's www.justgiving.com fundraising
I'll put the URL
/ UK Cowboys.
There we go. The link's down at the bottom, everyone.
Yeah. So there you go. As we say, whatever you can give is more than enough. As we say, we have segments planned out, and with the amount of guests we've had on and the time they're giving us, these segments are just being blown out of the water on us.
It's been unbelievably overwhelming. The time we... Oh, nice. We isolated the lawn. Nice.
Oh!
Yes. Where's mine? Where's mine? Where's mine? Where's mine?
I'll jump in the car right now and get through.
Anybody want a bit of donuts?
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Paul and Lauren actually live about how far apart? It's about 10-15 minutes, is it?
No, well, Lauren lives in Edinburgh, right?
Oh, is it?
Liverpool.
Yep.
So we're probably about 45.
Half an hour, 40 minutes. Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Depending on traffic. Because let's just say the Scottish motorways are not necessarily the best.
So
no,
yeah,
it's a Magnum.
Oh,
Magnum.
Fancy.
Oh my. So we do have a question. We'll just line that up. We just want to wait for Jamie to join back up with us. But in terms of, we do have Derek Eagleton coming up with us in the next couple of minutes. So we're not going to jump into another segment just for you know, we don't want to jump in and then jump off again. So, I mean, the news that's breaking today, guys, as we say, potential Aaron Rodgers trade, Tim Tebow coming back into the league. I mean, what else are we expecting? I mean, I'm kind of expecting Justin Fields, something to break about him, or one of the other top quarterbacks before the draft even starts.
Trevor Lawrence
It's draft day, something happens.
Here's a funny one for you. Trevor Lawrence's hair's too long. There you go. That's
As soon as you said Trevor Lawrence, I was going to go, he got a haircut.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to go take the computer upstairs. So I'm just going to
go for it, Jamie. No trouble at all.
Cool.
So the question there that I was going to say, so just in case Jamie needs a couple of minutes.
Fantastic question, Aaron. Fantastic.
So
Jamie. Yeah, sure. So as you just saw, Jamie, who was just there, him alongside Lauren Draper-Wood founded the UK Cowboys group. I'm trying to remember how many years ago that is now. It must be coming up to about, was it 2011? 10 years ago.
I believe, yeah.
10 years ago now. Jeez.
Yeah.
So it just kind of started just from as like a wee Facebook fan group page. People would just come in, give their wee 2 bits there and that. We had a website, had a couple of meetups and stuff like that. And it really, really did kick off when the Dallas Cowboys came to London in 2014. That's when the group really expanded massively. Because the thing is with like the social media back then, 10 years ago, it was actually quite difficult to find these types of groups, but now it's just so accessible now that you can just find it by recommendation now. So with 2014, Jamie, Lauren, and a few others, Dan Taylor, Turner, and that, I'm trying to remember who else there was. Names. I do apologize if I forget your name. Helped organize the Cowboys media team, like so Nick, Shannon Gross, Dave Hellman, Mickey Spagnola feel welcome. They could set up base at the Bar and Grill in London, where they'd host the podcasts. And we had the UK Dallas Cowboys meet and greet party where we had Danny White, former Dallas Cowboy quarterback. We had was it Claiborne? It showed up.
Morris Claiborne.
No, Scandrick, wasn't it?
Orlando Scandrick.
Scandrick, that's right. It was Orlando Scandrick. He appeared, showed took photographs with the fans and stuff like that, and it was a fantastic day. And this is really like the first big massive opportunity where I got to meet the likes of Steve Barker, for example. He remembers that very, very well. Met Jamie for the first time because obviously I'll be coming from Scotland, but it was the fact that we had everyone from the States, from Texas, California, everything. It was a fantastic event, and I'm pretty sure the documentary video of that event is still somewhere on Vimeo, but we will post that as a wee historical feature some point again.
I think there's still vignettes of that on YouTube even.
It might be, yeah. And obviously Cowboys Experience was there as well. Barry Griffiths, that's the first time I got to meet Barry back then, and ever since then we've all just had that big massive bond, and our group, the UK Cowboys fans, have expanded and grown, and with the launch of UK DC TV, which is now the podcast, it's just kind of went from strength to strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you guys have all been around since before that 2014 event. I only joined up, I think it was draft night 2015. It was the second round. And I somehow got chatting to Jamie and Lauren. And, it was right about the Randy Gregory pick, I think. And being here in Ireland, as I say, Ireland is dominated by the Giants, the Patriots, the Chicago Bears, and the Packers. The Steelers as well. There's very few Cowboys fans, so I literally for 25 years was plowing a lone furrow. I had nobody to talk to, and literally I got on Twitter about the end of 2014 and just started getting involved in groups. Met Jamie and Lauren. As I say, I brothers for life out of this, and that's the power of what this group has been for all of us.
Yeah, and for me, I've actually and for like yourself, Brian, we've met friendships through this as well. It's like even at this 2014 event, I never thought in my life like I'd be really good friends with Shannon, for example, and this is just a nice wee segue going into this our next special guest, like having the opportunity. Yep. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Derek Eagleton from the Dallas Cowboys. How are we, sir?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Yeah, we were just literally talking about the 2014 event back in London and how we all first met. Memories.
I missed that.
I know, and I still remember the first conversation that me and you had. It was like, so Paul, what do you think? Do you think Dallas might actually go for Adrian Peterson? I was like, a couple of beers there, and I'm like, it would be so cool if it happened, but you know,
yeah, wasn't meant to be, right?
How you doing? You doing all good?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm glad to be able to join you guys. So fun day. Draft is always a fun day, so it's good to be able to join you guys.
And we appreciate you coming on and probably the most busiest day of the year for all media within the NFL. It doesn't matter what team that you are with. Draft day is always going to be absolute pandemonium. So we appreciate you spending time with us, man.
How are you guys doing, man? I know we're over here in the States. You guys are over there in London. How's everything going with COVID and all that kind of stuff?
I would say it's slowly breaking away. I'm just waiting the confirmation when I can actually get my Scottish butt over back to America so I can attend games again. That's what I'm waiting for. but other than that, pubs, restaurants are starting to open up again, slowly but surely. But it's like we're just taking that week more precaution measures, I think.
Yeah.
And especially for us in Scotland, we're been a lot further behind the rest of the UK. A bit more guarded in how we're coming out. So there's been a bit of frustration, I would say, in some respects. But it's better to be safe than sorry, I think. So
absolutely.
Yeah. I think that's probably worldwide. There's a lot of people probably frustrated. And by the way, that's just the nature of us all going through a pandemic for the first time. I know it's my first time, obviously, going through a pandemic. So just something none of us ever expected. Like, who would have imagined you'd be shut down for a year plus of being at home and not really being able to do the things that you normally do. So it's just different, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. Right, so Brian, you want to take it away then?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we say, Derek, we can't thank you enough for the access you've given us over the last month or so to your team and allowing them to be part of this. You know, like without your input, this day could never have happened. So before we go any further, we have to thank you for that and make people that are watching aware of the work that you have done behind the scenes in helping us with that.
I'll just tell you this. I have a ton of respect for the UK Cowboys group. Like we ever since 2014, we came over there. I remember when we were making plans to come over, we actually, I don't even remember who connected us with you guys, but we had an opportunity to connect with a few people that were part of it at that point. It was still really young at that point. And they were just kind of really helpful with getting us connected to places we could have events, and they all showed up in droves and came out and made us feel really, really at home, and kind of walked us through a lot of the stuff that we had no idea what we were doing. You know, trying to navigate the city and best way to do that, whether you get on the tube or whatever. It was all brand new for us. But you guys were great. And so anytime I can help out. I know I was talking to Steven a few weeks ago when you guys first approached me about me being on, and we talked about Steven, and I was like, let me see. And I talked to Steven, and he was like, yeah, do you guys have a relationship with them? And I'm like, yeah, we got a great relationship with them. Like they're our lifeblood in London when it comes to our abilities to be able to do the things we did back in 2014. And if we're going back, first people I'm calling are UK Cowboys. So we're definitely we love doing stuff with you guys, and we love the work you guys do. So anytime we can be connected, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny. It's funny that you mentioned, because I did ask Stephen that one particular question. It's like, when he's coming back, is it sooner rather than later? And he says, well, when you do come back, we expect it's going to be much bigger and better than last time. So
yeah, and I mean,
can you guys hear me okay?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Mike, we can hear you, man. Welcome back. Welcome back, bro.
Yes. Yeah, but doing the parenting thing.
It was
Sorry,
just incredible. No, I think the 5 minutes after Stephen logged off, I think we were all in stunned silence that we'd managed to get Stephen on. So I mean, we're so grateful for that, and I mean that's a memory that I'll take forever. So,
well, before I say anything more, I need to congratulate Derek Eagleton on a certain promotion.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Going up in the world, brother. I love it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And does it mean what I want to know is, does it mean you get to relax a bit more now, or are you still going a million miles an hour?
No. It just means I get called into a lot more meetings, and some of them have absolutely nothing to do with media. That's all. It really doesn't change very much. Like, to be honest with you, like the day before to the day after, I was doing the exact same thing. It was just more of a title change, and I'm very appreciative for the recognition that comes with the title change. But yeah,
a bigger office though. Office?
Exact same office.
It could be worse.
Yeah, I still got to deal with Nick and Shannon next door and how loud they get.
Trust me, I know what it's like to deal with Shannon. Trust me.
Don't Shannon. Yeah. I mean, the way I see it is, it could be worse. You've got a lovely wife and family. It could be worse. You could be David Hellman out on a date, second date, trying to make an impression and get called into work.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. I told Dave this. I was like, look, man, it's actually a good thing, because you need to find out really early on whether she can deal with that. Because if she can't, she's not the one. Because I'll tell you a quick story. I was this was probably, I don't know, maybe around 2009, 10, somewhere in there. I'm not good with dates, but it was the first time me and my wife decided we were going to take our kids to Disney. And so it's spring break. I've taken off. I'm heading into Disney with my family. Everybody's excited. The kids and my wife all got on their Mickey Mouse ears, and we're excited. We're about to walk in, and literally we are at the turnstile about to walk in, and I get a phone call from work saying, and I can't remember if it was, I want to say it was DeMarcus that they were releasing, but something was going on with one of our big players. And so somebody called me and was like, hey, this is going down right now. And so I'm like, honey, hold on just a second. And so I'm stopping my family as we're walking into Disney for the first time. All their excitement, their little bunny ears, and I'm having to pull them back and say, give me 5 minutes. I got to talk about work. I mean, the looks on their faces, and really look on my wife's face. Like, I was like, I wanted to be anywhere but having to deal with that at that moment. But I will say this. My family also understands the job. And so it goes back to the point I was making about Hellman. Like, if they're not willing to put up with this, you're not going to do this job very well or very long, because it is an all-encompassing type job,
Yeah. It's like it was one of those jobs you always need to be prepared for the unexpected.
Absolutely. It's our running joke around here is that anytime we all as a group decide we're going to go somewhere, have a dinner, have a drink, whatever, literally there's going to be some news that pops up. Like, something's going to happen where we all got to jump to, because we actually took a moment to get away and kind of relax for a minute. So
just
do you know, saying that, I suppose you could always put on Dave in that sit there and say, well, Dave, you've not got a family, you've not got a wife, you stay back at the Star, and if anything breaks, you deal with it. We're going to chill.
Can't do that, man. That's not right. Although I would love to do that to Dave. I would love to say, Dave, you just handle it all. You don't have anything to worry about. But he's got a dog. He's got his Josie, right? He's got his dog. So,
good boy.
So he does have to get home to Josie,
Yeah, it's very true. Well, just before we go any further, we'd like to bring in another guest here that we have, and a member of Derek's team. So welcome along, Mickey Spagnola. How are things?
I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
Yeah, doing great.
So, Mickey, are you just like two offices down? Could we have just like gotten together in this and just?
I guess we could have. Yeah, I'm in Kettle's office. I didn't realize you were still on.
You guys are just getting the whole crew today, aren't you?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the most famous person in this house on this show is Mickey Spagnola. There is a good reason. There is a good reason. Like this week, been doing the graphics for the show and everything, and I've got a 4-year-old boy, and he's saying, "Who's that?" And I'm going, "That's Derek Eagleton." "Who's that?" I'm like, "That's Wesco." "Who's that?" I'm like, "Mickey Spagnola," and he's going, "Mickey Spaghetti." And I'm like, "No, Mickey Spagnola." So all week, all we've had is songs about Mickey Spaghetti.
Very
Nice.
good.
As a matter of
Hey, you
fact,
got to
I think
be
we're gonna
known
start calling
for
him Mickey
something
Spagnola
and
around
by
here.
somebody, right?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna start calling you Mickey Spagnola around here too, Mickey. How about that?
Yeah, right.
Good times, man.
So how long have you guys been on already?
We're almost approaching 13 hours.
15 hours.
13.
Oh, 13. Okay.
Yep. So we still got. We're half.
We're over the hump.
Yeah, over the hump now. Yep.
Well, very good.
So it's still going strong. We've got our coffee, energy drinks. So we're here for the long run. So, but I'll definitely will say I think by tomorrow morning I'll be looking to invest in a coffee company. For sure.
Right, okay, let's get into this then. So we'll get some questions. A couple of the questions we've been asking everybody is if you were the GM, right? So we'll ask both Derek and Mickey here that if you were the GM, you're now Jerry Jones. So first thing, you've got a lot of money, so you can give us a few dollars. But secondly, you have the 10th overall pick. Who are you taking?
I'll defer to you, Mick, on the first. You go.
Okay. So I'm probably, I'll tell you a little funny story. So I was on with our cohorts with the New York Giants on Giants.com, and they were doing a mock draft, and they were calling somebody from each team, right? So John Schmelk was on. I was on with him. I had the 10th pick, and basically I had my choice of defensive guys, right? So I went on and on about the cornerbacks, and then I talked about Micah Parsons, and I was talking about Micah Parsons, and he goes, "Mick, I want to know what the Cowboys are going to do, not what you want to do." And so I said, okay, if we're going to play that game, then I'll take Patrick Surtain. I said, but if I was making the pick, and I know that this team was epically bad against the run, I'm taking a linebacker, and I would take Micah Parsons. So my answer to you guys is Micah Parsons.
Okay.
All right.
Same question, Derek. Who are you taking? Sorry, my 4-year-old has just come downstairs.
Who's he taking?
Right.
Who are you taking, Travis? Oh, there we go. He's taking SpongeBob.
Very good.
Okay, I like
Thank you, Travis. And in case you're wondering, he is named after Travis Frederick.
Well, at least SpongeBob can take. I guess SpongeBob can take a hat.
Yep. And he can get skinny.
Look,
you can tell we've been on here too long.
I don't think the Cowboys can really mess this up, really. I mean, like, when you look at this, I fully expect there are going to be 4 to 5, as everybody's saying, 4 to 5 quarterbacks that are going to go in the top 10, right? So basically the way I look at it is, and I'm good with either of these 5 picks, it's down to who the Cowboys value most. I'm a big believer in, I'm always about best player available. I think it's the best way to go. I go back to what Bill Parcells used to say back in his time here. We're in the talent acquisition business. And so you can never go wrong getting a more talented player. And by the way, there isn't much on this team. There isn't a lot on this team where you say, I can't find a way to use a talented player. So if Pitts is the highest guy on your board and he happens to fall to you, which I don't think there's a chance. I don't think there's any chance in hell that Pitts is going to be available to the Cowboys at 10. So I think it's kind of a moot point. But if he should happen to get that far and the Cowboys think as highly of him as I do, take him. I have no problem with it. I think when you talk about the more realistic possibilities, I think Surtain's the guy for me. But I also think there's a good chance that by the time the Cowboys are on the clock, Surtain will not be there. And at that point, I'm willing to go Horn. I'm willing to go either one of the offensive linemen. And quite frankly, I'd put all those guys ahead of Parsons. I know what you're saying, Mickey, about the position and the need at the position, because I think that's a huge need for this team. Maybe as big of a need position as any other position. But I just look at the level of talent and the level of risk. When you're taking a guy that high, I wonder a little bit about the risk. And when you talk about a guy like Surtain and you're trying to match him versus a guy like Parsons, I think the risk in Surtain is much less than the risk you're taking on Parsons. So for me, Surtain's a better pick at that spot. Now, if the Cowboys happen to trade down, let's say 4 or 5 spots, now I think Parsons becomes a guy you really, really love if you can get him at 14 or 15.
Yeah,
but I would go with Surtain as my pick.
Brilliant answer there. Brilliant answer, Mickey. It seems to be everyone's kind of opinion is like if we do trade down, Parsons seems to be much better value. If we're still at 10, it just really depends who's available. Really, like it's like you said, it's really hard to really kind of screw this up. I mean, I'm probably one of the few Cowboys fans I get if we do draft Kyle Pitts if he is there. I'm just one of those type of people think I just really hope we just get someone defensively, because it's something that we're more desperately needed. But you're right. You are right saying it's like best player available, but I wouldn't be too mad about it. I just thought maybe defense would have been a better option. But again, you just cannot pass up on a guy like that.
And I will tell you this too about linebacker. I think right now, if you get Micah Parsons, I think you're getting something that you may already have. I think you already got 2 linebackers that at their best can be really, really good. But what we've seen is they can't always be at their best, whether that's because of injury, whether that's because of lingering stuff from injuries, whatever it might be, they're not always at their best. And some of the stuff you hear about Micah Parsons, maybe there are certain things that are going to be limitations to his game. So you may be getting a guy that's very similar to what you already have, and you're not really improving the position. You're giving yourself one more guy that's very similar to the guys you already got on the roster. So again, I look at it and say, Surtain, I think his bottom, his floor is going to be so much better than what the Cowboys have currently at that position, that he immediately steps in, is clearly your number 1 cornerback. And you hope that you got at least 5 years of production from him before you have to give a contract. And then if everything works out, maybe you get 10 years, maybe you get 12 years, maybe 15 years, who knows? But I think of a guy like a Terrence Newman, who he may not be the greatest cornerback, but if you get him for a good amount of time and he's a really, really solid cornerback for you, that's a valuable thing in today's NFL. And I would take that with a guy like Surtain.
See, I have no problems with taking Surtain. I have no problems with taking J.C. Horn. So what I was going on with Parsons, just looking at, and I know highlight films are highlight films, right? And they're everybody's best plays. But his highlight films shows that he's got instincts to play that linebacker position that Jalen Smith does not have. And I would have no problems if I took Micah Parsons and moving Jalen Smith to strong side linebacker and kind of a specialty rush guy, and put this kid out there who can run and make plays. Think about this, 6'3.5", 246, and he ran a 4.39 40. Where do you find that? You don't. And everybody talks about Pitts being this great tight end. Well, this kid could be a great linebacker. And you know what? If he's not there and some of these other guys are gone, there's another linebacker at Notre Dame, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yes.
Who is awfully good. I was shocked. I was shocked watching his highlight tape. And again, I know he's only 220 pounds. He could easily put on 10 pounds and be a 230-pound linebacker, and a guy that can play in coverage. So he would be the young Keanu O'Neal type guy that can play safety, but you could put him at linebacker too. And remember, these guys that they signed, the safeties, they're only signed for 1 year. So I'm looking at these 2 linebackers that could help a team that gave up, and let me emphasize, gave up 158.8 yards rushing a game, and had 2 games they gave up 306 and 294. My cornerback's not going to help that. but
true.
maybe the linebacker will. And the linebacker that I'm talking about, he's on the field this whole time. I get Leighton Vander Esch. I could put him in the middle. Let's go play. They need a weak side linebacker that can run, is instinctive, and make plays and diagnose things before they happen. They need a replacement for Sean Lee.
Yeah. I think that's a really great point you just made there, Mickey. Because if that's one thing in terms of I thought from the linebacker core was the weak side in terms of the containment with the ball, because it always seems to be strong side. You're being pretty much more. That's the strong side. You're pretty much going down blazing. On the weak side, you're pretty much watching the contain in case the quarterback pulls back out, or it's going to be a fake handoff to go to the weak side and stuff like that. So, and that's one thing that's like that Cleveland game is a prime example. Like how many times we got burned from going from the weak side of the ball. It's because, but. Yeah, I think that's a great point you made there, Mickey. Brilliant.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, Mickey. Like you and I watched a lot of the games last year together back here during COVID, and I think there was one particular thing for you guys to know that drove me and Mickey nuts. And this is where I get back to how much were the coaches helping these linebackers? Because I don't think the linebackers played well last year, but me and Mickey, like it seemed like almost every play were like, why are they not matching up with what they're seeing from the offense? The offense has 3 wide receivers on the field, and for whatever reason, Dallas defensive coordinator decided they would have, a 4-3. And they would have 2 tight ends on the field, and then they're a nickel. Like it was just, there was no real coordination a lot of times with regards to personnel matching up. And then I think you also had issues at defensive tackle. So I think those 2 things combined, I do think the linebackers played poorly. I think there are reasons why you can point to the fact that maybe there were other things that were factors in that as well. But I do like something you mentioned there, Mickey, about the idea of maybe using Jalen Smith in another kind of role. They've said they want to be a hybrid defense. I would love to see him lined up at an outside linebacker in the 3-4 whenever they decide to kind of flip into that and then go rushing up the field. Like I would love to see him do a little bit of that, and maybe that would be a great role for him. That again, he can become a role player more than just a standard guy if they can get the right person in this draft that becomes your guy with that match up with Vander Esch.
And I agree with what Derek said about how they schemed the defense, how they played the personnel, and that's why. And he's probably heard me say this: the Cowboys' biggest offseason acquisition has to be Dan Quinn. He has to be a defensive coordinator that can figure out how to use the talent on this offense, not figure out how the talent's going to fit. I mean, in the defense, how the talent will fit into his defense. He needs to fit his defense into what he has to play with. And they didn't do that last year. And so to me, Dan Quinn has to be an awfully important acquisition. And you look, he made his bones in the NFL as a defensive coordinator, right? That's why he ended up being a head coach. Maybe he wasn't the greatest head coach in the world, but he did get his team to the Super Bowl, okay? We would take going to the NFC title game. So he's got some skins on the wall, and it didn't take the Cowboys long to say, okay, we're hiring this guy, right? It wasn't like, well, we're going to interview this guy. They know since the 5th game of the season, Dan Quinn was available. And they just basically went out and said, okay, you're hired. So he's got to be really important with this defense, no matter if they add a cornerback, a linebacker, defensive lineman, and we keep talking about the first pick. You can get a corner in the 2nd. You can get a linebacker in the 2nd. And they've got enough draft capital that if they're sitting there late in the 1st round, I'd give up a 3rd to go back into the 1st and take one of those 2 positions. So they just have to be quick on their feet when they get to 10. Because like Derek said, if all those quarterbacks go off the board, there's a very good chance the Cowboys are going to have 4 or 5 guys at 10 that they wouldn't mind having. And if you trade back and get a 3rd for your trouble, and I'll tell you what, this may be outrageous, but I'm thinking that if somebody's trading up to 10 to take a quarterback, then they're going to pay the price for the quarterback. I want next year's one. I don't need no more for this year. I want next year's one if you're going to take a quarterback and I'm moving 5 spots.
Yep.
No, just thinking about.
Sorry, Jamie.
Sorry, Brian. Paul, no, I was just going to say, just thinking of that, we know that the linebacker core and the secondary has been an issue for the last couple of years, and it's always seems to be that everyone's harping on about the secondary. But with Sean Lee retiring, would you probably say that now that makes the linebacker core even more important to address first than maybe the secondary?
Well, look at it this way, and you guys, I know you're pretty good at this stuff, right? So you got Leighton Vander Esch, you got Jalen Smith, and then what?
Yep, you've got 2 guys that have got the instincts but don't have the speed.
You got 2 guys named you got 2 guys named Herb, you know.
Yeah. And when you look as well at the Dan Quinn system, like I always revert back to the Legion of Boom. When you look at what Dan Quinn likes to do on the defense, and you look, it's a lot of it is predicated on those linebackers and their speed and being able to move around back there. You look at that, and you just look then at what the Cowboys have, and you think, well, you've got Leighton Vander Esch is your typical Mike linebacker thumper, and I'm still trying to figure out Jalen Smith.
See, and then the other thing you got to consider is, if you trade back, and one of the things they could use is a defensive lineman, right? Like a really talented defensive tackle. And there's really, not any in the first that you would take in the first 15 picks or so. But, I saw one mock the other day that Christian Barmore didn't go until like the 28th pick. And I'm going, boy, if I've already taken something with my first round pick and he's there at 28, I'm trading up to get him. And I know I've only seen him play a couple games, but the Cowboys don't have a defensive tackle that can move like that guy.
Yeah. And I just something I want to add. We've got a bit of breaking news that's coming while you guys have been on the air. That Aaron Rodgers has told Green Bay he does not want to go back to Green Bay.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow. That's Adam Schefter.
So this has been a talk within the past hour, Mickey, is that potentially San Francisco trade for Aaron Rodgers now.
I heard that rumor when I was driving in this morning about trading. San Francisco trading for Aaron Rodgers, and they were going to give him Garoppolo and like every draft choice they have to get Aaron Rodgers.
That is crazy if that was to happen. This kind of reminds me of the whole Ricky Williams situation, given everything that they got.
Yeah.
although, and I would imagine going to Green Bay wouldn't be a bad thing for Garoppolo, but he's got a no trade clause I discovered, so he would have to approve any trade that goes on.
Well, and who knows? Even if he gets traded, the likelihood that he's going to be the starter. I mean, they got
he may
Love
like it, right?
Well, you got Love sitting there. Love's probably going to be your starter. If I'm assuming if Green Bay would allow that to happen, then they've seen enough of Love to think that he can be their future. Otherwise, why are you letting Aaron Rodgers go, right, for any price? Because as we know in today's NFL, you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance. And so,
you wouldn't trade up to number 3 after you took a quarterback last year in the first to take another one. So maybe they want Pitts.
Maybe, yeah. And that being said, if they get Rodgers, you put Rodgers with Pitts and whatever else they got there, and then you're working with something in San Francisco, right? I mean, yeah, it can be really interesting. Who's reporting that? Did you guys see who's reporting that?
Adam Schefter.
The trade part that I saw, they said it was 2 radio guys in the Bay Area that Pro Football Talk ended up writing something about it based on whatever they had to say. I worry about radio guys sometimes. Okay.
There's also 2 reports from NBC Sports and Yahoo Sports have also confirmed it as well.
Okay.
Wow, that's huge news for draft day because that affects everything.
Big news.
Yeah, that affects everything.
Yeah.
And I see on NFL.com that one of the stories that's at the top as well is that the Jaguars are talking about bringing Tebow out of retirement to become a tight end. Now,
Now it's just getting ridiculous. Seriously, like it's just getting ridiculous. Now let's just. We gotta deal with
total
this draft.
smoke
Like
and
I don't
mirrors
even need
for
to deal with
drafting.
that. Like, yeah, that's ridiculous.
So we asked this, and Derek, you probably be aware of this that's happened in the past from KT, who came up with this. And we asked Cal Yeomans this question as well. And we'll ask both of you this question. If you were to host for all of UK Cowboys a pizza party for a player that gets drafted, who would that player be? Could be any round, any player.
Wait, say the question again for me.
Kevin Turner came up with this one before about hosting a pizza party, which he actually did as well. For if the Cowboys draft this player, who would you have that party for?
The player you take, that's who you would have the pizza party because you got that guy.
You got that guy.
Oh yeah, I already said it. It's Pitts. Like I'm dancing in the halls if the Cowboys get a chance. Like literally, you're gonna see on social media night, everybody that works with me will be putting that up because Derek is breakdancing in the halls because they got Kyle Pitts. Like that would be a dream in my opinion because you put him with the other offensive players they got on this team, and especially if your two tackles come back healthy this year, as they're saying that they will. Oh my gosh, like that! Talk about Team 40 Burger. Like, yeah, they're points next year. Now I don't know if they're gonna be able to stop anybody, but they're gonna put up a ton of points if they can add a guy like that to the mix. Because I'll throw this one to you. Like people that talk about how much can the Cowboys, with all the talent they got, how much could they actually use a guy like Kyle Pitts? I'll tell you where they'll use him. They'll use him down there in that red zone where they are a little bit suspect at times in figuring out how to get the ball into the end zone. Now you got a 6'6" target that's down there in the end zone with great hands, who knows how to get off coverage, and I love that. You know, when you combine that, especially with all the other weapons they got. So if they get Kyle Pitts, I'm throwing a big party. We're gonna do it up big. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean Kyle Pitts, the red zone is where his bread and butter is.
Yep.
So yes. So
now,
what about you, Mickey? Who's your guy?
Now you would be able to score 40 a game, right? Because you're going to give up 30.
Right. It's an arena football game, Mickey. Like we're playing football at this point.
I mean, do you guys realize that the last 14 games the Cowboys have won, 6 last year, 8 the year before, they scored at least 30 points in each one of them.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying they needed 30 to win, but that's how they won. In one game, they had to score 40 to beat Atlanta by 1 point.
Yeah.
The pressure would be on Moore, right? The offensive coordinator. You better put 40 up if I got Pitts out there.
But I'll say this too, Mickey, though. You mentioned it earlier. If Dan Quinn can come in here and provide just the right kind of scheme, leadership for that defense, I don't need this defense to be great. I need this defense to be middle of the pack. If you give me a really potent offense with a middle of the pack defense, you're going to win a ton of games in the NFL. Because, by the way, you look at a lot of teams that are successful right now. I look at that team in Kansas City. They don't have a great defense. They got a middle of the pack defense that's opportunistic at times, right? If you can get an offense that can put up a lot of points, you just need a middle of the pack defense.
It's funny that you just mentioned that, Derek, because our earlier guest of ours, Ari Temkin, said the exact same thing. It's like we don't need a star-studded player. We just need to make sure the defense is like it just
doing their job.
Doing their job.
Yeah.
Well, can they play as well as they did in 2019? Right.
Yep.
They were the 9th ranked defense in 2019, and they were 11th against the run. Now, I know they lost Byron Jones. They lost Jeff Heath. But they didn't lose guys that should have made that big a difference in how this defense funked. Now, they did lose Rod Marinelli.
There we go.
Now, there you go.
Right there. And that's why getting Dan Quinn, if he makes the difference that I think he will make, you might be back to having a middle-of-the-road defense. And that's good enough in today's NFL if you got a good offense.
Hey, well, statistically, Dan Quinn, the 2 years he took Seattle to the Super Bowl, they were ranked first in points allowed on defense. The very best. So you think that if he can just do half of that, That was
Right.
the Dallas Cowboys right back in the middle. It's all maths. It's all maths. But let's have a look. We got some questions that have been rolling in. Here's one for you that came in. I don't know if either of you know anything of this, but how is LVE doing in terms of his health?
Leighton Vander Esch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
I've seen him out there running, and he's running awfully well. So again, you know, they took care of, you know, he had a fractured collarbone, right? The bone heals. That's kind of a strange injury. You know, it's not like, oh, he's weak and he got hurt. And then at the end of the season, I believe it was an ankle, maybe. But he looks fine to me, and he was out there, you know, voluntarily participating in the strength and conditioning program. So yeah, to me, he looks just fine.
Yeah. And here's a question I wanted to ask you guys. You just touched on it there about the strength and conditioning, because we've seen a report that the Cowboys, in terms of off-season activities, if you like, are actually first in the amount of personnel that they have in. With the way everything is in terms of, you know, the virus and what have you, is that a good or a bad thing?
I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think that the NFL did a really good job. If you look at how they were able to manage to get through the season last year with very few hiccups, players being able to practice and play, they had the right kinds of protocols in place, so much so that there were other leagues trying to do some of the things that the NFL did in order to prepare themselves to be able to get their season started this year. So, yeah, I think they did a good job. And so from that standpoint, I don't think this is more dangerous for players than that. I think they have the right protocols in place. I think it's a good thing. And I think the Cowboys, here's one of the things to remember too, like you've heard around the league, all this talk about players showing up for voluntary workouts. Like, I think one of the things that is a built-in advantage for Dallas that some cities don't have is that I would probably say, and Mickey, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, I would venture to say the vast majority of our players live here. They have made this their home year round. There are some cities where guys play in a city, but their homes are in other cities. So they play for the year, and then they go somewhere else during the off season. So it makes it a little easier for the players who are playing for Dallas, who live in Dallas year round, to use the facility as their practice and workout facility, rather than going to the local gym or rather than going to a local college or whatever the case might be. So that's one of the great things. And if you know anything about, the market here in Dallas, like Dallas is one of those cities where a lot of guys that don't play here like to come and live. It's a good standard of living from the standpoint of cost of housing and just living. And so there's a lot of people no state tax. So there's a lot of people that live here. It makes it a lot easier, I think, for Dallas to have players that want to be a part of the off-season program because they actually live here year round.
Trust me, Darren.
Here's one of those things that I don't understand. And, I wrote my mix shots last week and asked for help. So the NFLPA is behind all this, that they don't want the players to participate in person with the off-season workouts. Now, I get backing off on the OTAs because I was never a fan of OTAs where you're only in helmets, jerseys, shorts, no pads, right? Now, there's not supposed to be any contact, but as we know, boys will be boys, right? They're going to dive for a ball to catch it or to break it up, and you don't have shoulder pads on, you're going to hurt yourself. I get backing off on that, but I don't get backing off on the strength and conditioning part of this because as Derek pointed out, this place is still following the protocols, right? We're in offices right now, but if we're outside, we're wearing a mask, and everybody in the building's wearing a mask, right? They're still testing the players on a daily basis when they come in for the workouts. So you're telling me it's too risky to come here and work out. So where are these guys going to work out? Because I don't know about Derek. I finally got enough nerve to go back into the health club and work out. And in my health club, the pandemic's over. Like I'm the only idiot that's got my mask on half the time. Everybody else is. So the NFLPA, do they want their players out in public working out, or do you want to come into a place where everybody's being tested? I don't get it. I just don't get it. And I think what the NFLPA is doing is trying to curry favor with the players after they basically allowed that 17th game to be brought in. And it's like, well, we had concessions that we gave to make more money, but we gave them the right to have the 17th game. Now they're so worried about the players' safety. Well, keeping them at home, how do you prepare for the season at home? And I don't know about you guys, but I've had some talking to some teacher friends, and these Zoom classes they're doing, kids are you don't pay attention, right? I had a first grade teacher tell me that half the time she's seeing kids sleeping, right, during the Zoom class, and she can't go and hit them and wake them up, right? And the parents aren't there. Now I'm not saying the players are going to fall asleep, but I know guys, right? And their attention span from afar is probably not as good as you have them in a classroom here. So I don't get it.
It's definitely a lack of actual one-to-one interaction face-to-face, whereas we're just dealing with a screen pretty much. And you made a really good point earlier. I'm just trying to remember exactly what it was you said there. I do apologize, but it was regards to the it's inconsistency where you've got the NFL telling them go and practice outside, but you can't practice in the actual facility. It's like it's kind of the same. Not just from the NFL, but it's been quite a lot from a lot of things from health boards and stuff like that. There's just no clear common sense when it comes to what should we be doing. But we're all following these protocols to make sure all these players and staff and everyone's safe. But yet you can't go to the facility. You're right, Mickey. It's I think the right word is it's just inconsistent advice.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about it is, and what we all have to remember is this is the nature of the tension that happens between companies and employees when there's organized labor, right? And so for every give, there's a take. And so, yeah, I think that the people at the NFLPA would not be doing their jobs if they see an opportunity to be able to gain back control of something that later they can use for bargaining for something else that they want, right? Because that's the way it always goes in negotiations. You give up something to get something. So when you have an opportunity to kind of make a point to pull something back that later can become a bargaining chip, then you do that and you create that point to be able to have in your back pocket to use later. So look, I don't get too alarmed by all this because the stuff that's being talked about publicly, I don't think it's necessarily the heart of the matter. I think it's just the nature of negotiation. And by the way, they are always negotiating. That's the one thing you know about the NFL and the NFLPA. It's one thing you probably recognize about most leagues. The player organization and the actual league, they are always negotiating, which means they are always looking for a way to be able to gain a little more leverage so that the next time they're in a situation where they're bargaining, they have something to use. And I think this is no different. Nobody's going to convince me that players really think they're going to get better by sitting at home. So I think this is more about negotiations. I think this is more about them getting leverage where they think they can get leverage. And by the way, giving their players an opportunity, there could be some legitimacy to them thinking, at least, whether it's true or not, to them thinking for veteran guys, me being able to let my body relax a little more gives me a little more longevity. Now, they're not thinking about those young guys that need that extra practice time in order to take a spot. But for them, for those veterans, like it might actually feel like it helps them. So again, there's a lot to this story, but at the end of the day, the one thing I'll say about the Cowboys is this doesn't seem to be something that's affecting them. The players are showing up and they're working out, and so this is kind of a non-story for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Derek knows the rehab guys are rehabbing. They're doing all the stuff they need to be doing, coming back from surgeries, including Dak, by the way. But the strange thing is that what they can't do still, even though they're here, right, in the building doing strength and conditioning, when they have the team meeting, it's virtual. They're not allowed to be in a meeting room. They still have to do it virtually. So I was asking somebody the other day, I said, well, how does that work out? Because
They got to go home.
Guys are here. Do they have to go home for it? And I was told, no, some guys will be in the locker room on their phone. Some guys will be in the training room on their phone, and they're listening. Now, how well are you listening, right? When you're in an environment like that, but they can't be together to do team meetings. And, I found out that the coaching staff's going through great lengths to do whatever to keep their attention. And it's a long meeting. It's at least an hour meeting.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of crazy.
What's crazy to me is that, this season, the salary cap's shrunk. We've had a lot of players hitting the open market this year, and you're now asking them to train on their own, not interact with their new teammates, build up that chemistry that you're talking about. You've got nobody to hold them to account that they're doing the workouts. I mean, famously, Gronkowski's commented that, he used to train with 3 T-shirts on, film himself training so that when he's handing the video into the strength and conditioning coaches, he's, simply taking off his shirt and saying, yeah, that was Wednesday's run, that was Tuesday's run. So he's basically doing one workout and actually doing, at various points taking a shirt off to make it look like he's doing it on another day. There's nothing. It's almost like you have to go back to the 80s where these guys were part-time jobs and then coming in and they needed a whole month of a training camp to basically get themselves into shape and actually make sure that they were in a position where they could hit the field. And for all the NFL Players Association, they're saying that, there wasn't an increase in injuries last year. You had some serious names going down last year.
Saquon Barkley, prime example, Dak. Yeah. There we go.
I'd look at the 49ers with half of their defensive line. And,
that's right, yeah.
Guys like these, scoring across the league. I mean, yes, we gave up a hellish amount of points last year, but scoring across the league was up. And again, that's all because offenses gel a hell of a lot quicker than defenses generally do.
I agree with
that.
How
come you guys can figure all that out so far away?
Because me and Lauren used to play. We used to play football as well.
And we listened to you guys.
Exactly.
Okay, I can stay another 15 minutes now.
We will keep complimenting you if it keeps you on the line. But one question. But one of the questions we've also had that people are asking, because there seems to be very little news on him, is how Blake Jarwin is doing.
Mick, you got an update on that? I haven't heard much about Blake.
No, nobody seems to have viewed anything.
You know what? My mic just fell off, but I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah, all right.
I heard that he's doing just fine. That because he's had the longest to recover, right? He tore the ACL in the first game of the season, so he'll be ready to go when it'll be almost a year when they get back to training camp, assuming there is a training camp. So yeah, I haven't seen him, but I have seen Lale Collins and Tyron Smith, and those guys look great. They're running awfully well. So yeah, I think Jarwin, from what I heard, is doing just fine.
Okay. And something that we've heard you guys do before, and we've already done a game of this on the breakfast show this morning. It is Would You Rather. Okay. Now I'm going to give you some Would You Rather scenarios, and you just have to choose which you would prefer. All right.
This sounds like we should each have a beer in front of us to play these games.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't get me in trouble here, man. I don't want to lose my job.
No. Because one of the first scenario I'm going to give you all actually works quite well, Mickey. We seem to be in sync here. So your Would You Rather is you draft Richie Grant at pick 44, but you're not allowed to drink a beer for the next 2 years.
Who am I getting at 44?
Richie Grant, safety, Central Florida.
Oh, okay. I might be able to get him there without having to make that bet.
No. The rules are Mickey. You get Richie Grant at 44, but you cannot drink. any alcohol for 2 years.
Oh,
No,
now
you just changed it. You
first
moved
you
the
said
goalpost.
beer.
You said beer.
Yeah, and I'm like,
That's a big difference there.
Right. No. I have alcohol, not beer.
Okay,
Oh.
well, that's a whole different
You
conversation.
said beer, so he has to. He's allowed to answer it based off of beer.
And I
So
will
you
say
can have
this.
wine, you can have spirits, Mickey, you can have anything.
And I was
other than
thinking
beer.
I could go a year without beer if I could drink wine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's going to be all alcohol.
If
It's
you're going to
all
say
alcohol.
alcohol, if you're going to tell me all alcohol, I'm going to tell you there's no player in this draft that's that good where I'm giving up alcohol.
That's right.
Give me the next guy. I don't need that guy. Give me the next guy.
And I don't want to have I don't want to have to lose 20 pounds, okay?
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, definitely. Any of you guys, would you make that on that would you rather option? Are you drafting Richie Grant, or is booze always on the table?
I find that's a silly question to ask me, is it not?
Yeah. Okay.
Especially since when we were there in 2014 and hung out with you guys at different
Right.
functions, I don't think I ever paid for a beer. So no, it's out.
And you guys were drinking 2 to every one I was drinking. So,
Yeah, right.
You guys can go.
Well, we'll try and speed you along next time you come down.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I can handle that.
So I'll take one more. I'll give you guys one more, and then we'll try. I'm sorry, reading some of the comments. We'll go the other way. All right. Now, you could draft Quinn Miners in the 4th round, inside offensive lineman, or you can get a Whataburger right now.
Give me the Whataburger.
Whataburger.
Yeah, give me the Whataburger. I want it now.
You gotta have the Whataburger. But I ask this because this is Paul's baby, Quinn Miners.
Oh,
I'm sorry, man. I'm a foodie, so it's gonna be very hard for you to convince me.
So am I, Derek. So am I. My dad bod is like beating Seth Rogen right now. Oh. It depends what number on Whataburger. It depends what number.
Yeah. As long as I can get Whataburger, I'm good.
I'm taking the Whataburger. Although I went back and checked Quinn Miners' is relative athletic score in all of the draft. He's 5th.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's 9.99. His relative athletic score. It's insane.
Wow. Yeah.
I just think with Quinn Miners, I mean, we were discussing on the pod last week about how for draft day he's going to be moving house, and then I shared some with Paul on Twitter this week that his training sessions that had been put up. You can see when he's talking about moving house, he's actually going to pick up the whole house and just move it down the street. You know.
Knocking down trees, creating roads for himself. It's crazy.
And like you watch that as well, and then you watch him because he played guard for the best part at Wisconsin Whitewater. He only played center this year, and that very little of that. And in order for him to practice in typical D3, school style, he's just snapping balls between his legs into garbage bins. Nothing fancy, just like this is how I'm going to learn how to do it. Just snap after snap between my legs into a garbage bin. You're like, there you go. Yeah, that's if that was Alabama, they'd have all fancy targets and ball return systems. They get trajectory angles and all laser finders. Oh yeah. But I know Brian, you are waiting in the wind with a question for the guys. Do you want to hit us with that question?
So the question I have, we've spoken a lot about Sean Lee today, and literally I just went down to have dinner, and it struck me, no one's mentioned Tyrone Crawford and the impact he has had on this team for the last 10 years, and the fact he's gone. I mean, we just got a press release, and he didn't even do a video. Typical Tyrone, but I mean, how do you replace him?
Well, he was here's where you don't replace him. He's another locker room guy, right? A veteran guy with experience that knows how to do things, knows how to influence guys, really sharp guy. And where they'll miss him is he was sort of their jack of all trades on that defensive line.
Yes.
It's like, there were years he came in and they told him he was a defensive end. So he slims down, right? Going to play defensive end. Someone gets hurt. It's like, Ty, we need you at defensive tackle. But I'm 260 now. Well, put on some weight. Or he gets heavier because he's going to play defensive tackle. They find out they don't have any defensive ends that can stop the run, and he moves out to defensive end and it holds down the edge. So sometimes stats don't tell the whole story on some guys, and especially him. And and Derek knows what a good guy. I mean, he'll do almost anything we asked of him to do. And just a great influence on young players. And if you guys haven't seen it, DeMarcus Lawrence wrote a really good column about it. It was better than anything I could write, so I tried not to even, trumpet or whatever. But his influence on a young DeMarcus Lawrence was amazing.
Yeah, they seem really close too. They seem really close.
It's funny that you mentioned about DeMarcus Lawrence there, Chris. I remember the wee segment you did on DeMarcus Lawrence and Tyrone Crawford, where they cycled to the Star in Frisco. He brought Shannon along for the cycle, and you could see they two were having a bit of laugh back and forth. But you saw them what their day-to-day was like, going to the Star and stuff like that, and it shows you what the great character of friendship they had. But in terms of like a Tyron, man, like he is probably one of the guys you would say he is the ultimate team player. He would do everything that was asked of him to be part of the football team and make the team better and bring that energy to them. So he's going to be a big miss for the team, definitely.
Yeah, I will say this. I think Tyrone's one of those guys that may have sacrificed the greatness of his career for the sake of the team. Because as Mickey was saying, like sometimes when you have a guy that's that versatile and willing to do what you need him to do in the moment, you kind of can, as a team, kind of take advantage of that a little bit and never give that player a full opportunity to develop his career at one position where he's really mastering that craft of being a defensive end or being a defensive tackle. And so he's moving around all the time, and he's doing this again for the better of the team. And maybe he ends up being a better player overall if he's just at one position and really allowed to kind of get much better at that position. But again, that speaks to his character, and I have nothing but respect for Tyrone Crawford. I think he is a consummate team player.
You made a really great point there, Derek. Myself and Lauren, we played defensive line here in the UK for our respective teams, Edinburgh, and I played for East Kilbride. And I would get moved from outside as an edge rusher into a free tech and sometimes a one tech. And it's a completely different ball game because you're up against more physical. You need to put, like you said, you need that more weight to be more of a dominant force in the inside, but whereas at the outside it's more about speeding that and trying to transfer that while you're doing it, even halfway through the season with not even time to pad on weight, it can really be damaging and wears on your body, everything and that. So if anything, all the respect goes out to Tyron. And but you said the potential of him, if he was just to be stuck at that one position, who knows what could have happened? That's the thing.
Yep. You know what? I know the feeling about that because my sophomore year in high school, I was a great practice squad player, right? And it's like, all right, we need somebody over there. You go over there, right? And so I never got to play one position. Not that it would have mattered, right? They just needed a body to fill in.
Yes.
I don't think this has been asked of you yet, Derek. And considering there's three fellow Longhorns on the call here at the minute, what are your thoughts on the Texas guys? Do you think one of them will make it into the first round?
I think I actually personally I love Osai. I think he's a really, really good player, and I think he's going to be a great pro. I think he has that motor that you can't teach. And we've seen that translate for other guys into the NFL. Like you can have talent and then in the NFL, it doesn't show up as talent, right? Most of the guys, or I should say a lot of the guys that have talent plus a motor, they end up being pretty good. And so I look at Osai, and I think he has a real shot at being a really good player. I think, again, I don't get deep into the draft like some of the other guys on my team do. But what they tell me is he's a guy that's probably going to be somewhere in the late first round, maybe early second. I'm praying that he drops to second round and the Cowboys are there to pick him. Like, I would love for him to be on the Cowboys, because I think he addresses a need for them and also gives them a player that is just a workhorse. Like, he is going to go. And one of the things I loved about him in Texas was he was a playmaker type. You know how sometimes you'll have these guys that'll make a play in certain times of games that you almost forget that they made the play because it wasn't a critical moment in the game. When we needed plays, he was the guy that would show up and make those plays. And that's the kind of player I think that the Cowboys sometimes have missed, particularly on the defense side of the ball, is those kind of playmakers that when a play's needed. Like, I think DeMarcus is that kind of guy. I think he makes some plays for this team when plays need to be made. They don't have a lot of those guys. So you give me an Osai in the second round who can come in here and be a good playmaker for you. I actually love that. So I'm looking forward to maybe him being a first round guy. I mean, Cosme, maybe he's a first round. I don't know. I really don't know where he's going to actually fall. I think he's a pretty good offensive lineman. But the guy I love the most from Texas this year is definitely Osai.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Hey, I want equal time. You didn't ask me about Missouri's Nick Bolton.
Well, we have Brad Sham tell us about Nick Bolton, Mickey, but go on, give us your thoughts on Nick Bolton.
Oh, he's probably end of the first round, second round type linebacker. Heck, he's from right here in Frisco. He played his high school ball here in Frisco, and he's one of those, kind of made linebackers. I'm sure he was no more than a 2 or 3 star when he got to Missouri, and he made himself into one of the top SEC linebackers. So I appreciate it.
Very good. Very good.
We're an equal opportunities kind of group here, so
So let me ask you guys a question. You must be waiting anxiously on, is it May 10th or 12th when the schedule comes out and you'll find out what games are coming to London?
12th.
The 12th.
Yep.
Yeah. Comes out the 12th. So
and how many games will you guys get?
I think it's 2 they've guaranteed this year. Obviously, normally you're guaranteed 2 games at White Hart Lane now, but I think with the COVID situations, we're only getting the 2 this year.
Will they allow? Are they going to allow attendance?
We've just started letting attendance go into soccer games right now. Mm-hmm. So it's slowly but surely progressing. So we're in the right direction.
All right.
What we're really hoping is that the Cowboys don't get sent to Mexico or somewhere, and we end up with the Jags or the Jets or something. We're not that would just be a hard watch.
Yeah. It's very true. Speaking of Mexico, we're going to bring in a very great friend of the show, RJ, and we're also going to bring in Meg here.
Hey guys.
How are you doing, folks? So as you can see, everyone is in the pool at the minute. We're flat out with people. So
how's everyone doing? You doing all right?
Doing good.
Yeah, all's well. Very exciting. It's been a fun and chaotic day, and looking forward to a fun weekend all throughout.
So, I mean, what are your initial thoughts? Like, we've been seeing lots of news breaking in the last hour or so in terms of Aaron Rodgers, but most importantly, we're here to talk about the Cowboys pick. What are both of your thoughts on the Cowboys pick?
Well, I'm pretty certain that we're going to get a cornerback today. But as
You had to
far
bring
as
in somebody clever, huh? Didn't you?
I wouldn't say I'm clever so much as I can be pretty punny from time to time. But as far as Rodgers goes, that's gonna put a wrench maybe in a couple people's plans. Maybe they want to try to go for people call him a GOAT. I'm not a huge fan myself, but maybe they'll want to try for him instead of getting a rookie quarterback. Who knows? Not the Cowboys, though.
Yeah. So, I mean, today has been really fun, and I really like days like this because they're really epic. And it's days where like everybody is just kind of enjoying the same stuff. And so it's been more than what I wanted it to be, because it always gets that way when the draft starts. And so looking at it, obviously the Aaron Rodgers stuff and the Tim Tebow stuff earlier too. I know you mentioned the Jaguars a moment ago. Leading into tonight, I mean, I do feel a little bit, more hopeful at least. I want to see some chaos in the first 9 picks, and it does feel like that's certainly possible, at least now with this Aaron Rodgers wild card. I remain just optimistic for options and just hopeful. I found what Kyle Pitts' dad said to be really interesting. Like, that's all I want. I want today to be filled with like craziness and different directions and different opportunities, and whatever happens, I'm really excited. But I think I'm with Meg. If I have to pick a player and kind of marry the idea of practicality and wants and wishes, Patrick Surtain feels like the play. JC Horn is fine either way. It feels like, I feel like we're all going to like our favorite restaurants and we like everything on the menu. And so it's going to be hard to walk away with something that we're not enjoying tonight.
That's brilliant. So just before we go on, Derek, I know you need to jump, but listen, we are so thankful for everything you've done in the last couple of months for us. You've been beyond helpful. We cannot thank you enough. The folks here have been blowing up our screens, our message boards with everything today. So thank you so much. And, couldn't have done it without you.
Absolutely. I love working with you guys. Like I said before, I'm looking forward to our next trip to London. And for those that we haven't had a chance to hang out with, we'll make sure we make up for lost time when we get out there next time for a game. So
you definitely need to come up to Scotland as well, Derek, as well.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me on, though. I appreciate it.
No, thank you, Derek. And good luck with the rest of the day as well, Derek.
You too.
Thank you.
Man,
so I have a theory. I have a theory that could take place for the Cowboys. Let me run it past you all. I think this Aaron Rodgers news is bad news for the Cowboys at 10. And I'll explain why. Because if you imagine, if let's say hypothetically, if the 49ers do end up with Aaron Rodgers by some miracle, that a trade goes down in the next few hours, if they end up with Aaron Rodgers, you would imagine that the Packers are set with Jordan Love, which means that the Packers will presumably go skill position. Who do we think that could be?
If they're trading up, if the whole rumor about San Francisco, if they're trading number 3, the only person I can really think of is Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, it actually helps the Cowboys because it's going to push another quarterback down.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
And also, I'd just like to add, last year I stashed Jordan Love on my fantasy team.
Which team?
Mike is ready for the future.
I am always prepared for the future.
Dream on, mate.
I know, yeah. If you know me too well, I am never prepared.
Well, your record in fantasy football proves that, my friend.
No, yeah, that is true. Hey, in my defense last year, if we're talking fantasy football, I had too many players on teams that didn't play due to the Rona.
Whose fault is that? You're the general manager.
I can't control viruses.
It doesn't matter. You're still the general manager. You can make trades.
Exactly. Okay. So we're going to ask RJ and Meg, because we've asked everybody who's come on the show. So we'll ask you both. You are now the GM. You are the guys in control. At pick number 10, who are you taking?
What are the options? I mean, like, you know, like,
yeah.
What are you got to give us a situation
Yeah,
here?
who's off the board here?
Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've had this. Don't worry. And once again, this is not me not being prepared. I have been running around after a small child.
Well, I have a slight answer, I guess. If Sewell's still on the board, I'm taking him. I'm going to skip Kyle Pitts. I know that's very unpopular, but or maybe it is popular.
You just warmed my heart by saying that. Oh,
I mean, you just made a big investment in Dak. You got to protect him. We have some iffy O linemen there.
For Sewell, I'm going to back Meg up on this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I knew Brian would have that.
I know, RJ, you've been on this train. Are you still on the train come draft day? Is it still Patrick Surtain for you?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that's the most practical, you know, win involved here. Just because, sorry, Meg, I think Penei Sewell's gone. I think Kyle Pitts is gone. Well, that's true. I think it will be fascinating to see, you know, not just how many, but what quarterbacks specifically are still there. You know, I think, you know, I think we're all rooting for Mac Jones to go 3 overall and push, whether it's Justin Fields or Trey Lance, and kind of provide the Cowboys with another option to trade out. But I do think that Patrick Surtain is the highest floor. I mean, I play a lot of golf, and Patrick Surtain is like, sometimes you can swing too hard and you end up slicing or hooking off the tee. And we just this needs to be you got to get in the fairway here. That's what this is about. And I think especially defensively, you know, I think the Cowboys have tried some ambitious things with some of their picks defensively the last couple of years. And Patrick Surtain is a really high floor. It's a pick that really, Mike, you said you were chasing I think a young one around. I mean, this is the Kia Sorrento of picks. It's safe, it's practical. It's got, you know, all the airbags are really, you know, highly touted and valued. And so it's really difficult to find a flaw with this pick. And so for me, and I think JC Horn is kind of the same. I think it's a really similar approach and kind of outset in philosophy. And so one of those I think I'm really happy with. It would be very difficult for the Cowboys to pick a player, and I think for all of us to feel disappointed. I think that there would be one, you know, there's a lot of options that we can all kind of square. I see Aaron asking on the Book of Faces why Surtain over Horn, and I think Surtain has the highest floor, and I think, you know, JC Horn certainly has a different gear, but that gear isn't always attainable, and I think. You know, Patrick Surtain reminds me a lot of Richard Sherman. Obviously, Dan Quinn's the defensive coordinator, and so I like that common thread. And so for me, that's what it is. You know, I'm excited about that opportunity, but I'm also interested to see if that's, you know, if he's even available. Because I mean, we're here in Chad. He could go to Carolina before. It'd be a lot of fun.
To answer Rich's question here, Tyron with injury. Will he play all 17 games this year, especially with an extended schedule? And then, you know, Lyle's coming off an injury. We don't even really know what was happening there. So
yes, we do.
Hopefully he can stay healthy this year. That's why I say iffy. You want to give yourself room if something goes wrong with those guys.
Right. I've watched him do wind sprints. He's running awfully well. And he's lost weight too. So Lyle's fine. And I'll tell you what, from a talent standpoint, I'll take Tyron Smith for 13 games over anybody else you can put out there at left tackle in the National Football League.
Okay. And we know Mickey already has answered this question, but would you both, RJ, Meg, would you trade back and pick up Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah?
I mean, sure. I mean, again, I know, you know, I'm sure you, by the way, congratulations. What you guys have done today has been so cool to watch all day long. And I'm impressed that you're still going strong. I don't know how many pots of coffee have been involved all day long.
A lot.
But so I'm sure you've gotten, you know, rebuttals that are like, what's involved? What's the capital involved here? And I think that certainly impacts the decision making. I think that there's a lot of people believe that, you know, you can pick up a future first if you move back to 15 or 20. And I don't think that that's conceivable. At least, you know, history doesn't necessarily suggest that it is. And so, I mean, if you're picking up a second round pick this year, I'm okay with that, you know, because all of a sudden you've got some more ammunition to play with on day 2.
Oh, okay. Go on, Paul. I can see you waiting in the wind.
Yeah, so just like to introduce a really good close friend of mine, also part of the Dallas Cowboys staff, Mr. Shannon Bruce.
Yo,
here he is.
What's happening, bro?
Turn his camera on, I think, though.
What is happening?
What are you in the star right now?
So look, I looked at the lineup, and by the way, you guys snubbed me. You didn't even put me in the lineup. Like, you invited me on the show, but I'm not on any of the publicity for the show, which really hurt my feelings. And I started.
Oh, you are. You are.
I don't know about that. My individual picture was, but in the whole lineup, there's no 3:15 slot for Shannon Gross. So
we did at the time we didn't have a confirmed time. At the time,
that's okay. Well, don't lie to me, Paul, and tell me that I'm in there and I'm not, because you can't bullshit a bullshitter, Paul. I know what I'm talking about. Okay.
And also lied to you about being friends, and lied to you about being friends as well.
Right. Use that term very loosely. But anyway, I saw the lineup and I was like, man, you guys have Stephen Jones, you got you got Derek, you got Nick, you got all these people that know what they're talking about, and then here I am on the show, and I'm like, what can I bring to the table? And I said, really, the only thing I can do is walk down to where the draft party is and show you guys what that looks like, because I have no knowledge of what's going on. So that's why I'm here on the field. So, and you got Mickey there, you got the people that know what's going on. So I'm going to show you guys where the draft party will be. So.
Okay.
See, his feelings are hurt because I'm in his alternate office right now. He wanted to be in here. So maybe I better duck out before he comes in and muscles me out of here.
No, Mick, you're good. You're good.
Well, just before we do go any further, we are going to let Mickey go. Like, Mickey, we didn't expect you to spend this long with us, so we very much appreciate your time. It's been wonderful, and we'd love to get you back on one of the shows once we've had a chance to get through the draft and have a proper chat with you as well. So really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for joining with us.
Hey, this was fun. It was a lot of fun, and it's always fun to do these things with people that are prepared and informed. And you guys do a really good job for how far away you are from right here in Frisco, actually knowing what's going on with the Cowboys. So I appreciate that. And this was probably the most fun thing I'll do today.
Besides take my workplace.
Yeah. Okay, I'm vacating. I'm out of here. I'm taking my mic off. This is drop the mic. All right, I'm done.
Cheers again, Mickey, and we will speak to you so off air and speak to you again at some point on our show.
Anytime, fellas.
Bye, Mickey.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Hey there, Meg. I didn't even realize that was you. The print's really small on my phone. So how are you?
What's up, Shannon? I'm good. Excited for tonight.
Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm pumped too.
So the question is, Shannon, and I know because me and you chat on Facebook Messenger, but are you drinking a beer tonight or are you behaving?
I will behave tonight just because I will, we'll be manning the Twitter, and I have to double check everything we do. But you know what? I'm standing here. This is the Miller Lite wagon that they have out here on the field at Ford Center. So that'll be full of draft beer and people. And then this is the Miller Lite stage. So there's plenty of beer around here. If I wanted to grab one, I could. So,
I should be there.
You should. All of you should be here. We need to figure that out one year to get you guys here and do your broadcast from the actual draft show and send it back over the pond. That would be amazing.
That would be a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah.
We know people. We might be able to pull it off. Just saying.
But we'll just try and lay off as many shots as it was in London, though. No shots involved like that.
Yes. Yeah, no one would be able to understand us if we didn't. So yes.
So we've already asked RJ and Meg this question, so we're going to ask you as well, Shannon. You are the GM of Pick 10. Who are you taking?
If I'm at pick 10, I am taking, obviously depends on who's there. Yeah. We talked about it today. That was a question on Hanging with the Boys today, is if by some miracle Kyle Pitts falls to you at 10, I think you got to jump on that. That's not going to happen.
No.
If it did, you'd be a fool from what everybody's hearing to not do that. I think either Surtain or Horn is going to be there. And I think they like both guys from what everybody's, saying. Broadus reported it earlier. The coaches like one guy, the scouts like another guy. I like both of those guys. I wouldn't be mad if they went with an Sewell. I wouldn't be mad about that. And I probably wouldn't even be mad if they went with Micah Parsons. But I think my first pick would probably be Surtain or Horn.
It seems to be the same kind of vibes from everyone's right now. It's like it just does depend who's out there available, but it just seems to be Horn or Surtain. Just seems to be the most popular response right now.
Yeah, I agree. And as Nate said today on the show, it don't matter anybody that plays defense. So,
and that's true. Yeah. And what's funny is you could literally talk about any guy, any first round defensive player, and I could be convinced.
Yeah. And I think they're in a really, I think this is a really good draft to be at 10 because I think, there's a possibility that if you've got a handful of guys that you're happy with, that you could trade back 2, 3, 4, 5 spots if the value's right and you get enough out of it. I think there's probably a handful of guys that they would be happy with, and if they're all there and you have them the same value on your board, maybe you look at trading back and picking up. If you could get a second rounder or a high third rounder, if the value's right, I wouldn't be mad about that. It would, you'd have to get the right value, but I think that's a possibility too. So I think you're going to have some really good players when you get to 10. I wouldn't go all the way back to at 18 or 19, because then I think you get into the second tier first round guys. I wouldn't do that, but give me the right value. I might go back a few spots.
What are your thoughts, and RJ and Meg as well, on the news that's just come out about Aaron Rodgers not wanting to return to Green Bay?
Hey, RJ, I didn't even realize you were on here, man. What's been happening, brother?
I was going to say, everybody got a warm introduction from Shannon except for me. But it's all good. I think right now, PFT just reported that apparently Aaron Rodgers' wish list is the 49ers, Broncos, and Raiders. Send him to Vegas. That'd be awesome. That'd be sick. Y'all are talking about getting together and cracking brews. How about the Cowboys preseason game whenever it happens in Vegas? Go see Aaron Rodgers in the silver and black. That'd be awesome. And to get him out of the NFC, it sucks how much he's ruined our lives. I'm not at all heartbroken here. In a weird way, days like today, in this whole Aaron Rodgers saga, feel like weird backwards justification for Mike McCarthy in some senses.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see that in that particular sense.
Okay. And I got a question for you, RJ, because I have been outnumbered by Texas Longhorns fans all day. Okay. And I know. Yeah, I know. So I'm going to ask you, all right, having, been to College Station and at Texas A&M there, if you were able as a Dallas Cowboys part of the staff and you could take an Aggie this year, would it be Bobby Brown or would it be Kellen Mond?
Oh, I don't want Kellen Mond. No. We interviewed him at SB Nation. He was really nice and really hoping he ends up somewhere awesome. But I would love to see Washington take him in the first round if there is this huge run on quarterbacks, just for that, to kind of tie a bow on that. So I think, Bobby Brown, there aren't a lot of super awesome Aggies right now in the NFL outside of Von Miller and Myles Garrett. So, hopefully that overall idea changes. But Kellen's also going to go. He's not lasting long tomorrow. And so I don't think the Cowboys are in a position to pay that kind of price for him.
No. Let's go to some questions. Oh, we got one for Shannon. So, what's the worst drink Paul's made you drink? I don't think you're allowed to answer that question, actually.
bought me a bottle of Buckfast.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm Scottish. Deal with it.
So, Paul, do you want to explain what Buckfast is to RJ and Meg?
Yeah, so Buckfast is a caffeinated tonic wine, and it's pretty much the Scottish equivalent to MD 2020 in the States.
Have you ever had a Four Loko before?
Oh,
that's a great response, actually.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Four Loko.
Hit us with it. Hit us with it.
Watermelon Four Loko is probably the most disgusting thing that I've ever had. It's an instant blackout, and it sounds similar to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like a monster that tastes awful and like lasts in your life for like
Lots
3
of
weeks.
malt liquor in there.
Yeah.
Sounds like my sounds like my jam.
And I don't know if anybody's noticed that it takes Shannon Gross to come on the show to bring the show away from the draft and just talk nothing but alcohol.
That's because I got nothing on the football side.
It's every time.
And then, I need to be a diversion. I got nothing on the football stuff. So I'm just in the village.
It's actually kind of true because as a wee present for Shannon for becoming for a wee present where I gave Shannon, I sent him a crate of beer for becoming a dad. So there you go.
Oh, yeah. But here's one for you guys. In terms, because I keep meaning to ask people this, and I keep missing the opportunity. But in terms, because this year is slightly different when you look at how the season's going to go. In terms of how you draft, do you think a lot of staff are taking into account that there's the 17th game? Does that have an effect at all?
I mean, yeah, like if you're already counting on Tyron Smith not playing 3 games, I mean, you've got to add that. If you're worried about Lyle Collins, you've got to add that. That's why, if Rashawn Slater falls to 10, I think that you've really got to give some heavy consideration there. Sean Lee's already, retired, so you don't necessarily have to worry about that there. But I mean, maybe that does kind of adjust your priorities at linebacker in round 2 or 3. Or in terms of overall volume, just because you are hesitant about, these guys withstanding a longer season. It's long as it is. I mean, so another game is tough, and not only another game, but if you are a playoff team, odds are really thin that you're going to have a first round bye. So I mean, you're playing a long time and all the way in a row, especially right after Thanksgiving. That thing gets fast quick.
So, RJ, are you saying to us Rashawn might be on the slate of players available to us?
Yeah, I don't think that's
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I think that was more of a Meg question. But I do think that that's really possible. I think honestly that he might be, or Penei Sewell might be, if they fall, if the quarterback thing does get wild early on, they might be players that teams trade up for. Just because the drop off is not severe, but it's at least substantial enough to kind of warrant moving up to get those guys. So yeah, I mean, hey, look, if the Cowboys draft for Rashawn Slater, I don't know how anybody's upset about it. Again, there's, like Shannon said, it's difficult when you're picking, in the top 10 to come away with somebody that you're just pissed about.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of like in on if Sewell for some reason was there and Slater as well. That's why I was saying that, because of that extended season. Yeah, they look good now. Tyron usually looks good at the beginning of the season. I mean, he's been playing for so long. He's a beast, though. So you hope he sticks around, but that's not a given. And then what's your option after that?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of what's being said as well is that both Tyrone and Lyle are both looking good at the moment. They're training great. They're in shape. I know it's a lot of the typical off-season cliches, but
we saw what happened when we didn't have a good O-line. So
this is true.
It's a point. It's a point I've raised a couple of times today. What if we have to go into New York, week 17, the snow coming down in New York, and we have to go there without our starting left tackle? It's always been a concern for me. It's always been a concern, but I get the cornerback pick as well, because just because of the numbers on D last year, you can't ignore that. but to get Slater would be tremendous. To get Surtain would be required. So pick out of that what you would rather have.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think sorry. When you look at that, I think an important variable is not that this inspires like a ridiculous amount of confidence, but I mean, Brandon Knight and Terrence Steele are both still really young, and got a lot of valuable experience last season, and that's a rare combination for reserve tackles that they've started almost an entire season in the NFL, especially after going undrafted. So, I mean, again, I don't think anybody sleeps well at night knowing that those are potentially options, 2A and 2B after Ty Nsekhe, but they are existent at the very least, and I think it's a little bit improved off of last year just off of experience alone. But yeah, like in a weird way, like I think that's why like it would almost be awesome if like Slater was gone, if Pitts was gone, if the draft almost like dictated that you take Surtain or JC Horn, and that way you don't have to live in this like what if scenario because you're choosing to address one extreme over the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one of the things I've brought up, and I don't know if any of you want to weigh in on if this has an effect at all on how the Cowboys draft, but a lot of people are saying JC Horn, and I've pointed out that his father, Joe Horn, went to 3 Pro Bowls. His offensive coordinator, when he got there, was in fact Mike McCarthy. So I'm just wondering, you've got the already the family connection there, and I wonder if that's enough just to persuade him to go that way. What do you think?
I could see them doing that. I think they're just so high on Surtain that if it was just if they were both sitting there, I still see them going with Surtain. But I mean, Horn is obviously still a good option. They're pretty like neck and neck. There's a couple of different like skill sets that they have that like vary a little bit. So it's kind of what you think will work best, and I trust them to figure that out.
Okay. You guys got any more questions for the panel here?
No, but I will say that Shannon, next time I'm over, I'll bring me a beer.
Okay, good deal. I've got a question for you guys.
Oh,
go on then.
How does it feel that you only have 18 hours of this left? You're only what, a quarter of the way through? How does that feel?
Oh no.
We're well past that. We're more than halfway.
Yeah.
Are you? How many hours are you doing?
8 hours is 8 plus 8 hours plus 6.
We're on 14 hours now. 14.
Okay, I thought y'all were doing 24 hours straight.
Yeah, no, we are. Yeah.
But 8 by 8.
But at 8 hours, it has to recycle.
Okay, so wow.
So we're 8 hours plus 6.
Man, I tell you what, y'all are absolutely nuts. Y'all are insane.
Come on, you should know that by now. Come on.
I'm on a podcast once a week for an hour right now, and it's all I can do to put up with Jesse and Kurt and Nate for that long. Much less, I can't imagine being locked on a show for 24 hours with those guys. Y'all are the real MVPs. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
No, it's got to a point where I'm staring at the screen and now my eyeballs are sweating. I never knew that was a thing. I never knew that was a real thing. They really are.
Look, I got another question for you guys too. Meg, you and RJ kick this off, and then you guys go kind of around the horn. I finish this answer. I would be pissed off if the Dallas Cowboys do what tonight in the first round of the draft. RJ, you first.
If they trade up, I think just because, you said it a moment ago, like I said, I mean, if you're in the top 10, like everything, it's not that hard to be patient. You don't have to wait that long. It's like an hour and a half, so just be cool. Just rewatch the UK Cowboys broadcast if you're, in the mood, I guess, if Stephen Jones wants to rewatch his appearance. And so, like I wrote about this today, Kyle Pitts' dad thinks that, the Cowboys are going to trade up, and like, yeah, it's like draft season and like whatever, but like that would be absurd. And like, I love Kyle Pitts, and the option makes sense if he falls just because the value's there. But if they trade up and they got antsy in round 1 specifically, I'd be upset just because it would show a lack of commitment to patience, and it would be really kind of hard to justify overall.
Yeah.
What about you, Meg?
I will say I'll be mad if the Cowboys get leapfrogged by the Eagles to steal a corner.
Yes,
That's a good
I
one.
like that. I like that. I like it. Paul, what about you, man? Sorry, Mike. I just took the show over.
No, you go, man. You go. I like it. It means I just get to exhale. Yeah.
If the impossible of Kyle Pitts was to land at 10, I'd still be a wee bit mad about it because I'm pure defensive minded. You know what I mean? So, but it is what it is. Best player available. What can you do? You know?
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Do you know, believe it or not, my nightmare scenario is the opposite of Meg. I don't like the idea of them drafting offensive tackle at pick number 10, purely on the basis that I just think there's too many offensive tackles in this draft where you're looking for somebody, because whoever you draft, if you take Rashawn Slater, he's not beating Tyrone Crawford out of his job. The only way he gets there is through injury. And I just don't like drafting a guy at pick number 10 that you've got to sit on the bench in a maybe, you know?
Yeah.
Just in case.
Get you. What about you, Graham? Nightmare scenario.
I'd be quite upset if we traded down with somebody in mind and we didn't know who we were going after. I think that's been my one concern, that they take a trade to go to the late teens, and then all of a sudden, like Meg's saying, JC Horn ends up in Philly. I mean, is there an opportunity for Surtain to go to New York? Wouldn't that just be the nightmare scenario that Meg talks about? And then we end up with somebody that wouldn't necessarily fill a need, you know, I mean, imagine Micah Parsons went. See if Micah Parsons went and both corners went, but we traded down prior to that. That leaves us in a really difficult situation. So, like, all the time we've been talking, trade down, get more picks. That's all well and good if the guy you want is there at, say, 16, 15. It almost makes me want to just stay home at 10, not overthink things, and take Horn, Surtain, Pitts if it does. I don't think it will happen. I don't think Kyle Pitts goes past 7, but that's an option there as well. Just the trade down talk is starting to scare me a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah. What about you, Lauren? You got a nightmare scenario?
Yeah, I think I'd be tempted to stay at 10 as well. I mean, by all accounts, you're probably looking at New York and Philly. You're probably looking at a pass catcher or something like that. You know, if we do back, it's either for Horn or Surtain. It would be my options. Failing that, you've got to get somebody to address the defensive line. I think try and get some pressure on the quarterback. You know, if we don't address, if we trade back and we can't address one of those positions, and you're giving a head start to Philly and the Giants, where they're getting a pass catcher that will riddle our defense for the next 4 or 5 years at least. That's sort of my scenario, I think.
So, and what about you, Shannon? What's your draft nightmare scenario?
I think it's a combination of what RJ said, trading up and trying to make something happen that you really don't need to make happen.
Yep.
That combined with trading back and trying to get cute, like you're in a good spot. You're at 10. Take if 2 guys are there that you want, take whichever one that the room agrees on. Don't try to get cute and say, well, let's trade back 2 or 3 spots and hope the other guy's there. Like, there's 2 guys that you want, which I think there will be some combination of, you know, it sounds like might be 3 quarterbacks that go 1, 2, 3. I've seen some mock drafts that have 5 quarterbacks going before we get to 10. I think there's going to be a combination of, there's going to be a guy there that can start immediately and help you. Just take the guy, don't get cute, and just, you know, be happy with what you get, because you're going to get a good quality guy that can, I think, fit right in this lineup and in play, whether that's offensive line, whether that's linebacker, whether that's secondary help. Just don't get cute. And like you said, Graham, don't overthink it. Don't try to make something happen that you don't need to. Just stay where you're at and draft, and let's all have fun and let's celebrate and not be scratching our heads going, what in the hell did we just do? Like, I believe that they will do that. But as you know, and you've seen drafts pass, nothing would surprise me. Trading up, trading out of the first round, like I don't think any of that will happen, but who knows? That's why we love the draft, because you really don't know what the hell is going to happen, especially with the Dallas Cowboys. So
that's true. Just look at CeeDee Lamb.
There you go.
Another nightmare scenario that I've been trying not to mention on the show in case it happens, but I would hate to see the Giants or Eagles jump up for Pitts. Can you imagine that every season? That would hurt.
Yeah, but they'd have to pay a lot. That would be that would offset the nightmare for me a little bit.
Yeah. Let's be honest. Eagles cannot afford to do that after the trade away with Carson Wentz. Like they need to they're in no position to move up to spend more money on a higher draft pick when they're actually already in dead cap with Carson Wentz. So,
and you still have to have somebody that throws them the ball. So good luck with that.
Yeah. So I'll just go through, see if we've got any more questions. Okay, here's one from Rich. Who is your guy that you would like to take at pick 44? So I'll ask that to everybody.
I mean, in worlds of practicality, maybe Nick Bolton. You get yourself some depth there. Again, and that's the thing. Like I know some people don't like this. That's the pick I would play with. Especially if they do find something they like tonight at 10 overall. I mean, tomorrow they have 3 picks. They have 2 obviously 4th round picks. So we saw them trade up in the 2nd round in 2014, get to the top of it for DeMarcus Lawrence. Like that's, if you want to, to use Shannon's term, if you want to get cute, like you can get a little cute there as long as you're going after a player you really like. I mean, the 2nd round has not been their forte outside of Trayvon Diggs last year and D-Law. So yeah, I'll say Nick Bolton.
I do like Nick Bolton, but to mix it up, I also like Holland too. Would be a good one for me.
I like Javon Holland.
I love it. I love a safety. As we all know, me and Brian's affinity for the safety position and especially Jeff Heath. So I would love to see him come, or even if I really do think that we're going to take Patrick Surtain, so I wouldn't even mind seeing like Eichenberg or somebody in that realm as well. Get that taken care of because I'm still worried about it.
But hey, listen. I mean, what we're going to do is we're going to let you guys all crack on there. I can see Shannon's running around the building trying to do some stuff, and I know RJ and Meg, you've got your own stuff to be doing as well. So we appreciate you guys coming on, giving us your time, and so we will get you all on again as we always do. We're loving the behind the scenes look with Shannon as well, but. Good luck with your days doing all your bits and pieces. And we will talk to you again soon, guys.
Absolutely. Hey, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks again, guys.
Okay, cheers,
guys. You
guys.
are the best. Like the research you do, the time you guys put in. Like I can't wait till we get back over there and hopefully play a game over there and be able to link up with you guys again. But thanks for having us on. Y'all keep kicking ass, man. Doing what you're doing. Y'all are the best.
We're only the best because we follow the best. That's what we're saying.
Hey, y'all let Jamie know that Manchester United won today for me as soon as he gets back in.
I will let him know.
No, but thank you very much, and we'll speak to you all again soon, guys. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
See you guys.
Okay, so we're bringing
a lot of fun.
We're bringing in 2 guys as part of our Around the NFL look. Paul and Gordon, they're from the NFL Scotland podcast. We did invite Cameron as well, but Cameron couldn't make it tonight. I don't know if it's because he's a bit of a sort of Anakin Skywalker. He used to be a Cowboys fan and then went down the dark side to the 49ers. So Gordon also works for PFF as well. So if you've got any questions about PFF, probably hit him up here as well.
Yeah.
Paul's on to talk about the Saints, and Gordon's a Ravens fan as well. So
yeah.
Oh.
So what we'll do is we'll get you guys to talk for the next sort of 20 minutes, and then we've got the next lineup coming in. But yeah, thank you very much for joining the show, guys. From, as you were saying, NFL Scotland. How's that going for you all the way up there?
It's going pretty well, I think.
It's going brilliantly. Yeah.
Yeah, and what are you guys doing anything in terms of show after this for the live draft?
No, we've done both our draft shows. We spoke to Jim Nagy, who's the director of the Senior Bowl in the States. We spoke to him on our podcast last week. This week we got together with Jim Ballard, the former Scottish Claymores World War winning quarterback, and he was tremendous. Gordon and I got together with Jim earlier in the week and had a cracking chat. So we've had two really solid podcasts. Jim Nagy gave us some great insight into the Senior Bowl and how that works, and being in the room there. And it's always good to hear from Jim Ballard, who's currently playing golf with the NFL alumni. And then he's going to the Kentucky Derby, and he's also going to be at the Hall of Fame watching the draft. So he's having a good couple of days as well.
And so in terms of your teams, what are your expectations for tonight? What are you both hoping for in both respects, the Vikings and the Saints?
So it's the Ravens, sorry, for me. In an ideal world, I would love to see them trade down. Eric DaCosta has talked about the fact that he wants to pick up more picks, not necessarily this year, but next year, the following year. So it wouldn't shock me to see them drop down from either 27 or 31 and not pick up anything more this year, pick it up next year, pick up a 2022 second round pick. If they stay where they are, as long as they take edge, wide receiver, offensive line, something like that, that's ideal for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Saints are in a decent position of having a fairly good team. I mean, people talked about Drew Brees last year, couldn't quite get over the line, but they're still not too bad. We've lost a wide receiver in Emmanuel Sanders. We've lost a cornerback in Janoris Jenkins. I'd like to see us replace either of those, to be honest. I mean, an ideal world, I would like us to get a quarterback so we didn't have to play Jameis Winston, but that's another story.
Well, you could always trade for Aaron Rodgers, seeing as how he's not wanting to go back to Green Bay, so.
Yeah.
I tip my cap to Aaron Rodgers. That is the biggest piece of shithousery I've seen on a draft day in a long time. If you are going to drop the news that you do not want to play for them, wait until draft day. That is absolutely brilliant. It's Aaron Rodgers 101, and if it's true, it's utterly hysterical. Unless, of course, you're a Packers fan, and you might be slightly distressed by it, but it's certainly worth a chuckle. I don't think there's any doubt about
that. And then, obviously, to try and get as much of the time with you guys and some questions for the rest of the draft. What you, not so much players, but what you just hoping, what are your expectations for your teams?
I just want to see chaos in the draft. Like this talk that it was locked in as Mac Jones at 3 and you knew what that was, and all of a sudden that's now flipped, and I want someone else to move up and the rest of the first round just to develop it into chaos. I think the back end of the first round, we're probably going to see a whole bunch of players that we didn't really think were going to be first rounders because of the way this off season's been. I think a bunch of those guys that teams are going to have higher. So, but yeah, chaos is always what I want when I'm watching the draft.
What about you, Paul?
I've only got one wish, and so it's a fairly simple one for the big man upstairs to grant, is that Kyle Pitts doesn't go to Atlanta, because I do not want to face him for the next few years. He can go anywhere else outside my conference. I don't want to see Atlanta for me are dangerous at 4. I don't know if they get the right offer, depending on who goes 1, 2, 3. Will they be tempted to try and trade down? But I don't want to see Kyle Pitts anywhere near the NFC South. Thank you very much.
Okay, and in terms, we're going to go for a shameless plug here, guys. How can anybody find yourselves? Twitter, Facebook, and all the rest of it.
Paul, let you go first.
Well, to follow us, we're at NFL Scotland. We're fairly original when it comes to that. Cameron was pretty quick in securing that. We've got a website as well, nflscotland.com. We've just appointed a lead content designer. We're looking to increase our content on that. So, and we've got a mock draft in there. We had a good chat. We drafted all our own teams, our own players between everybody connected with NFL Scotland. So we want to see, how accurate or not we're going to be. But I'm with Gordon. I think there's going to be chaos in this draft, and that makes all these mock drafts a bit of a mockery, if you like. People. It only takes one, one thing to go, and it's like Jenga. The whole thing goes. And to me, that's where, the general managers and the people in the room earn their money. It's not the easy scenario. If the 1, 2, 3, were to go, Lawrence, Wilson, and Jones, that's fairly dull. If something happens to pull your plans apart, and I heard you guys in the last segment talking about, what did Dallas do at 10? Is it just going to be the simple, everybody's thinking it's going to be Sertan? But what if something happens? The temptation to go for best player available over exactly what you're needing. The thing I love about the Cowboys is you have got no idea. The scouting teams can do all their work, they can do all their organization, and then it comes down to one key question, and I'm not sure if you've asked this already, and that question is, what does Jerry want to do? Because that's usually what it comes down to, with the Cowboys, and that. When you've got an owner that's as powerful and as influential as that really likes to take part in these things, that can be the wild card. So if I'm a Dallas fan, I'm pretty nervous because I think Sertan II, people like the pick at 10, but you have just got no idea what Jerry Jones might take you away to do.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, we had Stephen Jones on a little earlier, but unfortunately, we couldn't ask him draft-specific questions. But we got plenty of questions asking, but we were like, yeah, we can't ask that, So it was a bit unfortunate, but hey, on the busiest day of the year, that's how these things go. But in terms of the first round, because for me, I think at the moment, how the draft goes, literally teeters, I think personally, I don't know what you guys think, on the 49ers. They are in the power position. What they do literally is how the draft is going to go. What do you think? Is that for you the same narrative, or do you think there's a team further on down the line that's holding that power position?
Yeah, I think pick 3. If they go Mac Jones, I think that's when things can get a little bit interesting because does someone else move up for Fields? Does someone else move up for Trey Lance? If they go with Trey Lance, I don't know that anyone's moving up for Mac Jones. I think Carolina might take him if he slides to 8, Denver maybe at 9, but there's not a great need for anyone to move up for him. So if that happens and then teams start trading up for quarterbacks and you start looking at New England possibly trading up, Chicago maybe having to give up the farm to get as high as 7 or 8 just to get ahead of someone. That's where I think it can get really fascinating for me.
Yeah, I mean, what about the rest of you guys? Do you think it's the 49ers, Falcons, perhaps, maybe even a bit further down, Panthers? Where do you think that it's the tipping edge of this draft, really? If you like?
I'm not sure what the Cowboys would gain by moving up too much. I think it's the old story. You've got to give up something to get there, and I'm not convinced that the Cowboys need to do that. I think Atlanta could come down if they're not in love with Kyle Pitts. That would suit me perfectly. I just think, we reached the point, and, you guys have seen drafts before, that quarterbacks just get overhyped in the last week to 10 days. It's almost like there's a panic that strikes teams. Could Trey Lance fall? Could Justin Fields fall? But if one of them goes early, where does Mac Jones go? I think that's the fascinating thing for me. I mean, I've not believed San Francisco for a minute that they don't know exactly who they're taking. I think they knew that the minute they traded up to 3, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. And if they've managed to keep it in-house and not actually leak this, and we're still talking about we don't know who it is nailed on, then that's a heck of a job by them. But I'd just like to see something happen just to make everybody else have to scramble a little. It might mean that some talent drops down. I mean, from Gordon's point of view, I mean, I'd be worried if I'm in Gordon's division, because they're actually in a good position at 27 and 31. they could get a couple of people dropping to them that they don't expect. They'll have done their homework. And that's what can make teams dangerous at that end of the draft.
I think the thing from the Cowboys thing that I find really interesting is for a team like the Cowboys who need defensive help and want defensive help, this is the perfect draft to be picking at 10 because, like, there's talk that we won't see a defensive player go in the first 9 picks. So all of a sudden, then you're going to have the pick of, are you going cornerback and going the Patrick Surtain route that is pretty much every single mock draft right now? Do you want to go and get Kwity Paye, the edge guy from Michigan? Do you want to add like the star linebacker in Parsons? So I think it sets up really well for Dallas. The only player that I think would be worth trading up for is Kyle Pitts, and I think the move up cost them too much. So if they stay where they are, I think they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what we'll do, guys, is we appreciate you coming on, giving us your time and what have you. We've got a couple more guests coming on right now. They're waiting in the wings to come on. We have shared you being on, guys, and we will look to have you on again, if that's all right with you, if you fancy coming on again, guys.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. And
absolutely.
Paul,
Absolutely. Good to see you all.
I've promised you the next one's on Callahan. So hopefully week 1 golf tavern, so.
Well, I'll certainly take you up on that. You know that's a safe bet because I don't drink, so you know it's a pretty safe bet. So, but it's your company I value much more. You know that, Lauren.
Cheers.
But thank you very much, guys. You have actually it was in fact Green Bay Packers, so Packers UK that kicked the NFL UK side off. But you've kept it going. But thank you very much for your time, and we will speak to you again. We'll get in touch and get you on again, guys. But thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Look forward to it. All the best. Bye.
And you. Bye now. Yeah. So, my apologies. I'm doing all sorts here on systems. It's going bananas. But there we go. Yes, we have coming up next something you will not want to miss. We have, we have some former players coming on the show, along with our great sponsor, with Barry Griffiths from Cowboys Experience. So now is a good time. Chicka-pow! Just like that. Yes! We've got Cowboys Experience coming on with us. And remember, guys, they are our official sponsor. If you're going to go to a game this year, because the stadium will be open, make sure you book it through Cowboys Experience. They got game day tickets, stadium tours, and tailgate parties you won't want to miss. Send us your photos if you're with them. We will post them all over our social media. And obviously, as well, don't forget to use the booking code, people.
UK Cowboys.
UK Cowboys.
And why would you use that code?
To get free stuff.
There you go.
And you don't want to be a clown.
You do not want to be a clown. And it really is as simple as that. When you speak and you make the booking, just say UK Cowboys and mwah. It is as simple as that.
Mike, here's an idea. We really need to make a T-shirt out of that. Get free stuff.
Yeah.
Don't be
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Just listening to that last segment, I was sat in the background, and I've got a question for the Mr. Host sat in the middle there. How kind of outnumbered did you feel, surrounded by pretty much all of Scotland and nowhere else in Ireland?
Yeah, hey, it's all right. It would have been worse for you because Scotland, they're still part of the Celtic clan. So if it was you stuck in there and you know the English man in there, then it's a lot worse, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I wanted us to let you know that Man United won. So that's fine.
They wiped the floor, Jamie. Not just one, wiped the floor.
Well, you're living in the past. You drew with us at weekend. It's all right. I even had to I was going to put my lead shirt on for RJ, but you know, I didn't want to.
Sorry. How's your European campaign going?
I was. If you want to play that game, I was the Elite Super League or whatever it is you're trying to join because you can't get in Europe normally.
Hey, I can't control the owners.
Lauren, I've got to ask, Paul Mitchell, is he a football commentator?
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
Works for the BBC.
I thought I recognised the voice. I know that voice.
Yeah. And he's even appeared in a Nike commercial as well. The winner stays on a Nike commercial. So
there you go.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
It's a little bit of royalty from the UK. So
just a quick update. My dad's absolutely gutted.
I mean,
you know, while we were off air, I kind of had a look at it, and apparently, according to Schefter, it was he sent his agent out to discuss. He wanted a new deal. The Packers wanted to restructure him. Teams called about him, and then he was just like, "No, let's just." And apparently, he's at the Kentucky Derby tonight on All Eyes on the Camera because they've got the red carpet there, and the referee's going to say something.
One of the things talking about saying things, one of the things I really hope that happens over this draft, having Drew Pearson on, is he just does something, just completely outrageous and off the cuff again. I'm really hoping for it.
So can I ask this question again? See if my scenario does work, and the Packers end up taking a skill position. Isn't that bad for us?
Yes.
I mean, I know there was a suggestion that it pushes another quarterback down, but I don't know. I think if it takes a QB out of the equation, I don't know. I think that takes away one of the corners, in my opinion.
Yeah. So just so people are aware, Barry Griffiths and the Cowboys Experience gang are in waiting. They're going to join us in a minute. They are literally just setting up, so we'll have a couple of we'll have a quick chat. We can see he's just running over some few things, but I thought I'll take this as an opportunity just to find out how you guys are doing. Nobody's asked how you were doing, so I'll ask you. How are you all feeling? How you doing?
That's a great question, Mike. I am buzzing at my face with some energy drink, and I'm actually waiting for my pizza to arrive. So when I'm
not again.
No.
It's not a Morrison's one, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
I did get a nice bit of compensation for them, so it all worked out. Maybe not my stomach, but
toilet roll.
You know what's the surprising thing about the whole day? We've had guests galore, people tuned in all day, people's donated. It's now 10 p.m. We've been on here for 15 hours
nearly 15 and a half hours.
Nobody has opened a beer yet.
I have that ready.
That must be a record for us.
Right, so here we go. We have the Cowboys Experience Group joining us and joining the show. Here they are. We have Mr. Barry Griffiths. Barry, I'm just wondering, who the devil is that there with you?
Well, maybe he can give you a little kind of hint or a little clue.
Yeah.
Kenny G, how are we doing, brother?
What's happening? How you doing, sir?
Yeah, you good? How we all feeling over there on draft day?
I'm feeling excited and was getting ready to go on tonight. Whether Jerry decides to go with Pitts or we need a cornerback. I think either pick's going to be great, but I would hope he go with the cornerback.
Yeah, I agree. I think I want him to sound the horns. You know what I mean?
You see what you're doing there? It has been pun galore, yeah. Obviously, Barry's been watching because he's been listening to all the puns coming in. First of all, though, just want to say a quick thank you as well, Barry, for the Drew Pearson moment there. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah,
we're just going to add... because we've got Heckma Harrison on, who's going to join us for 10 minutes. A very busy man from Cowboys Media. I know you've only got a few minutes with us for 10 minutes or so, Heckma, but thank you very much for joining us. Gonna ask you the question that we've asked all the guests that have come on, sir. Is you are the GM of pick number 10. Who are you taking?
I cannot believe that I'm on with you guys in the UK right now. Come on, you gotta give me a minute. You gotta give me a minute. Don't just bring me on like this and ask me a question out the back. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, man.
Yeah,
a lot of caffeine, man.
Yeah, we're all running on caffeine.
Man, I know. Hey, look, I know we got a big time difference right now, but guys, this is absolutely crazy. This is
start like 1:30 in the morning.
Look, man, I am so appreciative for you guys for inviting me on. This is completely awesome. I got my family in there watching the kids. I let them out of school early so they can watch this and everything, man. So this is, and look, I know you guys are running on caffeine, but I'm all the caffeine you need right now, guys. What's up?
Yeah, exactly. You could be our coffee hack, mate. You could be our coffee. Just so you're aware, we've got the guys on from Cowboys Experience, and slightly issue with the lighting, but joining us over there with Barry Griffiths is Kenny Gant, the Shark.
The Shark, I got the Shark and Kenny Gant's on too.
That's Kenny Gant down there.
No, I used to love Kenny Gant before kickoffs, man. Back in the 90s, he used to do the Shark dance. I'm telling you, the whole stadium would go crazy. Dun 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 dun. Man, that's so awesome, man. Okay, all right. So you asked me a question. I'm gonna answer. And I think everybody knows. I think everybody knows that Michael Parsons is my pick.
We can slide
and the reason I'm saying that is because I just feel as though defensively we need a lot of help. That's an understatement, right? We need a lot of help defensively. We just got to get better in the middle of the field, and I'm hoping that a linebacker like Michael Parsons can definitely do that for us. But look, whomever we pick, he's going to be a Cowboy. I'm going to love him, and that's going to be that.
Yeah, and I like that. And in terms of your nightmare scenario, what would that be?
Oh, a nightmare. Golly, I hadn't thought of a nightmare scenario, guys. I think all of 2020 was a nightmare scenario. It's going to... So, I don't know. I think, you know what? If I'm going to go nightmare scenario, it would be, getting a quarterback in the first round. I think that would be, completely missing the mark on what we need. So that's where I would be with a nightmare scenario.
Nice. And what is Heckma Harrison's plans for the first round tonight? What are you doing? Are you doing any work? Are you doing any media work, or is it just feet up and enjoy the ride?
Yeah, I actually get an opportunity to feed up and enjoy the ride. So I'm with you guys, man. I'm going to be sitting in front of my television waiting on that pick, waiting on the commissioner's card to get turned in. But I can't believe I'm on with Kenny Gant right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's okay, man. No, you go for it. Okay, Heckma, you can ask. You got a chance to ask the Kenny Gant any question you want. What would it be?
Well, I mean, Kenny Gant, if anybody knows how a championship squad is built, it's the Shark. I mean, you had Thomas Everett, you had some of the best safeties, linebackers of the day. I mean, not that cornerback isn't what we need, because obviously you being a defensive back, you know how important that is, but you played in an NFL that was completely different rule-wise than what we have right now. If that number 10, I'm sure they asked you this question already, but if you have the card and you have number 10, who are you picking? Shark?
I've seen the cornerbacks play, but I've seen J.C. Horn play live. And
okay.
As my coach called me back in the days, he was on Facebook today, my old defensive back coach in college. He used to call us scrappy dogs. And J.C. Horn is that guy. No downplay to Sertan, but I've seen J.C. Horn live, and he's a scrappy dog.
Yeah,
scrappy dog.
Now,
that's who I'm picking.
That's who you picking. Now, Mr. Gant, I'm gonna say this about J.C. Horn, and I love I love everything about his athleticism, the fact that he can play man to man. I love that, just that dog mentality. He's not scared to take chances. The one thing that gives me caution on him is the fact that his pass interferences. Like, he's had a couple of pass interferences, and you know better than anybody that, you know, in high school and in college, a PI is just 15 yards. But when you get to the NFL, that PI it's a spot foul, position foul. So that's the only thing that worries me about Horn.
Well, it's gonna. I think he's gonna be a lack of. It's the scheme. It's a different scheme. It's definitely they're going in second and third rounds. They're gonna have to get some people up front to pass rush. Well, we got some guys. It's just the scheme they're gonna have to stay disciplined, because Larry Brown, to be exact, 12th round pick out of TCU, he wasn't the fastest guy. But the scheme made him a Pro Bowler, made him Super Bowl MVP. It's just the scheme. And then you see him get exposed when he went to the Raiders, where you play man-to-man all day long. But he got his money, but the exposure came. But that's a good point to make. But I think hopefully Dan Quinn has the scheme to put him in the right position, because then they'll have two young cornerbacks. But it'd be crazy and pretty neat for the guys that have Surtain too, to have two Alabama cornerbacks at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, but y'all defense was so different because you had Russell Maryland, Tony Tolbert, Charles Haley. I mean, yeah, I could play any coverage. I could play cat coverage, zero coverage, quarter coverage. I could do anything I want to do. And those are my guys that I have up front. So I think the only thing that I'm leery about is we have not manufactured that kind of pressure all year.
There you go.
And that's the only thing that I say, look, I think you can get a cornerback like Patrick Surtain, and I think all of his intangibles are, my God, I mean, this guy is amazing, right? But until you actually build what we need up front, guys like that on the outside, I just feel like they're going to be tested, and it's going and sometimes a guy can lose faith in his athleticism when he's getting beat like a drum and that pressure's not getting there, and this guy's got 5-6 seconds. The quarterback has a long time to get the ball, and that's my only concern.
Well, I love everything you just said. So maybe they need to take because my favorite player defensive wise all around right now today, I'll pay Jalen Ramsey anything, because he's a dog, he's physical, he's gonna beat you up. So maybe he just need to do a class before training camp.
Give us some secrets.
Yeah.
I know it, man.
So he's just old school, bro. Yeah.
I've got a little something for you. It's for Heckma, Barry, and Kenny. Right. Yeah. We've been doing them all day. Is would you rather scenarios? Okay. So I'm going to give you this one, and a couple of the guys, if you want to, have a stab at this too, have a go. So we'll start off first of all with Barry. We'll get him in. He's sitting there waiting to go, and then we'll go round. So here's your would you rather. The Cowboys have the best draft in the league this year. They get the best draft, but the Washington football team go to the Super Bowl.
Oh God! Wow.
That's an easy one. I'd rather go to the Super Bowl. It's all about
Mike, you need to go to bed, man.
The ring. That's an easy one.
Go on then, Barry. What are we doing?
I'm saying the ring. It's pretty easy. I mean, that's what you play for, right? So I think the Shark here would.
It's you saying the Redskins?
The Washington football team. So the Cowboys get to have the best draft in the league this year. They get an A++ with what they've done, but in return for that, Washington go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, Mike. Oh, God. Where's the bag?
I know. Hey, man, this is what we need to deal with on a consistent basis is these tongue-twisting questions.
What's going on with Mike? What do you mean? I mean, look,
I'm just giving you them.
Look, I would rather a lot of things than to see the Washington football team or anybody else in the NFC East besides the Dallas Cowboys win a Super Bowl. So,
amen to that.
There's my answer. Okay, whatever you take from that, I would rather a lot of things than, no.
That team still don't even have a name. How can you play in the Super Bowl without a name of your team? I mean, they don't have a name yet.
Don't have a name. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want another one? Do you want another would you rather?
I don't know, Mike.
Okay. I got one for you. I've got a very relevant Texas one, all right?
Okay, good one.
You get to pick Miami's defensive end, Quincy Roche, at pick 125, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But you never get to eat Texas barbecue brisket and burnt ends again.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Have you seen me? I mean, you're obviously looking at me, and then you're going to take away Texas barbecue for a pick? No, I'm not going with that either, Mike. What's up with you?
It's all right. It could be worse. We gave one to Derek Eagleton earlier, where it meant you could never drink alcohol again, and he was just straight flat out like, "Nope, that's not happening."
No, that's not. No, we got the best barbecue in the world.
You can't take the brisket. I can put brisket on tacos, omelets. I've had it all out here. So don't take the brisket. Take the brisket.
Kenny G's food truck. Kenny G's food truck coming soon.
Yes.
Yeah, and here's one. This is a very Kenny Gant question, and Barry will understand why I'm asking this one. You get to pick defensive tackle Marvin Wilson at pick number 180, but you never get to eat a chicken wing again. Yes, I know all about it.
I tell the story. You already know that answer.
Yeah. What about you, Hackman?
No, Mike, don't make me part with chicken, man. Don't do that. And the thing about it is, I love Marvin Wilson. I think he's I think he's one of those guys that we definitely could plug in at the one tech.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on, that's tough, man. You got a bunch of what ifs that I don't agree with. I think you should. I'm almost scared to ask what else you got, Mike. So.
Do you want a really nasty one? Do you guys want a real nasty one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay. All right. Here's the nastiest one I've ever written, and it actually hurt my stomach as I wrote it. You get to have Eagles GM Howie Roseman as your new GM, or you have to trade up and pick Zach Wilson at pick number 2.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Come on, that's easy.
That
is absolutely
Zach Wilson.
Now you asked me. You said, "What was your nightmare scenario?" Right before I came on, right? And what did I say? Picking a quarterback with the first pick in the draft. Zach Wilson is a Cowboy, based off of what you just said. No way.
Yeah. So basically, we've also asked this one. If you was to throw a pizza party for this player, and it could be any player in a draft, any round, what player would that be?
Throw a pizza party for?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to defer, guys. Come on now. Somebody else give me a guy.
For me, if I was to pick a guy, it would be Richie Grant. If the Cowboys draft Richie Grant, I'm throwing a pizza party.
Richie Grant. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna go a little deeper in the draft. Say around 5th, 6th round. If we get a guy like Jalen Twyman from Pitt, he was an opt out. I think he's an explosive player. I just believe that a lot of guys that opted out, and although they did it for great reasons, I just think that 1 year without putting the film out has basically brought them down a little bit on the pecking order. And Jalen Twyman from Pitt, man, I just think he's explosive. I think he has a lot of ability. I think the Cowboys need a one tech that could take on a double team and push the pocket. And I think he's that kind of player.
Excellent.
He's getting a pizza party.
What about you, Barry? Who are you throwing a pizza party for if the Cowboys draft this player?
I'm gonna stick with J.C. Horn and his dad. His dad has to be there though, so you got to bring his dad and then tell the stories, and then also maybe when he does get a pick six or something, what's his dad gonna do to recommend a TD celebration?
Okay, and we are bringing in the GOAT. Watch Brian's face. We are bringing in the GOAT, Jeff Heath, onto the show. Look at this. Look at this. So, just so you're aware that Jeff Heath's #1 fan, Brian,
I know if you,
is
I don't know
right
if you guys
over
can hear
here.
me, but I can't hear anything. So hold on.
Oh, you can't hear it yet.
Yeah, Jeff, you got us.
Don. Yeah.
Come on, let me check his audio settings. Okay, he's on. He's on.
He's live.
You've got us. Got us, Jeff?
Yes.
No. Jeff Heath. Come on. We'll continue talking while Jeff tries to figure out the audio issues over there. Sounding to me like it could be enabling something. Oh, there we go.
Hello. Hey, what's up, Barry? This is Jeff.
We'll just remove this a minute. There we go.
Nice.
We'll just leave them try and figure that out a moment. Sorry about this, Bri. We know how excited you are. If you can't see Heckma, in the background is actually, in fact, a Jeff Heath jersey look.
Look at that. That's the Sean Lee and the Jeff Heath. I see you ready to go, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely.
But something we want to know, Heckma, is
I've been toggling that on and off. It's not changing anything.
Leave that there a minute. For yourself, Heckma, what is on the menu tonight? Do you have a draft day ritual menu? Is there anything?
You guys might be able to hear me, but I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I can answer if you guys can type questions or something. I can.
Oh, right. I mean, that's one way to go.
Yep.
Oh, hold on. Are you there, Jeff? Are you with us?
Paige, are your AirPods connected?
Yeah, sounds like he's getting something going there.
This is the magic of live interviews.
You literally just took the words out of my mouth there.
I love it.
Yeah. You can plan the perfect picnic, but hey,
it don't. Mike, it don't even matter, man. I'm on with Kenny Gant and Jeff Heath, man. My mom made it. Whatever y'all want to do, I'm good, man.
Okay, there you
go.
Can you hear us now, Jeff? Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear us, Jeff? You got us, Jeff?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I got you now.
Yeah,
there we go.
Are you in?
Yep, I got you.
Yeah, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, without a shadow of without a doubt, the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, that is Mr. Jeff Heath. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
And yes, just so you're aware, Jeff, if you look in the top corner, your #1 fan, who's even got his jersey every episode, it is up there without fail. That's your #1 fan up there.
Talks about you every day, every day, mate.
Yeah.
See, I'm up there next to Sean. That's a big honor.
Yeah, and he likes you not just for your safety play, for your kicking too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. How you guys
That's
doing?
awesome.
Not bad. Yeah, how's yourself?
I'm great. Just excited for this draft to get going. It's exciting. I feel like the build up for the draft now is like 3 months long. It's like it's a huge deal. So I'm excited to see what goes on.
And we've asked everybody this question, and we're going to ask you, Jeff. At pick number 10, you are the GM. Who are you taking?
Well, both those corners seem to be pretty good. Either the Alabama dude or the South Carolina guy. I'm not sure. Honestly, I haven't paid too much attention to all the different prospects, but from all the talk that you're seeing, all the mock drafts and stuff, has the Cowboys taken one of those guys. So, I mean, the guy from Alabama, he comes from a program that wins a lot, and it's, you know, it seems like he knows what it takes to win. And then the other dude, you know, just comes from a great family, great pedigree. He seems really aggressive, really athletic. So I don't think you could go wrong with either of those guys. But I would take something on the defense for sure. The offense is pretty loaded, I would say.
Yeah, I think everyone's in agreement on terms of that. I mean, what about you, Heckmer? We've got Heckmer on the line as well, Jeff, from Dallas Cowboys Media. He's with us as well. It's so pretty crazy to have everyone all at once. And we've got Barry Griffiths and Kenny Gant, the Shark.
What's going on?
Yeah. But in terms of if we go position-wise, then, if you want, guys, defense, what would you say is a bigger priority, fixing the D-line or fixing the defensive backs?
Well, I would say, you know, those two positions, they work. You need, as DBs, you need that front to, you know, put pressure on the quarterback. And the front, they need the guys in the back end to give them a half extra second. So, you know, I think in general, how I would build a team is from the front back, offense and defense. Build the O-line, fill it around with skill positions. On defense, build the D-line, fill it around with all the other positions. So, you know, I think at 10, you're going to be able to get a player, either whether in the secondary or up front, that's going to be able to provide an impact right away. But as a DB, there's nothing I like more than a beast up front. That makes my job way easier.
That's for sure. I mean, what about you, Kenny? What position would you say? Are you in agreement? Because obviously similar position-wise. Are you in agreement with Jeff? Yeah.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, you got some good players up front, but I had the likes of Charles Haley and Tony Tolbert, and we had starters on the bench ready to come in. So, you know, we just begging the quarterback to throw the ball because they throw it anywhere, you know, because they don't want to get hit by those guys. So building the front to the back is the way to go. It like he said, it makes our job so much easier. And as long as you can deal with most D linemen are crazy. So if you if you can deal with Charles Haley in the locker room, you're gonna do well.
Yeah. Well, here's a great question for both Kenny and Jeff. Is what's been for you guys the proudest moments whilst playing for Dallas?
I think my proudest moment was being voted a captain in 2019. You know, just because that's an honor that is, you know, voted on by your peers. And at the end of the day, you know, there's a lot of people who are going to have opinions on you as a player, as a person, but at least for me personally, the only opinions I truly cared about were my teammates' opinions and my coach's opinions. So when you kind of get that, I don't want to say stamp of approval, but you know, when they hold you in that regard, it's something that can never be taken away from you. And it means more than wins and losses, in my opinion.
Yeah, and without going any further, and I'm going to bring Heckmer in after this, but I have to go to Brian because he's sitting there.
Yeah.
I think he's about to start crying. I'm going to bring Brian in. Yeah. Right, you have a chance to finally meet your hero. You can ask Jeff Heath any question in the world. The floor is yours, sir.
I mean, look, guys, I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. I mean, trying to get Stephen Jones on, and I couldn't believe that, but this tops everything. I'm not gonna.
And just so you're aware, Jeff, we knew you were coming on, but we didn't tell Brian.
Yeah, we kept that a secret from him.
Nice. Oh, hopefully he's surprised.
Yeah, but so go on, Brian. It's the floor. Are you done, or are you just completely lost?
No.
Because all we've got so far is stuttering.
I'll be professional now. No, I'll be truly professional. So I mean, Jeff, look, you went through your own draft scenario in 2013, undrafted free agents out of Saginaw Valley and Lake Orion High School. Tell us what draft weekend was like for you. Who was ringing you? What were the impressions you were getting?
Yeah, it was it was a crazy few days for sure. But surprisingly, the Cowboys were not one of the teams that I was in contact with very much. I think I met one of the scouts on my pro day and talked to him very briefly. But if you had asked me to kind of rank the teams that I thought might be a fit, the Cowboys were pretty low on that list, only because I hadn't talked to him much. But during the draft, obviously I knew I wasn't going to go the first couple of days, but that third day, I thought I might have a chance. So I didn't have any people over, a big party. I just sat down with my parents and watched the draft, and it felt like it took forever. And it was, keep going, and you see all these safeties getting picked, and it's hard to not get discouraged, only because everyone's dream is to hear their name called on draft day, and it kind of takes all the work that you have to do that someone's telling you where they're going to go. Where in my situation, I was undrafted, and then I had a pick, and basically as it was getting down late into the draft, and I thought there was a possibility I wasn't going to get drafted. I basically was talking to my agent, and we just decided that the first team that called and offered an undrafted free agent spot, I was going to take it. And I would say within a minute of the last pick, my agent got a call from Dallas, and he called me, and I just said, yep, whatever it is. There was no negotiating signing bonuses or anything like that. It was just like, yep, I'm going to do that because I didn't want to say no to anyone and then expecting to get other calls and then have nothing happen. So, I committed to, play for Dallas, and then I think after that, I got a couple other calls, and I think Seattle was a call, Jacksonville, and the Colts or some other ones. But at that point, I made up my mind. But, kind of the disappointment of not getting drafted was all wiped away once I, decided I was going to play for Dallas. It felt like I had been drafted. It was super excited. And, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. It's super stressful just because, I had just been in Michigan my whole life and never really ventured out. I went to school in Michigan. I grew up in Michigan. So just to kind of in 24 hours realize like, okay, I'm moving to the other part of the country, somewhere I've never been. It was super exciting. So
yeah.
And the one question I was going to say to you was like, I mean, getting voted as a captain in 2019, I mean, that was a massive achievement. Is there an on-field moment that, stands out to you? I mean, I can think of, the kicks versus San Francisco, the interception of Aaron Rodgers in the playoff, the sack of Aaron Rodgers, which I will never understand how it wasn't given. So is there a moment for you that stood out on the pitch?
I think the kicking that was fun, but That wasn't. I mean, it was memorable just because it was a fun game. It was fun, but if you remember that game, it was like 40-6 or something. So it didn't really have much of an impact on the game. It was just kind of a fun experience. But obviously the interception against Aaron Rodgers was awesome, just because it's a big game. Whenever you can make plays in big time games like that, it's awesome. But then obviously the Raiders game. But at the end against Derek Carr, that was probably the play that had the biggest outcome on the game, and probably I would say the biggest play I've made in my career so far. So that one was super memorable and enjoyable, because also that was to keep us alive for the playoffs. So I had guys like Witten and Sean Lee and these guys who I looked up to, since I was a rookie on the team, and just to kind of see the excitement and the happiness in their face, knowing that our season was still alive, it was a great feeling. So I would say that one for sure.
Yeah.
So Hackma, we'll bring you in. Oh, go on. Sorry, Barry. Go on. Go Barry, and I'll bring
Jeff,
Hackma in.
that was probably that was awesome. That was the greatest. I think the second one though, the interception, and then the Conor McGregor invitation. I think that's another one.
Sorry, I forget that. I'm the Irish.
Right.
I was at that game. I was at that game, the Jacksonville game.
Yep, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge UFC fan, like massive. And I'm a massive Conor McGregor fan. So, and we had no idea that he was going to be there. And it was funny. I think we were like, it was in pregame warmups, and the DBs, we get together and we do a little chant or whatever, we break it down. And then Mr. Jones, Jerry Jones, is on the field, and he like taps one of us, and we're like, what? Why is he like in our huddle? And then we just turn around and Connor's right there. And it was just like, we were all in shock for a second. But I remember right after that, I was talking, because Zach Martin is also a big UFC fan. We watch all the fights together all the time. And I remember going up to Zach, and I was like, man, if I make a play, I'm going to do it. And I never celebrate. So it was super out of character for me. But I was like, I can't let this opportunity pass by. If I do something this game, I got to do that celebration. So it was funny.
Excellent. But I'm going to bring Hackma in, because you got to speak to Kenny Gant. Yeah. Excited about that one. So I'm going to let Hackma take the floor, and if you've got a question for Jeff, we'll let you take one, Hackma, if you want.
No, of course, man. I got plenty of questions now, Jeff. Are you still with the Raiders?
Yeah. Yep. I got 1 year. Yeah, I got.
I'm trying to get you back, Jeff. I'm trying to get you back. I was hoping that you was gonna say, "No, man, they cut me. I'm in Dallas. I'm on my way back." So look, that'll short us up. That'll short us up for real. But let me ask you this, man. All the years that you played here in Dallas, and obviously, I love what you said about being voted captain, not really caring about what people were saying, but you know how that whole stigma has been over the organization for years about safety, needing a safety,
right,
needing a guy that can pretty much do it all. Obviously, Dan Quinn's new system is going to call for a single safety high. Look, what are some of those things that you believe a safety is going to need in a scheme like this to be successful, as far as guys that's coming out of the draft?
Yeah, I think to play that single high role, the free safety role in this system, I think the first thing is you need great instincts. And that's something that, you can help a guy, kind of, you can't teach a guy instincts, but you can enhance a guy's instincts. And I think that's what you need. You need to find a guy who has a nose for the ball, understands when he can be aggressive to make a play on the ball, and when he's got to be patient just to, because at that spot, if you make a mistake, it's a touchdown. You have to be the eraser. You have to be the guy who covers up for all mistakes. So I think the hard part is really understanding when you can be aggressive and really go try to make a play, and when you kind of have to be patient, just, make a sure tackle, make a sure play. So I think, that's the first thing. Second thing, you need a guy that has a lot of speed, because, everyone knows that plays this system. They know that it's going to be single high. They know that they're going to have shots on the outside, and you got to have a guy that can play. We call it red line to red line. So you need a guy that can, be able to get all the way to the sideline and make plays when the ball's in the air. And it's getting harder and harder because these quarterbacks will, they'll be looking this way and throw this way, and they'll be doing all this crazy stuff. But I think those are really the two main things. You need a guy with instincts, and then it's not enough to have the instincts. You have to have the speed and the athletic ability to get over there and make the play.
Now we brought in. Let me ask this question too, Mike. We brought in Keanu O'Neal, and the role that you played when in the cover 3 system was kind of similar. You were close to the line of scrimmage, sometimes more of a rover than a strong safety. Like for him in this, and I guess the whole thing is that the word is hybrid is using. It's an overused term, but you're basically a rover playing at the line of scrimmage. How difficult do you think it's going to be for him to make an impact, or how easy is it going to be for him to make an impact in this system?
Yeah, I think, I don't know him personally, but I've been a fan of since college, really his style of play. And, when he was in Atlanta, I watched him, saw that he was dealing with some injury issues. But, I think he'll make an impact right away just because he's played in the system before. He's got the tools. He's a really big, physical, athletic guy. And, that spot is, I think you can make an impact way easier at that spot than you can deep, because when you're deep, as the free, you might only be involved. Hopefully, if the front's doing their job, you're only involved maybe 5 to 10 plays a game. When you're closer to the line, you're going to be covering a lot more. You're going to be, that 8th guy in the box for the run. So you really have to be a well-rounded player. You have to be able to cover. You have to be able to, get off linemen. Linemen are going to be up blocking you. You got to be able to defeat lineman blocks. You have to have a good feel for, the run game. So I think, that's kind of what he's been doing in that system. And I think he'll make an impact really quick. I think Dallas fans will be really happy to have him.
Can I ask, as a player, what was it like last year with playing at the empty stadiums? And obviously, you're used to feeding off the crowd. How was it last year?
Yeah, it was terrible. I'm not gonna lie. It was it's not fun. I think the first game of the year we played at Carolina, and I didn't know what to expect. I knew there wasn't gonna be fans there, but I don't think I was ready for literally how quiet. It's dead silent, no music, no, like you could hear the announcer in the press box, like the echo of his microphone. It was just so bizarre. And I think where you really notice it is when you get into kind of like November, week 12, week 13, you're on the road. We had a game, we played at the Jets. It was like a 1:00 game, kind of cold. It's not a really hype game anyway. And then you have no fans in the stadium. And I think you take for granted that extra, juice that the fans provide. And let's face it, this game it's the fans make this game. They're the ones that pay to come. They're the reason that we're able to get the salaries that we get. The fans run this league. So they're so important to just the whole experience of game day, and especially home field advantage and all that stuff. So I'm really excited, and everything I'm hearing is that we'll have fans this year. So I'm hoping I never have to play a game in an empty stadium again. It's not fun.
Yeah, even watching from the TV, you can hear them calling the plays.
Yeah, it's so bizarre, and it's just like. It's not even, people say like, well, you practice like that every day, but we don't, because we practice with music blaring every day. So it's like, it was even weirder than practice. It just feels like a glorified scrimmage with even less juice in a scrimmage. So, I think you kind of got used to it at the end. Just you've gotten used to the kind of the dullness walking in the stadium, but definitely doesn't make it any easier.
And here's a question from one of the listeners who's asked this one. If you had to choose between Patrick Surtain or JC Horn, Jeff, who would you choose?
I'm going to just be honest. I haven't really, I haven't watched film on them or anything. I've just kind of I just know from them just by watching Alabama games, South Carolina games. But I mean, if I had to pick, I would probably pick the guy from Alabama, only because there's no disrespect to J.C. Horn. Is my only reason for saying that is because he played at Alabama. He knows how to win. That system is probably harder than just about any college system that you could run. So he's going to be well coached. He's going to be a smart guy. He looks like he's got all the tools, all the physical tools. So that's my only reason for picking him. But I don't think you can go wrong either way.
Yeah, one for Heckman that's come in. Are you going to bring the heat if Pitts falls to us at 10?
Oh man, you know what? I'm not crazy. I know I see Kyle Pitts, and if Kyle Pitts is the guy that needs to go right up there with Trevor Lawrence. He's just that talent. He's a generational talent. He's a guy that's going to change the game. He's a Megatron, Calvin Johnson type. Something you've never seen before. Look, man, I don't want him to fall to 10. I just don't, because if he does fall to 10, I think it's just going to be too hard to pass up, and we need so many other things. But yes, if we get Kyle Pitts, I'm bringing the heat. I'm going to celebrate in the streets just like everybody else. Yes, you're right. They got me.
And we got a double question for Kenny Gann, mainly about his shark dance that he done. Did you realize it was going to catch on? And the other part to that question from somebody else was the celebration. Was it a spur of the moment decision, or did you plan it?
The answer is all in the question, because that's something we did in practice. That's actually Kevin Smith from the Alabama A&M. A&M. No, Texas
A&M.
They used to do that in Alabama. Well, I keep saying Alabama, but Texas A&M, they did it in practice because their coach wouldn't let them do it. It was just something they had fun with. So he was doing it in practice. So all the women go to scout team, and we get a chance to, rough Mike Irvin them up. We couldn't never hit him or Troy. So, but Jimmy would let us jump on Mike's back because he was pushing off anyway. So, so the rest of the team was game time practice. So one game, I was just having one of those games, kind of crazy. I was probably had a pick, caused a fumble, just blowing up wedges, which is illegal now. And then I guess one of those times I did it, I don't even remember. I was just that spazzed out. And then I didn't know it till the next day. It was like one of the reporters asked me, they said, "Man, what was that thing you had your hand?" And I said, "What are you talking about, man?" And he said, "Yeah, what you was doing? You had, every time you made a play, you put that." I said, "Oh, I pulled the shark out?" And they said, "Whoa, that was a shark fin?" I said, "Yeah, that's something we do in practice." I was explaining it just like I'm explaining to you. Next day in the newspaper, "Oh, Kenny Gant's come out with his new shark dance." I said, "What? I didn't come out of shark dance." And so some of my teammates was like, "Hey man, let's run with it." So I kept doing it, and it just caught on. And then one game I was standing there getting ready for the kickoff, and I hear him doing. I'm looking around. Yes, this is it. It was crazy. It's something that I'll never forget. And I just copied. Matter of fact, two days ago, for the first time, I just copyrighted Kenny the Shark Gant for the first time. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I could have won some money because Jamie Foxx did it in Any Given Sunday.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I'm still looking for him.
Here's a question for both Kenny and Jeff, for you both. They got a question here about last year's defense with Mike Nolan. In your opinion, did what he was trying to get the secondary to do confuse them? Or do you think that it was just basically down to bad effort, bad play?
Well, I think I wouldn't say that it was Mike Nolan's fault for confusing the secondary. I wouldn't go that far. I would say anytime, the system that we ran in Dallas before last year we had been running it for nearly 7-8 seasons, and it's the Dan Quinn system, the Gus Bradley 3 deep, 4-3, 3 deep. It's a simple defense to learn. It's a hard defense to play, I would say. I think Coach Nolan's defense is a little more diverse, a little more multiple in what they do, and I think it was just terrible timing for having a worldwide pandemic and trying to install a new defense with no offseason and a shortened training camp and no preseason games. I think last year teams weren't using that as an excuse, obviously, because at the end of the day, fans don't care about all those reasons. They just want to see wins and losses. So,
If I could answer that,
go for it, Kenny.
It was I played with Marinelli, so
I don't know if you can still hear me.
And they won Super Bowls in Tampa. And I knew once they got rid of Marinelli, I said, I don't know who's coming in, but if they switch up from the 4-3, it's going to be. And then when they called Mike Nolan, they said, and I have no qualms about Mike Nolan. I played for his dad in Dallas, and it was a great guy. But we still played 4-3, the intelligent players that we had, it just looking at it on TV, it looked really bad. And I don't take away from the players. It's just a new system. And like you said, Jeff said it was playing for 7-8 years in one system. It wasn't going to. It may have worked out this year a little bit better, but 1 year in the pandemic, no practice, nothing. It looked bad, and Nolan had to lose his job for it. But I think to get back on track with the 4-3, and I think they built for it. They got some big guys up front to play the one technique, and you got D-Law on the outside and a couple of guys to rush the passer.
Yeah. Joining the show now as well, we've got Kelsey Charles back from Dallas Cowboys Media on her own podcast show. And again, her cat's joined the show. How you doing, Kelsey?
You've got Gypsy as well. I can't not bring one of my cats on air. So hi guys, how are y'all?
Not bad, how are you?
I'm so good. That was so cool getting Jeff on. I hate that we lost him there at the end.
I know. I'm not sure of his connection or if he's out of time, but we do have with us, as you can see, we've got the great Heckma with us, and we've got Barry from Cowboys Experience joined with the Kenny the Shark Gan.
Kelsey.
What's up? Long time no see.
I get Mike Tovar here too. He's waiting to get on and talk to Paul about his kill and the Miller Lite Club and all that
stuff. We've been asking everybody this question, so goes without saying that we're going to ask you as well, Kelsey. You are now the GM. You are one of the richest people in the world of the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. Now you were there at pick number 10. Who's Kelsey taking?
Oh gosh. I mean, I'm sure you're going to get some similar answers here because I know we've all been tossing around the Patrick Surtains and the Horn. I'm kind of hearing, and I was listening to Jane talking earlier as well. It feels like the front office might be a little more split on those two than we realized. I think a lot of people thought that Surtain was a steadfast front runner, but I think Horn brings a lot to the table. Not to mention, I really liked Jerry's comments earlier this week where he appreciates the fact that those two have fathers that were in the league and pretty successful players nonetheless. And he mentioned the concept of osmosis. And so, you guys were talking about the pandemic and how it really has robbed a lot of these players and teams of truly being able to do their jobs. And I have to imagine that any semblance of an edge that you can have as a player in times like these, and I honestly, it sounds like Jerry considers that to be one, you're going to take it. And so I think a corner makes a lot of sense. I was looking at some of the reports too about some teams maybe trading in to try and get in the top 10. I'm like, I need the Saints to chill out for a minute. Like, if Indians to come in and wreck my life right now, like, I need defense, defense, defense. So give me one of those two guys. I'm kind of trending towards Horn right now. Like, let's get a little weird, you guys. Honestly, I think it would be cool. He's really scrappy. I think he plays with a chip on his shoulder. I think in general, he realizes that people are valuing Patrick Surtain as higher than him. And I think that he's not thrilled with that. And he's going to play accordingly. And he has something to prove. So give me the guy that hates to lose over the guy that's already, groomed and just is the steadfast number one. So that would probably be who I would be picking if I was GM.
See, I absolutely love that explanation. It's like you said, a chip on his shoulder, more to prove.
Yeah.
Man, I like, and that's one thing that I feel as though that we've kind of lacked. Is like we want absolute dogs, people that are hungry to make plays.
Yeah.
So yeah, I totally agree with you, Kelsey. Absolutely.
I want you to take it personally. And I think you're going to have that mentality with this defense. It's an uphill battle. Like, the bar is so low, y'all. We know this. Like, it's not difficult to upgrade from last year, especially when it comes to that secondary position. So I need you to be pissed that we're not good. I need you to be angry that people are valuing other people above you. I want you to feel like this is your time to show people that they were wrong about you. They're wrong about your team, all of the above. So I think that'd be a really, really interesting pick if they made that move.
If I can just tell you how much I love you for using Scrappy, because that's how and another factor that I did, I played receiver all the way until I got to college, and one of the reasons I like Horn is because his dad played receiver at a high level.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you think about the history of it. I actually anticipated because I played receiver. And I can see routes before when they line up, and just like the guy from San Francisco,
Sherman.
He played receiver 4 years at Stanford, and you see what kind of corner he turned out. I just think his dad pushed him at a receiver, and he ended up playing DB. He just know all the tricks to being a receiver, so it's going to help him out.
I like that a lot too, actually, because he himself in high school played receiver. He's from Alpharetta in Georgia, and that was really what his role was. And I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah the other day, and he's talking a lot about advice he would have for future guys looking to make it in the draft. And he said, listen, there's a lot of depth at wide receiver. It's a sexy position. And obviously there's a lot of guys that are really, really talented. So it's a lot more difficult to be the top of the pack in that regard, in that position group. But a similar skill set and body build, if you want to switch to DB, let's have a conversation, And I think that you're seeing a lot of that. And like you mentioned, you kind of know the position inside out. You are really, truly thinking like the player that you're defending. And I think there's a lot of value to that. Trayvon Diggs was really similar too. He also played wide receiver. Obviously, we know his brother, probably pretty fun matchups for them in the backyard when they go home in the offseason. But again, like, I think there's a lot of value to that. I totally agree with you, Kenny. I mean, I'm all for that level of football intelligence when I'm looking at a player.
No, Kelsey, I was going to say the same thing because Trayvon Diggs, obviously with his experience as a wide receiver, sets him up to be a great DB. But you know that these guys, from the moment they're in high school to college, they see where those big contracts are going, and they know that the wide receiver position is if you want to get paid, you want to be a wide receiver. So, I do a lot of broadcasting with high school sports here in Texas as well. And so, one of the things that they always say, the guys that get relegated to DB because they couldn't make it as a receiver. So, it's a give and take to that whole argument. But, I think you're spot on when you talk about what Joe Horn could have possibly put in his son because he is a wide receiver, just teaching him how to anticipate. But I have a soft spot in my heart for coaches' kids. I feel like they're the easiest to adapt to scheme they understand the ins and outs of football because, oh my God, if you have a dad that's talking to you about football 24/7, you can't help but be a good, player. So that's where I think Patrick Surtain, for me, just gets the leg up. And because he fits Dan Quinn's system, he's a big kid, 6'2", 208. He's played in multiple schemes. So I just think, if you force me to take one or the other, sitting there at 10, that's why Pat Surtain to me makes it so easy.
I like your comment about how obviously a lot of these guys see the contracts these receivers are getting, but might I throw out a name for you, Jalen Ramsey? I mean, it's becoming more and more like you can make money at this position, you guys. You really can. So I'm enjoying where this is trending, but I hear you in terms of Surtain, and I just feel like he's one of those guys he's ready. He doesn't really need, he can get on the field tomorrow and make an impact for this team. And that's not because this defense is bad. That's because he's ready. And I think there's something to be said for that. And obviously, again, reuniting him with Diggs is going to be something that could be really intriguing and really fun. That'll totally help you as you're trying to mesh your defense too. I will take any and all upsides in this draft because, again, we're in a really weird position. And you heard Jerry talk about how they're concerned about medicals too, because they haven't been able to truly get their hands on these guys. These two players that I just mentioned, they have clean bills of health, which is, again, that's a massive deal this year. So I feel like all of these little things, they might seem just, innocuous, but they matter. And so I think it's going to be fun. I think that I have a feeling they'll stay at 10, and I feel like one of these two guys will be there just because it's so offense heavy in this top 10 of the needs that these other teams have. And so unless we've got the Panthers, if they mess up my life, I just have a few teams that I'm like a little salty with right now. I'm like, do not, sir, not even think about it.
But just a quick question, and we'll just bring a very good one of our good friends from Cowboys y'all in as well. But Kelsey, what are your plans tonight for the first round? Have you got any plans? Are you working, just relaxing, putting your feet up, or is there other things involved?
Yeah, you guys want to know my plans? I have a test tomorrow. I'm in grad school.
I have seen your Instagram pics
on DallasCowboys.com. Really, I'm busy tonight, making sure that I get a good grade tomorrow. So I will definitely be multitasking. But I'm going to be cheering along right with everyone else, really hoping that we stay at 10, get the guy we need, and then I can hit the books again. So I don't have a good answer for that. I'm sorry. I wish I was.
No. That's fine. Listen, to help you out, look, right? If you really need some help, message me your questions, and then I can ask you them back to test you. So there you go. It's all going on at once.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. See, I'm always trying to be nice. Yeah, trying to be the nice guy. But joining us as well, we've got Lambo with us from Cowboys Y'all. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. How are you?
Yes.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, Cowboys, y'all. We've got with us, so you're aware, Brandon, we've got Kenny Gann, Heckma Harrison, and Kelsey Charles with us. Joining in. This morning, we had Bluff City Cowboys, the other half of your show. So it was good to have him on. Just so you're aware, guys, we had a guy joining us from Tennessee. He joined us at 2:00 in the morning and stayed on until 4 a.m.
Mark, stayed on till 4?
He stayed on until 4:00 in the morning, and he was loving it.
Crazy, man. Crazy.
Hey, Mike.
Mike.
Man, I was only supposed to be on with you guys for 10 minutes, and I've been on with for an hour. This has been amazing. Hey, I've got to go, but I want to thank all of you guys for putting me on, and anytime y'all need me, please. But listen, I was on with Kenny Gann, y'all.
I gotta hit the books, but you guys have a great draft night and team defense all the way.
All the best, Kelsey.
Excellent.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. We'll see you again. Nice one. Bye, Kelsey. I'm joining the show. As people leave, we get more. We have Cammy Griffin with us. How are you doing?
Hi, good. How are y'all doing?
Cammy.
I'm good.
Yeah,
How's it
not
going?
too bad.
Oh, Barry. Hi, how have you been?
Good. How are you? It's been a while.
I know it has been. Glad to see you.
Good to see you.
Oh man.
Yeah, we have Ken
here.
Yeah, hey, it's all about friends. So I'm going to ask both Brandon and Cammy this question. We've asked everybody. It's getting repetitive, but we've got to do it for all of you. You are the GM of the Dallas Cowboys. Our pick number 10. Who are you taking? We'll let ladies go first.
Okay. Oof. Okay. So first off, I'll say it's actually nearly impossible for them to mess up in the spot they're in tonight. If you made me put my back against the wall, I'd pick one of the top 2 cornerbacks, and I would probably lean towards Horn at this point. But I'd also be fine taking one of the top 2 offensive linemen in Sewell or Slater. So, and potentially even trading back. So I don't think there's necessarily a way they can absolutely screw up where they're at tonight.
Okay. What about you, Brandon? Who are you taking at pick number 10?
Well, I will say, for one, I want to feel great about it regardless. If I'm the Cowboys GM, that means I'm going to be going home to a nice home and got it made. But now I'm going to say, of course, obviously, if I was living in a fantasy world, I would say Pitts. But as we all know, it's not very likely chance Pitts is going to be there at 10. I've been probably saying for a couple months now, I think he was going forward to Atlanta. With that being said, I think there's a good chance that both corners are sitting on the board at 10. And if that's the case, I believe it's going to be J.C. Horn. And I would be very happy with that. Right now, I think it's got to be between Horn, Surtain, or Parsons at this point. But it'll be interesting. But I'll say Horn.
Okay. And in terms of probably like for both of you, I'm going to ask Cammy this question because I know you're very good with the stats and the numbers. That's what you absolutely love. But in terms of Cowboys' best ever first round pick, in your personal opinion, who's been their best ever slam dunk first round pick?
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
How far back are we going? Just total ever?
As far as total ever.
I don't know who I'd say here.
Mr. Cowboy, I think you got to.
I don't know. That's tough.
That is tough.
I don't know. Who would you pick?
I don't know. I know.
That is a toughie.
There's a guy with three rings that went first overall.
Yeah, that's where I was going. That's where I was going. I mean, you got to go with the Super Bowl rings at the end of the day. So, and there's a few people agreeing with that one.
Yeah.
But in terms of draft nightmare scenarios for you both, what would be the worst thing to happen in the first round tonight for the Cowboys? What would be your thing where you're like, oh no?
I think there's 2. I really don't want them to take a linebacker at 10 if they stay put.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable with that. And I think another downward scenario could be them potentially trading back and then not necessarily playing out in their favor. So I guess either one of those 2 would probably be my least likely scenarios.
Well, what about you, Brandon?
For me, it's going to be an edge rusher at 10 because personally, I don't there's a few edge rushers I like, but I don't view them as top 10 worthy guys. And I wouldn't feel great about that, especially if Surtain or Horn is sitting on the board or Slater and we took a Quiddy Pay or something. I just wouldn't feel too good about that. So that would be my nightmarish scenario.
Okay. Let's go through some of the questions. Here's one for you. Would this be a nightmare scenario? The Carolina takes Surtain and the Eagles trade up to 9 and take Horn.
This is my buddy Sean. We did a show last night and we talked about this exact scenario. Actually, he brought that up. We really feel like that they're gonna jump right ahead of us, possibly at 9 and take Surtain.
That'd be ugly.
That is ugly. It is ugly. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an awkward one. I mean, what do you reckon, Kenny? I'll let you weigh in on that. Oh, go on, Cammy.
Obviously, that's my number one priority is either one of those guys. So I think at that point, I would probably have to go with one of the top offensive linemen or trade back, like I keep mentioning. So, yeah, that would be pretty awful. I know there's a couple teams trying to get right ahead of us, a couple NFC East teams as well. So that would be not the best case scenario for Dallas.
Yeah. What about you, Kenny Gann? What about that particular one that we've just been talking about, that scenario where Carolina takes a 10 and Eagles trading up to 9? How does that make you feel? Is that the worst nightmare scenario for you?
No, as long as JC is there, but it's still, with the few, I got hit with a beer bottle up in the old Vet Stadium, so I'm still just pissed off at Philadelphia. So if they do that, I think it's just because they just sticking a dagger in us again, and that's why so many cops at the games when Philly comes to town. So it wouldn't surprise me for Philly to do that. So, but it'll be disheartening. But it's still, if JC's still there, we'll get our guy.
And how do you feel about this particular scenario, Cammy, about packaging your second and third round picks to get up and go get Trayvon Moehrig? Do you think that's a little too rich?
Potentially, but Dallas does have 2 third-round picks, so and he's obviously a very solid player, so I wouldn't mind it. No.
But do you see that happening? The Cowboys taking safety that early?
No, I think probably around pick 115 is probably the earliest they would take a safety.
Outside the top 100.
Like,
yeah. What do you reckon, Brandon? Go on, weigh in on that one.
I'm just wondering if the atmosphere's changed as far as their thoughts on this taking safety seriously again yet. I mean, recent history has shown that we're still not valuing safety like we should. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it really hasn't.
Yeah, it's like we've actually been talking about that quite a lot over the course of the whole show so far. Is like, do we actually really pull the trigger on a safety position as a draft pick, just in general? Like, even if it's a 4th round, 5th round, like, is it going to happen this year?
Right. As Cammy said, I would definitely be cool losing one of those thirds to move up and get him towards the end of the first if he's there. But will they do it? I don't think they will. But maybe when Richie Grant falls to 44, maybe they're still looking. They were looking at Javon Holland and Elijah Molden. They're both free safety candidates. So maybe we get one, and if we stay put at 44.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask you both as well while you're here. In terms of the safeties, so Javon Holland and Richie Grant, how are you ranking them in your own personal rankings? Who's higher? I'll go with Cammy first.
I don't really have typical rankings for safeties or anything like that, so I can't touch on it too much. I can just tell you that they probably likely won't select one until round 4 or later.
Okay.
I'm typically just covering the Longhorns now, so anything you want to know about them, I got you.
That's what the Cowboys do also, Cammy. Cammy, that's what the Cowboys do. They don't worry about safeties either.
I mean, we do have Caden Stearns coming out.
Cowboys could be looking at that quarterback over there.
Yeah, maybe in the 6th or 7th, if they don't target, obviously. I know Nick Eatman was mentioning they might even target a quarterback in middle rounds. I saw that earlier. But, yeah, Ellinger, I think, is going to fall to round 7 probably. So
yeah. I've said 7th round, possibly, more as a priority. But do you think Ellinger's a good fit in that respects if he comes to Dallas?
I do. We actually were talking about the best fits for him the other day, and I think it was Dallas and Tennessee or Baltimore as well. So I think all 3 of those would be a great fit for him. And he's obviously not going to be a starter in the NFL, but I think he'll have a solid, become a solid backup with the knowledge and leadership that he provides. And he just needs to improve on ball placement and deep ball accuracy, and I think he'd be a pretty solid quarterback.
Yeah. Well, what about yourself, Brandon? I mean, Ellinger, Ian Buck, a quarterback like that at the end of the draft, who would you take? Is Ellinger your option?
Yeah, I would consider him. I would even take a shot. I mean, at this point, you're just throwing a dart and hoping it sticks. So, I mean, I wouldn't be against even taking a shot on a big prototypical guy with size and a huge arm that's had accuracy issues, like a Felipe Franks. He was with Florida. He transferred to Arkansas.
That's right.
Who do we remember who played at Arkansas? Mr. Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
He might be a little familiar with Franks, and I don't know. I would take a shot on somebody like that just because of his size and the big arm he has, and see if you can work out the kinks with him on holding the ball too long and the accuracy issues, and just take a shot on a guy like that late.
Yeah. Okay, you guys. Paul, Graham, Lauren, you got a question for Cammy?
Lauren, on your own, mate.
Right. Okay. We'll break away from Cowboys for a second. Who's going to be
got a
starting
Longhorns
for?
fan.
Yeah, who's going to be starting for us week 1 at
What?
quarterback?
Oh,
Who's going to be starting
great.
week 1 at quarterback?
Great question. My personal preference, Hudson Card. I think he's going to come from behind and take over that job. I think he's the most prolific passer to come to the 40 acres in quite some time. And a lot of fans haven't necessarily got to see that yet. But, you obviously saw that touchdown pass to Marcus Washington. If you look back on the spring game, was an unheard of throw. So I think that's kind of what Sark looks for, more of the pro style and not so much dual threat quarterback. So I think Hudson Card is the man for the job. So we'll see.
Great.
Okay, and for yourself, and we'll come back to Lorne in a moment. We'll let him get another Longhorns question in for you, because I know that there's a number. I'm not a Longhorns fan, by the way. If I tell you who I follow, you're gonna hang up, so I won't tell you who it is.
It's either the Aggies or the Sooners. So
It's the
Number 1.
Aggies, yeah. So don't hang up. Not just yet, anyway. But your plans for tonight then? Are you working, or are you going to be relaxing? What's the plans for Cammy tonight?
a little bit of both. So our top 2 draft prospects are Joseph Asai and Samuel Cosme. I don't expect them to be taken until the second round, probably even the middle of the second round. So day two and day 3 will be busy in terms of Texas Longhorn prospects. I think they have 8 prospects, but I think only 5 will get drafted. So Asai, I think, and Cosme obviously will go off the board first and around the second round. So tonight's a little bit more relaxed.
Okay, so you what is that, like a genuine belief then that Cosme isn't going to go in the first? Because we talked about him this morning as being looking at a way where he breaks into the first, and it's quite feasible.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it is, and several mock drafts actually still have him sneaking into the late round, late first round, I would say. But I don't personally see it happening. I think he's going to get taken off the board in the second round, like I mentioned. But it's very, very possible, depending on how the draft plays out in front of him, since there's no true number 1 edge rusher really in this class.
Yeah, and like what's funny is because we were talking about the offensive line class during the offseason, and Sam Cosme, I don't know what you think of this, but I said personally, I just wish Sam Cosme, not for rivalry reasons, for development reasons, like Sam Cosme was one of those guys that just went back for just one more year. Do you think that it would have been the best case scenario for him, or is this the more ideal time for him to have declared?
I'm kind of torn on that. I think the coaching staff really hindered him at Texas. So he likely needs to develop for a year or 2 before becoming a key contributor in the NFL. But with the new coaching staff and things like that, and in 2019 was projected a top 15 overall pick. So I think he probably should have leaned towards heading to the NFL like he did, just because the new coaching staff was coming to town. But I do think coaching under Herb Hand kind of hindered his development at Texas. So that's a tricky question.
Yeah, yeah, it can be. Go on, Lorne, if you've got another one, I know, because you're probably dying there as a Longhorns fan.
No, to be honest, I'm sort of beginning to flag, to be honest. So,
yeah, we're deep into the 24-hour show here. But Graham, do you have a question for Cammy before we let her crack on with her work here?
She actually answered one of my questions. I was going to ask how many Longhorns do we expect to see come off the board. I think Cammy mentioned 5 out of the 8. Could you state a case for the other 3, Cammy? Is there something that could happen day 3 maybe?
Well, the 5 I'm mentioning are obviously Joseph Asai and Samuel Cosme. After that, Caden Stearns at safety is around the 4th round grade. We have Taquan Graham, an interior defensive lineman, is probably going to be probably around a 6th round pick, I would project. And then obviously Sam Ellinger at quarterback. So the 3 I believe are going to be undrafted free agents are wide receivers Brennan Ingles and Tariq Black, and then defensive back Chris Brown. So that kind of finalizes the 8.
Yeah, definitely. But I know, like you were saying there, you're fairly busy tonight, Cammy. So we are going to let you crack on, and we'll get you back another time. Talk later on in the season, talk Texas football, mainly Aggies rather than Longhorns, though, next time.
If y'all will ever come play us, that would be fun.
I know they need to bring that rivalry game back. I hate the fact that they took it away. But we'll let you crack on there. But thank you very much for joining us, Cammy, and we'll talk to you again very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Talk to y'all soon.
Thank you. Bye now.
Thank you.
Bye now. Yes, and there we go. We will continue on. So we have with us, we've got Brandon and the Cowboys Experience gang. But Brandon, I mean, in terms of what she was saying, do you believe Sam Cosmi can break the first, or are you on the mindset on the other way, on the other side of the fence, where he's just he's a round 2 pick?
I mean, you never know in the draft world. There's always going to be those shockers, and I think we're going to see some big time shockers, mostly in the teen range. I think there's going to be.
I don't know about that, Brandon. Especially with the rumors that's going about with Aaron Rodgers right now.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I know it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be wild. I think something's going to make us all just mind blown in this draft, and it usually happens. There's something crazy that happens in the middle round, and you're like, "What?" But
normally it's us. Normally it's us as well.
Cosmi, oh man, I don't know. I think I say early second for him. I say early second.
Okay.
Mike, but before we do that, I just want to kind of welcome Michael onto the show as well, who's also part of Cowboys Experience. How we doing, brother?
What's up, there he is. How you doing, man?
Long time no see, man, and looking well, my man. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been too long, man. Can't wait to have y'all back.
I know, man. I know. Big time. Big celebration. And no more tequilas, by the way. That's for sure.
Hey, that's how we do. you rock the kilt, we bring tequila shots.
And look what happened.
Very true.
But yes, if anyone who doesn't know, Michael and Barry Griffiths, who operate Cowboys for the ultimate meet, greet, tailgate, game day experience. And like you just saw there, Kenny Gant was there on the show. We met former other Dallas Cowboys players like Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Michael Gallup, Cole Beasley. The names can go on and on. But if there's one thing we will definitely say, is like Barry and Michael and everyone at Cowboys Experience will treat you like absolute royalty. And that is an absolute fact. So guys, thanks again for coming on to the show and helping us out big time.
Appreciate y'all having us. We're gonna probably drop off now. We got some things we're gonna be working on. So, but
yeah,
no
problem. Absolutely, man. Thanks again, guys. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, Michael. And
we'll be back on in a minute.
Take
a quick break. If that's right.
Yeah, Barry. What I'll do then is, if you're going to come off, if in 10 minutes we've got to switch over because we've reached an 8-hour limit. So we'll switch off. I'll send you a link for part 3.
Right.
So if you give that, say 10, 15 minutes, and then I'll send that over to you.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that'd be good, because Kenny just went to the men's room, whatever, take a break, and then we'll be back. We'll be back and jump on. So,
all right, I'll send you that link in a moment.
Okay, you guys are the best. Thank you.
Tell Shark to say bye. See you, Barry.
Yeah. So if we just put this, so it's just yourself now, Brandon. Just like the good old days. So we've got 10 minutes before we've got
the moonshine.
Yeah, I know, man. Every time he does this to us.
Every time, Brandon.
I'm out.
So
I want to throw out there, I think Brady Christensen will go ahead of Sam Cosmi. That will be my shocker. I think Brady Christensen could be sneak into the end of the first, and people are going to be like, what the? But, man, his pass blocking grade. Check it out, though. His pass blocking grade among offensive tackles in this draft class, he was number 1 with a 95.2. Next, behind him was Vera Tucker. Behind him was Darisaw, and then Cosmi was 4th. So Christensen's kind of been an under-the-radar guy. I wouldn't surprise me if he sneaks in.
I like Christensen. I like him a lot. We've been talking about him, and I've been bigging him up myself.
Me too. In the fourth, and now that can't happen anymore. So it's like,
yeah, I think actually for what he does, he's not a bad fit for the Cowboys. I think he'd be a great fit, personally. What's your opinion, though, Brandon, on taking an offensive tackle in this draft? Is that something you would do? Like early?
Obviously, if Sewell's there, I would pull the trigger in an instant. He can play all 5 spots on the line. Slater, I would pull the trigger, although I think he projects to be more of like if you plug him in at left guard, he's an all-pro. I think he's going to be a great guard.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I would if Sewell, I would take Sewell or Slater early. As far as after that, I would take a shot on a guy like Walker Little. I don't know if Marcus brought him up. Marcus actually introduced me to him a month or two ago. Marcus it's a guy he loves. So Walker Little is a guy, he's got a lot of potential. He's very raw though. And
yes,
he's somebody I would take a shot on maybe in like the 3rd or 4th if he lasts that long.
Oh, yeah, okay. And I mean, the one for me, I think that needs addressing before offensive tackle is defensive line. Who's a guy for you, Brandon? And we'll let you have the final say before we move on over to the final part of our 24-hour draft. So we'll let you have the final say here. In terms of the defensive lineman, which needs sorting out, who's the guy for you? Who's the guy for Brandon? Anybody. You can pick anyone.
I would love to see. One of the things I like about this draft is the defensive. Most of the interior defensive linemen that are going to be there in day 2. It seems to be some great depth. Elaine McNeil, is one. Marvin Wilson is another.
Yes.
Both of those guys, I would like. Those are probably two of my favorites that I'm hoping we would target on day 2 is McNeil and Wilson.
For me, a big sleeper in this year's draft that people haven't looked at is Tommy Togiai. That guy is,
that is another one.
Going
Ohio
under the
State?
radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just mocked him. I did a mock draft earlier, and I picked him in the. I think I got him in the 3rd.
He's great. I'm like, you look at the athletic testing with him. Oof, everything is off the charts. Like everything, literally the entire pro day testing numbers, everything's in the mid-90s percentile.
I believe they took a pretty good look at him. I know they sent some people over to the Ohio State pro day there. So
I think they have interviewed him. I think they brought him in for a virtual interview. Well, that's what I've heard. But so here we go then. I'm going to give you the final question, and then we're going, Brandon, and we're going to move on to the final segment for ourselves. You get to throw a party for any player that the Cowboys take. Who would that player be?
Kyle Pitts.
Look at Paul's face every time.
Kyle Pitts. The magic happens. CD Lamb slide in all over again. But
mate, it's been awesome to speak to you again. We're going to get you on again at some point in the future where we just get yourself and we'll talk again. Hopefully you and Marcus both on at the same time, mate. So it's been an honor to speak to you again, brother. Always enjoy talking to you. Yeah, very definitely too long. And we'll get you on, talk again, and I don't know, maybe talk about what happened after the draft.
Definitely. And I would love to link up if y'all want to do something day 2. I know me and Paul kind of did a watch thing last year with the Gallimore kid and everything. And that was fun. Yeah. So if y'all want to link up and
Brandon,
day 2.
Sign me up, mate.
Will.
Yeah, that was with Stashman and
Starboy and
where is Stashman? That's a good question.
I don't know. I haven't seen him in ages.
Is he not like out in the fishing boats or something like that right now, or what?
He's been MIA.
Yeah. But there we go then. But thank you very much for joining us, Brandon, mate. And we will talk to you very soon into the future, mate. Thank you for joining us.
See you guys later, man. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, before you go, give us a wee ow before you go, bro. You need to do it.
Yeah.
That's how Cowboy Dale does it. Ow!
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's it.
Have a great day one in the draft over there with the rest of the Lambert family, dude, and we'll speak to you again.
All right, see you guys later. Have a good one.
See you later,
and you, brother. Nice one.
Bye.
Nice one. So, yeah, there we go. If you want to continue watching our show, we're getting to the end of the 8-hour mark here. Once again, thanks to... I know. Thanks to Facebook's excellent service. We have to do 8-hour batches on this. It's amazing.
He's not better.
Slagging off the... I'm not at all. They were just such a pain to deal with. So continue watching us. Everything's been shared. Just stay on our page. The next part is coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just... Oh, yes, Paul?
Just before you go, talk about the charity vote.
And yes, as well, make sure you go. We've got details up on our all over our social media that we are doing all of this, and you can see it just coming across the bottom there. Just giving for NHS charities. The amount that you guys have been putting in the pot already is absolutely amazing. Just keep it going. Whatever you can put in. We have Tuck who's just joined us. Let me just bring him in and bring him out. You're right there, Tuck. Just a very quick one, mate. We're just going to come off. I'm going to send you a link because we're going to start another part of the show. I'll send it to you momentarily.
Okay, sounds good.
See you later, bro.
It'll only take us 2 minutes.
All right.
All right. So, yes, we're going to jump off. We'll be right back. And, we will see you. We'll see you in just a moment.
See you soon, guys. See you in a couple of minutes.